Suzuka is a circuit that is difficult to get around under the most normal of circumstances, but throw in 30-odd GT cars around a track for a full 6-hour endurance race and you've got yourself a pressure cooker guaranteed to delight. Hello everyone and welcome to the land of the rising sun for the Coach Dave 6 hours of Suzuka brought to you here on SimGrid. My name is DJ Clark, joined here in the commentary booth by Jack Sweeney with our director and producer Jack Maloney behind the scenes. And Zach, we've already had qualifying play out. Drivers are out on track for a brief warm-up session, but what do you think we can expect here from the next 6 hours?
Oh well, as you said, it's Suzuka. You can't come into Suzuka and sort of know what you're going to get. It's one of those circuits. It's so fantastic, and it's always going to be a really good race all the way through. But you don't know what extent the drama and chaos can be. It's just one of those circuits that drivers love, teams love, and we love to watch because it just has that flow and things like that. So to have 6 hours is going to be fantastic in terms of strategy and just the racing that we're going to get as well. And it's just going to be tough as well. You've got to maintain consistency all the way through. So I think definitely we're in for a good one.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. And consistency is going to be the name of the game around a circuit such as Suzuka that aims to really throw you off of that consistency as much as possible. But as we said, we've got about 30 cars here for today's race. Very, very excited to see all of them out on the track. We'll run you through that qualifying order that we mentioned in just a little bit time. But right now, drivers out on track for warm-up, just trying to get sort of reacclimated to the track a little bit. It is just past 10:30 virtual standard time here in virtual Japan. About 79 degrees Fahrenheit in the track temperatures right now, Zach, and that's going to be just about perfect for these drivers.
Yeah, you don't want it too hot, you don't want it too cold. So right now it is, as you say, that optimal temperature to get started with. It's good for the start of the race because that's when you really don't want things to be difficult. You just want to get onto the circuit, get acclimatized, settle into a rhythm for your race. And if you've got too hot of track temperatures, your tires are sliding around all over the place, you're struggling for your first stint in a 6-hour race, it's just going to cast a shadow over the entire thing. So it's good that they've got the pretty nice track temps, 21 degrees Celsius as we see there, nothing too out of the ordinary, out of the blue, and as you say, just trying to get warmed up, get into the rhythm of things, because the start, it's a 6-hour race, you're not going to win it at the start, but it definitely does help to get the ball rolling quickly.
Yeah, and you want to be able to capitalize on that momentum as you get going around, especially considering that turn one here is the area where we are most likely to see the overtakes done on today's race. That really tends to be the area that seems to favor overtaking in these GT3 cars. We see some passes down into the Casio Triangle. We'll see some passes, maybe very aggressive passes, down into the hairpin. But that turn one area that we look at right now, that's really where your best shot is going to be.
Yeah, for sure. Suzuka, it's a circuit that lends itself well to overtaking, but you have to do it in the right places. Of course, through the S's and pretty much all the way through the Degnas, it's going to be relatively single file. There's no way you can particularly send a move. And even into turn one, it's such a fast corner, even in these GT3 cars, that you have to be quite a way alongside to make it feasible. So, yeah, it's going to be picking the right moments and, making sure you're not being too stupid with it over the course. Of course, you've also got Spoon Curve, which can lend itself quite well to overtaking if you can get it alongside 130i. Again, if you get a good run off Spoon, there's a multitude of different ways to get the move done, but it is circumstantial. You've got to play it by ear and just base it off what opponent you've got.
Yeah, that is exactly what I was going to say. You've got to be able to take the opportunities as they come to you, really be aware of what is being presented and take advantage at those moments. Let's go ahead and run you quickly through that qualifying grid that we mentioned a little bit earlier as we continue to await the starting of the race here. As they keep coming through. It looks like we're having a little bit of problems there with our graphics, so we'll bring you that at a later time. But we mentioned all the ways around this, Zach. What can we kind of expect here out of fuel strategy, I think, for this race? This looks to be a pretty standard fare for our 6-hour races, but do you expect anybody to do anything a little bit off-brand, off-cycle? And with those safety cars thrown in, that could lend itself to some of that off-cycle strategy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, with GTs, typically the tires can do an hour very easily. They can probably double or even triple stint potentially if you can stretch them. The fuel is going to last around about 60 minutes, so it is going to be pretty much on the hour strategies. But as you say, very rightly so, safety cars can really throw things into the mix. I remember back to the 6 hours of Hockenheim where we had a couple of safety cars, knocked a couple of people off sequence, but you've got to be able to capitalize off those safety cars. It's a strategical element that really can come in handy if you can sort of play it well. And if a safety car comes out right at the right time for you, then that's going to be brilliant. But again, it's also one of those things that can drag you down if you don't get it right. So it's an interesting dynamic for sure to take into account. But if granted there's no safety cars throughout this entire race, it's going to probably be just on the hour for the entire thing. But again, safety cars are something we have to take into account, and that very well and truly does open the door for some interesting strategies that definitely can work.
Yeah, opens the door for plenty of them, as there you get your first looks at some of the on-track action. Again, drivers here in warm-up for about the next 4.5 minutes as they continue to work their way around, focusing on the SOS Sim team right there, up at the front of the field by about 28 thousandths of a second. Not a lot of space here up at the top of the grid right now, although the leading marks for a lot of these cars look to be German favorability. I'm seeing a lot of Porsches, a lot of BMWs out there today. Not entirely surprising with the Porsche. A lot of rotation here around this circuit that you need to be able to bring through the corners, so not entirely surprising to see that. I am a little bit surprised that there is such a BMW favorability here. I would have thought that that car maybe would have been a hair understeery coming up through the corners, but clearly these drivers have those setups ready to play out and ready to get going.
Yeah, I mean, car choice is going to be interesting. You have to feel comfortable in the car. You're going to be driving it for 6 hours, and also you've got to split it between 2 or 3 other people. And again, having to nail the setup for 2 or 3 other people is going to be difficult. But they've obviously put the hours in practice, chose the right car for them. And the Porsche, while you rightly say it's very rotational, it's perfect for a track like Suzuka. It can be a little bit temperamental. It can be a little bit twitchy if you're not comfortable with it, as opposed to the BMW, which, if you can set it up right, is a very quick car and very comfortable for a number of drivers. It is just one of those things that you're going to play to your strengths, play to your team's strengths. And yeah, so I mean, I did the 6 hours of Le Mans a while ago. I think it was back in May or whenever it was, with a couple of mates of mine. And we chose the Ferrari of all things, which is definitely not the quickest car, but it's the one we felt the most comfortable in. So yeah, that is sort of the element of car choice, because it's all well and good having the quickest car, but you're not going to reap the rewards if you don't get to the end of the race.
Yeah, very true about that. You want something that you feel safe and easy in. And another thing that we need to bring up around here that is going to be pretty crucial are those pesky incident limits. They do have the set of 30 incident limits will bring you a drive-through penalty, and then you will get another drive-through for every 20 incident points after that. And this is a modern Grand Prix circuit. This is certainly one of those areas where there is a lot of paved runoff. There is area to be able to run wide, and that can throw you out. Very easy to dip a tire or two over off into that paved runoff area, pick up an off track. Not nearly as deadly as I would say as Spa as we see it here on the iRacing service, but it's certainly a circuit that can catch you out, and drivers are going to have to be very careful about that. We could see a drive-through maybe determining a podium position here over the course of the race.
Oh, for sure. And don't forget that, in terms of iRacing, even if you have sort of a little bit of contact, that can straight away be 4 incident points off the back, and they add up really quickly. You think a 6-hour race, and you are going to come into a bit of ding-dongs with other people. You are going to run off the track. Those incident points are going to add up, and chances are you probably will have to take a drive-through at some point. The difference is going to be limiting the amount of penalties that you do incur. Just trying to keep your nose clean, because a drive-through is going to be quite punishing here. It's not the longest or slowest pit lane in the world here at Suzuka, but you still definitely don't want to be in the pit lane for any longer than you at all need to be.
Yeah, exactly. You do not want to have to waste those valuable seconds, and that's going to factor into some driver calculus out here. We will try to keep you up to date as much as possible on some of those teams that we fear may be into that incident limit, and we may see some teams not taking the car all the way out to the outside of the track, not pushing nearly as much as we see other ones if they are coming up against that incident limit. As we see there, one of the lone Audis in the field, and indeed the lone Audi in the field, Delta V Racing 2, bringing their way around. I would have thought we would have seen an Audi or two more in the field. That German marquee tends to be pretty good at getting around the corners, but it doesn't necessarily like the curbs as much, and that may be what's preventing some of these drivers from picking the 4-ringed marker here today. But again, car choice really coming down to what you feel comfortable in, and as you said, Zach, that car can bite you at different points in the track. So some brave drivers in Delta V Racing 2 taking it on here today.
Yeah, Delta V also have, I believe, 3 cars out on the grid out at the moment. The Delta V1 has got the Audi. I think the Delta V2 has the Audi as well, and the Delta 3 have gone something a bit different with the Porsche. So that Audi, I haven't driven it myself, but I've heard from other people their experiences with it. It's quick and it's good if you can set it up right, but again, it's like the Porsche. It can be quite temperamental. It does want to spit you out if you give it that opportunity too. So you definitely do have to be careful. And with endurance racing, it is all you're going to talk about is consistency, comfortability, making sure you set it up right. And it's probably something that we're going to repeat ourselves a couple of times on over the course of the broadcast, because it is one of the important factors. You've got the machine and it's, sometimes you have to really put a lot of trust in it.
Yeah, you do. As there, we've got our starting grid ready to get going here. Delta V Racing 3 going to be lining up in pole position, followed by Leipert Esports Academy. Then it's going to be Sous Chef Academy and Elite Racing Team POR. Then PTX Racing Team, followed by Team Red X SimSport. Then Elite Racing Team BMW, followed by FRS Cherry. In 9th place, it'll be DSRT SimX Pro, followed by Delta Racing with Elite Racing Team HVID, followed by Team TSRC. Then down in 13th place, it's the second of the Delta V entries. They are the number 2, followed by Blue Chip Racing Academy. Then SLRFGE Team B, followed by another one of the Blue Chip Racing Team entries in 16th. West Sim Team will be in P17, followed by MGB2 Esports Blue in 18th. Rayo Racing Esports will be 19th, followed by Straight Line Racing in 20th. Then it's going to be Broken Wings, MBG2 Esports, Slow Boys Racing, and MBG2 there in 24th. 25th will be Auto Connects, Digital Autosports of the UK, FRS Orange, Quantum Racing Team, Team Brit, then Sausage Dodgers, DSRT, Red Kite, Sausage Dodgers Racing again, FRS Lime, and FRS Lime bringing up the back of the field. But up at the front right now, it is Kevin Finneman bringing the field to green here. That Leopard Esports Academy team closing in behind there as everyone brings their way through the Casio Triangle, coming onto the main straightaway here, looking towards Barney the Flagman and that Delta V Racing 3 machine to bring the field to green, as there goes the flag, and we are racing in Japan. It is a very aggressive start there from Sous Chef Academy, already looking to the outside there. That's Jens Kaiser trying to see what he is able to do. Big coming together in the back. I see a lot of carnage coming down the main straightaway. We'll have to get back, and that is immediately going to be a safety car being thrown.
Understandably so. Not entirely sure as to who's been involved. There's another car going off. That's the Elite Racing Team Porsche of Dane Myrie, I think. Yeah, now rejoining the circuit, which is very peculiar that even with the full course caution, the safety car being thrown out, that he still managed to have a bit of a spin. But already a testament to a very chaotic start. We saw a number of cars have a bit of an off. Hopefully we can take a second look at that, because so many cars involved already in this race, and they only have 2 fast repairs.
Only have 2 fast repairs. We saw that big coming together there at the start, and that's not normally something you see, as Suzuka's a relatively narrow start lane here. There we see the great start from Sous Chef Academy, already putting the pressure on in the back. There you see in the background one of the that's one of the Porsches, looking like they got into problems there. The number 24 Rayo Esports. Oh, and big contact there for the number 1. That's the Slow Boys Racing Ferrari that had themselves spun around. So it just looks like a series of misunderstandings and a series of stack-ups there coming down onto the main straightaway.
Yeah, oh my word. Here's Max Mad in the Ferrari, and yeah, you can definitely tell they took a pretty hefty hit with a number of drivers. And once you've spun, it's one of those things of what do you do? Do you let the car roll? Do you slam on the brakes? You're trying to be as predictable as possible, and it can be pretty difficult to do that sometimes, especially at the start, because you don't want to cause a further incident. We saw the Porsche rolling back a little bit, managed to collect a couple more cars along the way, but again, that was more a case of maybe just trying to get out the way as opposed to slamming on the brakes and being stationary in the middle of the circuit. But yeah, already a lot of chaos and carnage, and already not even to the first corner and a safety car called.
Yeah, a little bit surprising there. I would have thought that if we were going to have a big coming together, it may have been filtering down into turn one, but it certainly doesn't look like that is the case, as everybody gets themselves off here and is able to slow themselves down. And to your point there about the coming together up through the S's, not entirely unsurprising at the beginning of the race. Obviously, the yellow flag being flown, but I can tell you that I've been to a couple of races where I've seen very, very similar incidents. As we check back a little bit farther in the field, the two FRS Lime machines, they've been able to gain a couple of positions courtesy of SLR, FGE, Team B, Rio Racing, Esports, and Slow Boys Racing, all suffering some of those issues. Slow Boys Racing, by the way, in pit lane right now. That damage very, very hefty on that number one Ferrari, as everyone now leads their way back down in. We're going to have a couple of takers down into pit lane. It looks like MBG2 Esports is coming on in. See a couple of other cars. Elite Racing Team Porsche, one of the ones we saw involved in that initial scuffle. They are in and out as the field has formed up behind the iRacing safety truck and continues on here under yellow.
Yeah, they're obviously not going to be taking any tyres or fuel, just to probably come in and take their fast repair, which is annoying, it must be said, to be only, a lap into, not even a lap into this race, and already having to pull in to take half of your total fast repairs for the entirety of the race. It's, it's something you have to do, but it's something you definitely didn't want to have to do coming into this race. You always go in sort of trying to keep your nose clean. Sometimes it's not particularly going to go your way for obvious reasons. That's motor racing. It's always going to be a little bit unpredictable, but definitely frustrating. And those teams involved in those lap one skirmishes definitely going to have to take a bit more of a cautious eye throughout the rest of this race.
Yeah, they will, for multiple reasons. You mentioned that free repair, that having one of those already taken care of, having one of those off of the docket, that just gives you one last bullet in the chamber to fall back upon. The other thing is those incident limits can stack up. We saw multiple moments of contact there between those drivers on the start-finish line, and those are all going to accrue in 4X after 4X after 4X. Those deadly, deadly incident points that we talked about really coming to play there and coming back to bite, and so that's going to be something that they are going to have to take into consideration. We follow here on the 19th place car, MBG2 Esports, yellow in that BMW, working their way around. Luis Felipe Peña Gonzalez behind the wheel of that machine. They'll probably be hoping to be able to get off to just as good of a start as they had, up 5 positions since the very short time that we've been running under the drop of the green flag. They are sitting pretty. Our biggest mover, though, is DSRT RJB Solutions. They are up 9 positions. Again, taking advantage a little bit of others' misfortune as they ran, but still being able to capitalize and move yourself forward. That's how you start to work your way up in an endurance race such as this.
Exactly. Sometimes you don't actually do overtakes per se. You sort of just get past cars, and that's exactly what they've done. They've kept their nose clean on the open laps, didn't get involved in any shenanigans, didn't get spun around, tapped into the barrier or anything like that. Just took a nice cautious start. Arguably an element, a little bit of luck involved in that, obviously, with right time, right place sort of thing, and all that. But yeah, though, they've still done a brilliant job to carve their way through, and now they're going to try and use that momentum off the restart to go even further forward.
Yeah, they certainly will attempt to be able to do that. As I take a look at the lights on the iRacing pace truck, and they are indeed still on, so we will circulate for at least one more lap here under yellow flag conditions. Again, this being flown for a big, big kerfluffle at the start of the race as they continue on here. And I do want to bring a little bits of talk here to the Leipert Esports Academy red team. Looks like they were sleeping a little bit off of the start. They were clearly holding back from Delta V Racing 3. Looked like they were just kind of waiting for things to go by, and that allowed for Sous Chef Academy really to be able to bring their way on by, as that is going to be a storyline that I'm going to keep my eye on. That Sous Chef Academy number 5 Mercedes looking very quick, very aggressive here early on.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we had a quick word with Michael Hamlet, who is going to be driving the car a little bit later on. He come in and said, they're up in P3. They're doing a fantastic job in qualifying. Jens Kaiser, a very quick and accomplished driver, but then quickly sort of put our hopes and dreams to bed with the fact that he still has to drive the car. And of course, with Sam Cairns, who's going to jump in a little bit later on, hasn't done much in the way of practice, but definitely to get punchy at the start of this race was very good for the very oddly liveried Mercedes there. And the Suzuka Academy car just got off really, really well. Even eyed up the move for the race lead before the safety car came out. So Jens Kaiser, he's not letting the thoughts of maybe falling a little bit back later on in this race stop him from moving and making advances early on.
Well, and that's how you've really got to be, especially at a stacked up start of the race. You have to try to take as many advantages as possible. So if they're able to do that, they will be in a very, very happy position. We focus back on in the field here a little bit more. This is Luca Thingard for Broken Wings, the number 14 machine, as they work themselves around. Big fan of that livery. A little bit of Lightning McQueen coming to the grid. Something for the kids to see out there. They will absolutely love it. And by the way, the lights are off on the iRacing safety truck here at this point, so we will go back to green flag racing conditions at the next time of passing, about 8 minutes down in our 6-hour race here. We take a look on board of that Sous Chef Academy team. And I'm going to put you in the catbird seat here a little bit, Zach. If you are in their position, what are you doing? Are you being aggressive here at the start, or are you happy to have gained up that one position and maybe just sit back and wait here a little bit longer?
Just see how the initial jump goes. If you get a poor jump and you can't eye up a move for turn one, then play it safe, follow in tow, and then settle into rhythm. But if you get a good launch, go for it. Why not? As long as you keep it nice and clean, nothing drastically is going to happen. I'm sure Kevin Fitterman doesn't want to throw away their race by trying to defend the race lead this early on anyway. So you can afford to go for a bit of a send, and that's what I think Jens Kaiser is going to do. We saw on the initial jump, didn't hold back at all, wasn't shy to go for a move, and I think it's definitely going to be a similar situation here. That's definitely at least what I would do, but my endurance experience is very, very limited. When I did my first endurance race, I ended up crashing on the first lap and causing a massive pile-up. So probably not my advice is the best to take, but Jens Kaiser, go for the race lead, get a gap and enjoy it while you can.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit of a situation of do as I say, not as I do, I would have to imagine. By the way, we haven't seen Slow Boys Racing come back out of pit lane yet. They are being listed as 2 laps down and still in pit lane. I've got to think that may be a little bit of a almost retirement there for them, unfortunately. But as we lead our way down the straightaway right now towards 130R, there you can see the lights out on that iRacing machine on the iRacing safety car, as I believe that was a little bit of weaving there in the back from PTX Racing. Excuse me, that was actually from Team Red X SimSport Green doing a little bit of weaving there coming down the straightaway. But now it is going to be Fitimo and that Delta V Racing 3 Porsche, the number 262, as they did just a few laps ago, bringing the field out of the Casio Triangle and on to the start-finish straightaway, trying to get a good restart, and it looks like they are immediately going to be on the loud pedal. Sous Chef Academy trying to close in behind, but that was a great getaway there from Delta V Racing. Let's see if we can keep the rest of the field clean and green as everyone moves over to drivers left on the circuit to work their way down through turn 1, and it looks like we have avoided any messy pileups there for the majority of it. It does look like Slow Boys Racing is coming back out onto track, so good news there for them. We're going to have the full contingent of 35 cars out on the circuit. We focus a little bit farther back in the field. This is the US Sim Racing team in the 18th position, trying to close down on MBG2 Esports right up ahead of them.
Yeah, it seems to be a much cleaner start this time around, so learning definitely from their mistakes is the majority of the field. No massive moves being made just yet on board at the moment with Robin Oosting in the DSRT Simex Pro Porsche through the first of the 2 Degners, now into the second. Are we going to see a send down in towards the hairpin? Doesn't look to be the case, but we've definitely got a top 3 breakaway. There's the BMW looking to go for the move, a big send down in towards the hairpin. Oosting getting caught out by that just a little bit, but that PTX Racing Team Porsche in 4th place has really allowed the top 3 to get away.
Yeah, just did not get the start that they wanted to on that restart. And not only is it allowed for those top three to really break away to the tune of about 1.7 seconds here at this point, but look at the stack up that we're seeing behind that number 28 Porsche as there are multiple teams just trying to work their way along. Here is the Blue Chip Racing Academy team, Thomas Dunn behind the wheel of that car in the 005 as they work their way out of Spoon Curve. This is going to be the first time under Anger we've seen these drivers take 130R, and it already looks like we've got a couple of little moves going on. That's going to be Team Red X SimSport Green trying to be able to get by PTX Racing there in the picture. A little bit of side-by-side action there as they're going to go almost 3 wide down into the corner. That's going to be the 331 trying to hold off as much as possible FRS Cherry, and it looks like they're going to be able to get a position over PTX Racing. This all going to wrong here for PTX. Looks like they're in trouble, and lots of drivers looking feisty here coming out of the Casio Triangle.
Oh yeah, now this run down in towards T1, you can see the Porsche getting bumped there. That's the Elite Racing team, BMW carving his way to the right-hand side in towards turn 1. Same too with Jonathan Worth, just the other Elite Racing team. And this time in the Mercedes, he's got Thomas Dunn just in behind, getting past the Simex Pro car. That Porsche really didn't get the best of runs through the Casio Triangle, forced wide just a little bit. And of course, with the initial pile-up caused by that PTX Racing team, everyone was just so close together. As soon as the action started, it definitely did kick off. It was the catalyst that sparked that traffic jam of sense. There was so many cars all crammed up in one little space. There's also the team TSRC getting passed up in his 7th place. So that PTX Racing team tumbling down the order in these opening restart moments.
Yeah, down about 3 positions here from the drop of the green flag off of that restart. We continue to ride on board with Thomas Dunn for Blue Chip Racing Academy as they work their way now down into the hairpin, trying to see if there's going to be any little bit of a look. Slightly later apex there for the 005, starting to put pressure onto the back of Elite Racing Team HVID as we now jump on board that Mercedes right now, trying to see what they are able to get done. This is Jonathan Worth that we ride on board with. You can see that big grill of the BMW absolutely filling the rear view camera as they work their way through Spoon. Again, taking a little bit of a look. That BMW looking very feisty, wanting to try to regain that position as quickly as possible, I would have to think, at any rate. As here they come. This is where the draft is certainly going to come into play as they work their way down into 130R. Little bit of a poke to the inside there from Blue Chip Racing, but it doesn't look like they want to be able to make the pass here quite yet, and not going to go for it down to the Casio Triangle. I think they're eyeing themselves up here for a move down into turn 1.
Yeah, picking their moments a lot better. You've got to, to go for the move into the Casio Triangle is then just going to leave you susceptible to a counter-attack down and towards turn 1. So it's better to have that patience and wait for the perfect opportunity, because again, it's a 6-hour race. You don't want to throw it away with this end too early on. You don't want to just do it too early, be a little bit too aggressive, and then find yourself tumbling down, losing unnecessary time. For now, they're happy just to sit back, maybe wait for a mistake that gets them inside that top 10, but at least for now, they're definitely not in any rush, but they might have to sort of get a bit of a shifty run, because the Simex Pro car just in behind also looks a bit eager. There is Dane Myrie getting overtaken by the Raya Racing Esports, and also with the SLR FGE Team B Porsche just in behind. This was Dane Myrie. I believe we saw him have a bit of an off in the opening couple of moments of the race as well, and down in P31 and being overtaken. So a couple of cars now joining their own little packs, settling into their own little races.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to see start to play out over the course of the running. We keep our eyes fixed here on those 2 battles that we were keeping our eyes on. DSRT certainly looking like they're being a little bit aggressive back into the back of Blue Chip Racing Academies, trying to put some pressure there. I think they're really being held up by Elite Racing Team up in front of them for that 10th place position. Jonathan Worth putting up a stout defense, and Delta Racing starting to come back into play as well on all of this, with Higo Oliveira up in front of them. So this could be a multi-car battle that we see play itself out as we continue to watch that split screen working their way down through Spoon right now, trying to see what is going to play. This is the best run we've seen from Blue Chip Racing, trying to see if they're going to be able to have a little bit of a look. I think we may get a little bit of 2 wide action here. Ooh, Ooh, that looks like Elite Racing Team almost leaving the door open down into 130R, but look at that scamper off there, as now it's going to be DSRT in the catbird seat, looking like that I think there was a pretty good lift there from Blue Chip Racing, as now they're able to close up in down into the Casio Triangle. We ride on board with the DSRT Porsche right now, trying to see what they are able to go with. That is going to be Robin Oosting as he holds on to that 12th place position. There comes the move for the BMW up in front, but it's not going to be enough. Going to have to pull back into line there, not able to get that move done down into turn 1.
Yeah, nearly killed his momentum as well. Turn 1 is something that if you're not going for a move, you definitely have to be on the racing line, because we saw there Robin Oosting was able to close the gap just a little bit and a bit of an eye up. But again, if you're going to the right-hand side, you've got to be committed for it and sort of that half look, maybe to put a bit of pressure on, go for the mistake sort of thing. But definitely you could tell that the Elite Racing Team HVID Porsche just in front, Mercedes, sorry, just in front, was definitely not phased by that at all. So the Blue Chip Racing car at the moment, Thomas Ardun, needs to try and find something different if he wants to find a way through.
Yeah, he certainly does. By the way, for those keeping an eye on the ticker on the left-hand side of your screen, you may notice that Sous Chef Academy has fallen down into 3rd place. They had an off coming through the 2nd Degner about a lap ago, and that allowed for Lightbird Esports Academy Red to be able to get up and on by them. As here is that incident. Just a little bit too much speed there around that 2nd Degner, and that's going to be enough to be able to throw them off and lose them a position. 2 seconds lost as we focus back. DSRT starting to look under a little bit of pressure here. Robert Oosting may be finding himself under pressure here from that Delta V Racing 2 machine. This is the battle for 12th place right now, the Porsche versus the Audi, as this is Pedro trying to see what he is able to get there. Francois trying to work his way forward. Again, losing time through 130R. That's a little bit of what we've seen, as we've got some side-by-side there in the back between Blue Chip Racing and Broken Wings. They're going to be side-by-side, and it looks to be that Broken Wings is going to be able to be ahead of them, but I think Blue Chip may have a little bit of a callback here. They may be trying to fight their way back down the main straightaway.
Yeah, Lightning McQueen under a bit of pressure, it must be said. There's Tom Fain pulling to the right-hand side. Definitely got the run. Is the Broken Wings car going to be able to sail their way to the outside of T1? And Fain just backing out of that move on that particular occasion. Wasn't quite confident enough to go for the move in towards T1. So just biding their time a little bit. But you could definitely tell that lack of confidence, just doubting themselves a little bit, and that could be the sort of the ball and chain around their ankles that are preventing them from moving forward and getting involved in that fight for sort of the top 10, that train that's only a second in front of them. If Blue Chip were able to clear Broken Wings with a bit more of a confident move, they definitely could find themselves in the back and amongst that pack.
Well, and what do you think here at this point, Zach, is really preventing that confident move? I mean, we've been running here for a couple of laps. The tires should be up to temperature. Is it just, frankly, self-preservation and wanting to keep your car in one piece and not all throw it all away? Or are they still feeling out the setups here a little bit more?
It could be anything, of course. They'll know the definite answer for sure. Again, it's only a guess that they are lacking confidence, but my assumption definitely would be maybe there is just a bit of self-preservation. They've seen how easily things can go wrong earlier on in this race. They don't want to throw everything away on a move that they could probably make a little bit easier if they just wait a couple of laps. But I've seen it time and time again with drivers that don't get moves done and then end up not being able to reap the rewards that they potentially could have with the pace that they did show. So it's going to be one of those things that if they can get the move done, they probably would. But looking at the timing sheets, they've actually lost a little bit of time to the Broken Wings car, who have been able to close on to the back of Francois Pedro in P13, the Delta V Racing 2 car. So maybe it could have just been a lack of pace wanting to work with the Broken Wings car.
Yeah, it could have been. Ooh, as it looks like there's an off there for Delta V Racing 2. Not sure what happened to them. We'll have to pull that back up, but we keep our eyes focused here. Team TSRC trying to be able to get that move done. Matthias Pentilla there trying to be able to hold off for FRS Cherry. Going to move over to the right-hand side of the track, try to see what it is. And there goes Team TSRC back on through. Kieran Sharp able to get that move done rather decisively. Carries a little bit more speed through the exit of the first corner, and that is going to be enough. though, to be able to get that Team TSRC machine up into the top 6. Now FRS Cherry is going to have to worry a little bit about PTX Racing Team behind them, only about 0.8 of a second behind, and you know as well as I, if you start to get off sequence here a little bit, get offline a little bit as you run, that's going to pull you right back into the clutches of drivers behind you, and that's what that machine is going to be hoping to. Here is that Delta V team. And contact into the barriers, just carrying maybe a little bit too much speed, not giving the proper lift through 130R.
Yeah, it wasn't. I expected the spin through 130R to be because of the AstroTurf on the outer excursions of the circuit. Jens Kaiser actually under a little bit of pressure. 4P3 from Jeffrey Van der Haeg just in behind in that Porsche. But yeah, unfortunately for Pedro, just the way the car did not want to cooperate and unfortunately spun the rear end round. But fortunately for him, he's still got a long way left to go in this race. Needs to brush up that mistake and focus forward. But this is the fight at the moment for the podium places. Jens Kaiser lost second place to Udo Vangermain, that Lipa Esports Academy red car just in front, and now falling back a little bit. So maybe that sort of that initial burst of pace that we've seen is starting to wear off a little bit for the Mercedes.
It certainly looks that way. Very defensive move, though, coming down into 130R, putting the blocks on that Team Red X SimSport green car with Jeffrey Van der Hagen behind the wheel. Jens Kaiser certainly does not look like he wants to be able to give this podium position up if his life depends on it. And indeed, that is going to be Van der Hagen losing a couple of tenths here as they come down into the corner. This is Richard Gordon and the Quantum Racing team coming down through 130R. And it looks like same issue again, and an issue up in front there. It looks like a little bit of contact caused that one, but certainly a strange incident there. That's two cars that we've seen spin, and we've got a safety car. We've got another safety car being deployed here. I can only think that is for some pretty hefty damage that we've got in the back. Looks like Digital Autosport of Ukraine falling down through the field. Also seeing iRacing Esports, and it looks like there a tow being taken. There's some heavy damage to a couple of cars coming down through the finals. There you can see all of the scars of battle being displayed. Delta V Racing 2 potentially involved in that, although we did see that spin from them earlier on. But 130R coming back to bite here early on.
Yeah, people have sort of discredited 130R as a difficult corner now, sort of as innovations are made, aerodynamic capabilities have been improved. But it's definitely in these GT3 cars, it can come back to bite you if you aren't careful. This is Nihoy. That was the cause of the incident. Oh, wow, that is spectacular in some sense with the pirouettes in the sky. That was awesome, I guess, in some cases. But then it was that Porsche stricken in the middle of the circuit. A couple of people caught out, not really knowing what to do. A couple of taps, and then sent a couple of cars round, and even continuing after sort of the melee had initially calmed down and they'd decided to go through single file. But you have to feel for that Porsche that initially caused it, because, you know, they didn't want to reverse into the track. They didn't want to be unpredictable because 130R is a quick corner. You're exiting nearly at the top end of your speed range, and to reverse back onto the circuit would be a little bit silly. So yeah, the Porsche that then whacked into him, it just was a case of wrong place, wrong time for a couple of people, maybe not reacting quite quick enough, not being able to get the car stopped as quickly. But either way, it was a pretty big pile-up for what could have just been a pretty harmless incident.
Well, and here we watch on board Alexander Van de Hoven as you can really see that problem. Just no reaction time with that Porsche stricken across the track, and very much a domino effect there for the Straight Line Racing Falls Group Esports team as they found themselves stricken across the track. One of the many teams involved in that big coming together, and that's going to put, I think, quite a few drivers coming down into pit lane to take a little bit of service here. Rio Racing Esports, one of those in particular that we talked about, Banerjee coming down into pit lane, getting some repairs done on that Mercedes. I think they were one of the ones that was involved in that stack up. Looks like Delta V Racing 2 trying to look to see if there's a lot of damage there on the front of that Audi. Looks like a couple of scrapes there, but I think they were able to avoid everything relatively well.
Yeah, and that is, I guess, all you can really ask for is to get through as best as you can. Now we've got the safety car. I don't think we've got anyone coming in for a fuel stop at the moment, so no one opting to go off sequence just yet. I think it is just a little bit too early to justify going off sequence, but for a couple of cars who have been forced into the pit lane, maybe that might be the case. But this is a good opportunity for Jens Kaiser, who was tumbling into the clutches of that Team Red X SimSport green car just in behind, to now sort of refresh, push the reset button, and maybe get back onto the back of Udo Vangermain and the Delta V Racing 3 car just in front of him.
For sure. I mean, I always talk about, we always talk about how you, a lot of times over the course of sprint races, will use the pit stop as the chance to take that mental reset to sort of calm yourself down. But in an endurance race like this, using these yellow flag periods to really calm yourself down, get yourself back in a position to be aggressive, to push yourself forward, to get down that path as much as possible. That is a very, very crucial thing to be able to do. And I think if you are fans of that Sous Chef Academy number 5 Mercedes, you will certainly be hoping to do so. And for Leipert Esports Academy Red, they're going to be hoping here for a chance to be able to put some pressure to Delta V Racing 3 and fit them up at the front of the field. We haven't really seen that gap tumble at all. They've been running very, very strongly, having a multiple second gap over the rest of the field there before the yellow was thrown. And so I think for Leipert here, they're going to be hoping to be able to close in on the back of that Porsche, maybe put a little bit of pressure now that they've cleared Sous Chef Academy and be able to show their full pace. So we take a look there at some of the timing and scoring breakdowns of those last couple of laps pace. But I think that is really what the crucial thing is going to be. And now once we get restarted again, we're going to see a little bit of the back and forth about where this is all going to play out for these drivers. Are we going to see those groups forming again? Is that true representation? Is that a true representative pace from everyone, or was it just a little bit of the restart coming back to be able to space things out? And are we going to see some closer running here between the groups?
Maybe so. Again, we will just have to wait and see. But for sure, those guys at the front are going to try and to sort of intermingle amongst themselves, get into the fight. But you have to remember, this is a pretty big grid of a wide variety of skill and experience levels. You can pretty much jump into this no matter what your iRacing license is and have a bit of fun, get involved, whatever. That is sort of the nature of these Coach Dave Academy 6-hour races, because, well, even I was able to jump in and compete, and that is definitely saying something. So you do naturally will find sort of people around your level and settle into your own little races with them, like we're seeing between Delta V, Leipert, Sous Chef, Team Red X. That's pretty much our top 5, really. And then those amongst the midfield that fight for the fringes of the top 10, and then sort of towards the back end of the top 20 and things like that. You naturally will settle into groups of people that you are close on pace with. And yeah, I think that is definitely going to be the theme that continues for the rest of the race.
Yeah, and obviously one of the things that these safety cars have really allowed now is that the threat of lap traffic is going to be bringing back into the fold. It's going to be pushing that off for a little bit as we watch Straight Line Racing False Group Esports with Alexander Vanderhoven looking like some pretty hefty damage there to the left side of that Porsche. I would not be surprised if we see that car come down into pit lane, and indeed they are going to be in. I'm also seeing right now Sausage Dozzer Racing, MBG2 Esports Blue, as well as Straight Line Racing we just talked about coming on in. There we see some free repairs being taken on the number 30. That's going to be the MBG2 Esports Blue team that they come in for. Also seeing a little bit of shaking and shuffling there for some of the other cars as they get some service done. So not entirely sure what was getting all done there, but we will keep you abreast of that as it continues to go along. This is Zune here for FRS Lime, the number 69 machine, one of the few Ferraris running in the field, and indeed the highest placed Ferrari here at this point. Zach, you talked about how you drove this car at the 6 Hours of Le Mans, always known as being a very good all-arounder. This Ferrari Evo, a very, very good all-around car. Does tend to chew up the tires a little bit, though.
It does. I mean, to be honest, the Ferrari was sort of the best option. It was the car that all my teammates had, and we didn't exactly want to fork out just for another car for the event. So we just jumped into the Ferrari for a bit of fun and tried to enjoy it, because it's a car that I did enjoy driving. As you say, it's really good all round. It's not particularly going to excel in any given area, but it's going to be sort of a good safe option to choose, and while no, it's not going to compete maybe with the BMWs or the Porsches, the Mercedes or whatever, it's not bad. And if you can really learn how to handle it and drive it well, you can still well and truly compete. But yeah, it does sort of chip away at the tires quite a lot, does the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo, because I don't even know what the cause is, to be honest, but you can definitely feel it over the course of the stint, starting to slide a little bit more, not being as responsive going into the corners. And yeah, it does have a knock-on effect. So maybe not the choice for a long-term endurance race, but being the highest placed Ferrari, they're definitely doing something right.
And that car obviously set to be replaced at the end of the year with the 296 GT3 coming in. It's going to be a little bit of a, this last year was the swan song for the 488 GT3 Evo. So going to be interesting to see if we're going to get that 296 updated here on the iRacing service. Obviously the big announcement coming as of recent, the BMW GTP LMP, LMDH, however you want to say it, coming on in, being added to the service. That is going to be the big announcement, but plenty of new GT3 cars coming in, as there you can see as we ride on board with the Delta V Racing 3 machine. Kevin Fitteman behind the wheel. Looks like the lights on the iRacing pace truck are off, and so we will be back to green flag racing here in just about 3 corners time. They just have to work their way through the Casio Triangle before we get back to that racing action. And the question's going to be if Delta V Racing 3 are going to be able to pull away off into the distance here yet again, or if we're going to see a little bit closer racing between them and Leipert Esports Academy Red, waiting for Fitteman to get on to the loud pedal, as there he does, and we are back racing again here at Suzuka. Much better getaway there from Leipert Esports, as we've got a little bit of a run here in the back. That's going to be Elite Racing Team BMW trying to get a little bit of a move down into turn 1. Looks like they're going to have to back off a little bit as they go single file for the first couple of cars here. A little bit too wide farther back in the field. That's going to be Blue Chip Racing Academy getting a move done on Elite Racing Team HBID, as they now get themselves up through the S's and the true single file begins.
Oh, there's a move for Broken Wings on the inside of the DSRT Simex Pro, not quite able to make that one stick. Unfortunately, was Luca Thingard, but trying his best. Already up 8 places is that number 14 machine, so not doing too bad in the opening stages of this race, but fairly clean and calm, settling in for the majority of the cars, just running their way through single file through the S's, which is all you really can do at Sector 1 at Suzuka. There's no real places to majorly make anything stick until you get to sort of this portion of the circuit. That run into the hairpin is where you're going to see the majority of sends, but Kevin Fitteman, because of the settled start, has really been able to branch his advantage. There's Dane Myrie getting overtaken by the Elite Racing Team Porsche side by side on the exit of the hairpin, gets the under and over, but not quite got the run on that run towards Spoon.
Not quite getting the run there. Elite Racing Team Porsche looking like they're going to have a little bit of an advantage over MBG2. Looking for a little bit of a look there down into Spoon. Not able to get that done as they run a little bit wide. It looks like FRS Lime and FRS Orange may be going at it a little bit there, coming through Spoon as well in the back of the shot. We jump up here, DSRT being chased down by that Broken Wings machine here, as you can see, looking out the rear camera of Robin Oosting's number 10 machine. It looks like that Porsche is going to go for the move down into the Casio Triangle. I see a BMW getting things wrong off in front. That's going to be 3 wide contact, and the 10's going to be spun around.
Oh, that is unfortunate. Just an awkward kerfuffle for a lot of people. Higo Oliveira trying to get away. Oh, wanted to come into the pit lane, come across a couple of cars. That poor Porsche that is, unfortunate. And an even bigger pile up in the background as well. There's Ben Hughes in the FRS Orange Porsche tumbling down. A couple of cars still running side by side. And Robin Oosting, the poor driver at the end of all that, really got the short end of the stick, and it shows how easy it can happen.
Yeah, very, very easy for that to happen. And you've got to feel very, very tough there for Oosting, as you said, really a hapless passenger. And a little bit of a scruffy pit lane entrance there from Delta Racing. I understand the impetus to get back down into pit lane, but that certainly did not look like the best way to do it. But we check you back in on a good battle here up at the front of the field. Teams Red X, SimSport Green, and Elite Racing Team BMW duking it out right now. Jeffrey Vanderhagen leading the way in that white and green Porsche. Here comes the look from Elite Racing Team down into the hairpin. They're not going to play that out. They're going to back off as they come out of that 180-degree left-hander, working their way back around, trying to see if they're going to be able to take any of the draft here. This is the closest battle we have up in about the top 5 or so right now, as Delta V Racing 3 has pulled away to the tune of about 7/10 of a second.
Yeah, they are doing a pretty good job here, side by side with Akram Zanone going through spoon curve up the inside there of that BMW. Brilliantly done, and showing how you can get those moves done. Team TSRC, Kieran Sharp up 7 places from his starting place, ahead now of the Team Red X SimSport Green, really settling in amongst some of the top guys up in that top 5. We saw in the timing tower just making that move. Kieran Sharp really catapulting himself up the order. Team TSRC made up of himself, Matt Acton, and Andrew Pike for the duration of this race. 3 pretty decent drivers. I've only really experienced them in the realm of ACC, but coming into iRacing and showing what they can do.
Yeah, really putting on some good moves here as we continue to watch Kieran Sharp working his way down on that main straightaway. Looks like that gap has ebbed and flowed here a little bit, and it's starting to separate itself out. The closest driver now in this group is that FRS Cherry entry, the number 331 closing down on Team Red X SimSport Green behind them. But they work their way through the S's right now, climbing up the snake as it were. Looks like at the back FRS line was able to get a pass done on SLRFGE Team B, so that's going to be a position gained up into 19th. We still have a couple of drivers down into pit lane. FRS Orange and Red Kite Motorsports. Looks like Blue Chip Racing Academy is coming out of pit lane right now. Kieran Sharp doing everything he can do, starting to pull a little bit of a gap there over Team Red X SimSport, and so that will be some solace. But here is a good battle farther down in the field. This is Bruno Cahelio trying to be able to get by that DSRT RJB Solutions machine. I'll get that right eventually, as they work their way through. Is he maybe going to have a little bit of a look into the Degner? I certainly think that there was maybe a little bit of a thought of defense from that number 831 up in front of him, but just going to keep running the racing line here again, though. That Porsche looking very, very aggressive. Going to have a little bit of a look down into the hairpin. Later on the binders is the number 15, the US Racing Team, and they've got it.
Beautifully done. That was a 7.5, definitely, from the number 15 Porsche, up now into 21st place. But I think the DSRT car of Andy Yeager didn't really want to fight that one too hard. Here's a fight a little bit further up. Zanone under a bit of pressure from the Elite Racing Team Porsche, or getting that move done. In fact, maybe just ahead of them, trying to close in on the Blue Chip Racing car just in front of them of Tom Fain. And now going for the move down towards the Castro Triangle, late on the brakes, gets it done, reaches the apex ahead, and now that 69 Ferrari up in to P11, only 2 seconds off the top 10. So could we see a Ferrari in the top 10 in the near future?
I don't think it's too crazy to think of here, and especially considering Broken Wings have found themselves in a little bit of a battle with Elite Racing Team HVID. We'll have to see what they are able to do. Farther back in the field, though, here is the Sausage Dodgers Racing Team with Eric Albright behind the wheel, trying to close down on the their fellow car, as in, no, it looks like that is going to be a pass working their way around right now. I believe that is a lapped car. Yes, that is Alexander Hoven behind the wheel of the Straight Line Racing False Group Esports Porsche. So that was the one that was able to pull out ahead of them. This is Chris Bell and the sister Sausage Dodgers Racing number 66. They're going to have a little bit of a gap now as they run, running in a little bit of an island unto themselves, having a couple of tenths of a second on either side. Again, one of the Ferraris in the field. Here's some good side-by-side Aerokinetics Purple getting past there by Delta V Racing to that Audi, having come in and out of pit lane here at this point. They're working their way forward. They're only 4 spots down from their starting position.
Yeah, do and I mean, yeah, they're on a pretty good recovery, and that is the important thing for Francois Pedro. He's made that mistake, he's owned up to it, and is now trying to recover from it. So it's you can definitely see them recovering and trying to redeem themselves for that. They've got a long time in order to do it, and the pace looks strong. So for Pedro, he's done a really mature thing of not letting that mistake affect him too much, because it's so easy to dwell in the negative and not remember that you've still got a long time of racing left to go ahead of you. So making some pretty good progress, and the safety cars along the way are really going to aid that redemption.
Yeah, they certainly are. And if the first hour, 40 minutes rather, of this race is any indication, we're going to see a lot more. As here we've got a little bit of side by side. That's going to be Elite Racing Team Porsche able to get the move done on Blue Chip Racing, going down into the Casio Triangle. Just a little bit of a battle of the late breakers, trying to see what they are able to do. And it does look like that that is going to hand 12th place over to Dane Meary there in that Porsche. Tom Fain trying on Blue Chip for Blue Chip Racing, but it doesn't quite look like they have the juice to be able to get that down into the first corner. Broken Wings, meanwhile, a little bit farther up in the field, trying to close down on Elite Racing. We've seen that battle continuing to play itself out up at the front of the field. Delta V Racing 3 holding on to a gap of about 1.2 seconds over Sous Chef Academy and Leopard Esports Academy Red. Battle certainly looking like it's on for second, but Delta V Racing 3 doing what they've done earlier on, doing exactly what they need to do, and just slowly but surely pulling away.
Yeah, they've got that consistency. Maybe sort of the Leopard Esports Academy red car has got equal in terms of pace. Of their best lap times only separated by 0.3 of a second. So definitely the one lap pace is there for the Leopard car, but it seems that Fitterman just has that consistent measure over. Well, we cut to a fight here for the fringes of the top 20. There's Bruno Caiello going the long way round of the first of the two Degners. That is brave and bold. There's a sideways moment for the FRS Lime Ferrari just in front, so maybe the number 15 car is going to try and eye up a move into the hairpin. Doesn't seem to be the case, but back to the front in terms of Kevin Fitterman, just has that consistent measure and really just slowly but surely, as you say, pulling that gap open.
Yeah, slowly but surely pulling that gap open, which is exactly what he needs to do. We've got a close battle here. Broken Wings being caught by Elite Racing Team and FRS Lime. Is anybody going to have the poke there coming down into 130R? It certainly looks like the Mercedes wants to, but is that going to put them offline a little bit coming down to the Casio Triangle? Yes, it will. It's going to open up the door here for FRS Lime. They'll be side by side down into the Casio Triangle. The 69 Ferrari going to hold onto the inside line, but it's going to come back to favor Elite Racing Team, and they're going to hold onto that position. A stout defense from the Mercedes. The Elite Racing Team doing a great job to be able to hold on to that. Jonathan Worth behind the wheel of the car. And now look at this. FRS Lime not done with it yet. That's going to be Zanune trying to be able to see what he is able to get. Now looking for a little bit of the crossover. Is that going to play itself out as we continue to go side by side up through the kink? And look at this. This is now allowing for Elite Racing Team Porsche to enter into this battle, as it does look like Zanune is going to have to fall back and let that one go here for the moment.
For the moment, but going to the outside through the S's is always going to be tricky. You can see that Broken Wings car really catapulting themselves up inside, inside the top 10 in P9, but really just getting away from the BMW of the Elite Racing Team HVID just in behind, and using the battles that are ensuing behind to maximize his clear air and try and get away, because now we're definitely seeing this FRS Lime car wanting to eye up the move into the hairpin potentially if he's late enough on the brakes. Bit squirmy, as he definitely eyed it up, but wasn't quite sure if the space was there and had to back out of it just a little bit. But in the slip shim on that run towards Spoon, and Zanone really wants to get himself into that top 10.
Yeah, it really does. You see him just poking and prodding it every way, and now he's going to look to the inside of Spoon. A little bit of a defensive maneuver contact between the two.
Oh my word, Zanone just able to get away with it, losing the place to the Elite Racing Team Porsche. That is Jonathan Worth going off a little bit, turning quite early into Spoon, it must be said, sending both of them sideways. The FRS Lime car didn't lose a lot in that skirmish, but that could have ended quite badly if it sort of went any other way, pretty much. But I don't think that Zanone was expecting Worth to turn across as early as he did.
No, I don't think he was as well, and that looked like a very, very early turn-in, and dare I say almost a little bit of a defensive move there as well from Worth. But the big winner in all of that, as you mentioned, Elite Racing Team Porsche, Dane Meary, able to gain onto that position, move himself up ahead. And now I've got to be a little bit worried if I'm Zanone about any damage on the front of that Ferrari. That wasn't a massive, massive lick, but that certainly could be enough. As we check out the replay here, Jonathan Worth, this is the recovery coming back onto the track. Looks like he's able to get everything nice and together. You can see him there just kind of fiddling with the steering wheel as he runs, jerking the car back and forth, seeing. And now he's going to go for a pass down into the Casio Triangle, seeing if that's going to play itself out. Looking to try to see what he's got as we jump back to live pictures here as the 69 machine continues to toil on, trying to gain back on those positions that they lost.
Yeah, well, it was only one place, so they can recover quite quickly. But as you quite rightly say, that front right fender of the Ferrari doesn't look to be in the best of shape. They just have to hope it hasn't damaged any of the wheel alignment or the suspension of that car, because then it will be a little bit more difficult to drive. Won't be as responsive as they'd like. Maybe a bit of left or right hand down the straights if it's affected some of the toe or caster, which is not what you want when you've set the car up to be in a nice operating window. As soon as it's knocked off that alignment, it really can have a knock-on effect both on the driving style and in terms of tyre wear, which is not what you want. But still doesn't seem to be too phased as Zanone, and definitely still in that fight for the top 10.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be too phased here, and you know, it's one of the great things about GT3 racing is you can take a little bit of a lick and come back from it. It's not like open wheelers where one lick can completely throw you off course, although we're seeing a little bit of that response. I think that could be a little bit of lack of front downforce. They are running over and nearly bottoming out over the curbs on the exit of 130R. That was not the best run there for Zanone, and I think he's going to have to be worrying a little bit, but thankfully here it is only about 14 minutes away from what we anticipate the normal pit stop window being. Now, granted, the two safety car periods that we've had will open up that gap a little bit. That will extend the... that's contact! And that's Broken Wings getting it wrong and nailing into the side there of SRS Lime.
Oh, that is unfortunate, again, for Zanone to be involved in yet another incident. Yeah, that Ferrari definitely is going to start to feel a bit of driving style being affected, and is going to have to nurse it back to the pits. It is a long, long way around. We're going to have a look as to what happened. Luca Thingard, the Danish driver in the Broken Wings car, that is a shame for the, at least my favourite livery of the day so far. Getting a little bit wrong over the AstroTurf, sliding back onto the circuit, and unfortunately for Zanone, wrong place, wrong time again. But for Dane Meary and the for the Elite Racing Team Porsche car, got away with that scot-free, but only just.
Yeah, only just there, able to get away. He is a very, very lucky boy to be able to escape in the way that he did, I have to say. And definitely some damage there to Thingard there in the Broken Wings, number 14. You can see it there on driver's right. That wheel just a little bit more exposed than you would normally expect it to. Picture in picture, you can see Elite Racing Team BMW being caught by Team TSRC as they work their way through 130R. On your main screen right here, it's FRS Cherry and PTX Racing Team starting to duke it out. Some couplets starting to form here at this point in the race as they work their way along. And that's a little bit of what we expect to see here at Suzuka. You start to get some breakaways, you start to get some drivers that start to extend the gap as much as possible.
Yeah, for sure. And again, as the race goes on, the longer we're under green flag, the more people's pace starts to show through. You know, in the first 5 laps, you can stay with someone purely just using the slipstream, and it's not really long enough for consistency to play a big factor. But now we're starting to see it with Kevin Fitterman breaking away from Udo Vangermain and Jens Kaiser just in behind, using that pace over the longer runs of green flag racing to really break away. And as I said a little bit earlier on, finding people that are around your pace and you settle into races with them once all the chaos and calamity has calmed down a little bit, you find yourself in these fights, and even those that are a little bit quicker who found themselves a little bit further back are still trying to fight their way back through. But this is the fight that we see at the moment for P4. Nathan Sambera in the Elite Racing Team BMW being chased down still by Kieran Sharp, who has shown some pretty decent pace, at least in the opening stages of this race. That Team TSRC car, really impressive from top on the grid.
Yeah, very, very impressive indeed. They have been able to gain up 7 positions, one of the bigger movers in the field here, although the biggest mover is currently claimed by E-Team Brit and FRS Lime. FRS Lime up 18 positions there for them. I will tell you that the other FRS Lime machine, the number 69, they had to come down into pit lane, a meatball flag being issued to that car, which is mandatory repairs, so they have already come off and down into pit lane. As we look there at, well, frankly, one of the problems you can run into here at Suzuka, very easy to catch up to another driver, to be able to get a good helping at the slipstream. But Zach, once you get in close behind, especially through some of these medium to high-speed corners in these GT3 cars, you're going to get a little bit of that aero wash. You're going to get a little bit of dirty air starting to affect you, and it makes it harder to close that last about half a tenth of a second.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you get into a window. It doesn't matter how quick you are. You get into that point, as you say, you start to feel the effect of the aero wash. You lose that momentum that drove you onto the back of them, and it gets to a point where you just languish sort of at arm's reach. You're not quite close enough to go for a move, but you're still there putting a bit of pressure on. So it's one of those things that if you get onto the back of someone, you have to make a move quickly. Otherwise, you risk falling into that trap of falling behind people. But we see now with Nathan Sambera onto the back of Jens Kaiser for the podium places. Not really been a good couple of last laps for that Mercedes, and now we could start to see the trio, and that's then when the action can kick off, because as soon as action does start to sort of unfold, people end up closing the gap naturally because of lost time.
Yes, they certainly do. As we check back further in the field, this is Delta V Racing 2 being hounded by Sausage Dodgers Racing 66, also DSRT RJB Solutions. Not too far off them, the sister Sausage Dodgers car, as well as Rio Racing Esports in this longer train that is starting to play itself out. A little bit of a draft train starting to develop at this point for these drivers. Looks like the Ferrari lost a little bit of time there coming down through turn 1, although Sausage Dodgers Racing working their way through in that Mercedes, trying to see if they are able to close up whatsoever. Looks like they're about equidistant between DSRT and Rio as they work their way through the S's right now, trying to see if there's going to be anything to really allow to get them to be an advantage. Suchef Academy has had an off coming up through Spoon. Looks like they just ran a little bit wide, and that's going to be throwing over and throwing off a little bit for them today.
Yeah, not the best outcome over the course of the last couple of laps. Really got off to a fantastic start in this race, but it's really plateaued and even dropped a little bit in terms of pace. There's a Porsche stricken to the right-hand side of the circuit. Not entirely sure as to who they are, but they are doing the right thing of just waiting for everyone to pass through before getting back onto the circuit. And Jens Kaiser continuing on, but a big old drop in pace allowed both Elite Racing Team and Team TSRC through, which I'm sure they've got no complaints about. But yeah, that Sous Chef Academy car going to be asking himself some questions as to what's going on, as we see Andy Yeager taking a very imaginative line in terms of track limits through Spoon.
Yeah, and that's certainly going to be a 1X, a 1 incident there for Yeager. He's going to have that problem to deal with. He'll hopefully be able to carry enough speed to be able to keep him close to that Sausage Dodgers Racing 66 in front of him, and it looks like that is what he's able to do, but not enough to get the attack, as indeed here comes the Sausage Dodgers Mercedes looking at a little bit of a move down to the inside, and that's going to open up the door there for Rio, trying to take advantage of others' misfortune. A little bit of bumping and banging, though, coming out of the Casio Triangle, and that's going to put Rio back into line. And don't look now, but that may open up the door a little bit. Excuse me, that's a lapped car coming up behind them, I believe. So that's not going to be for position. That is Slow Boys Racing involved in that first lap incident, coming back on track, trying to be able to gain a few positions here as they run. But there you can see swinging down through the corner, hoping to be able to close in.
Yeah, and it's one of those things you have to play it by ear, as we said. You have to see the opportunities as they come at you, and if a car's going slowly in front of you because of a pack race or whatever, you can use that as momentum to swing in your favor, get that foothold, and get ahead if it sort of works in your favor. Say that's what the Rio Racing Esports car has been trying to do and get himself up into 22nd place. But it is good to see that even in the sort of the lower portions of the grid, I say, yeah, it's sort of, you know, for the fights of P20 and things like that, we still have some pretty close racing, and it just goes to show that we've got a fight for the podium, we've got fights for P7, P8, the fringe of the top 10, all the way through the grid, and it is awesome to see.
Yeah, it's very fantastic to see, and it just goes to show you the strength of this field as there is Slow Boys Racing getting off to the inside there, allowing for Blue Chip Racing Academy to be able to close back in there to the back of Rio Esports. Your split screen picture there, that is Elite Team or Elite Racing Team BMW and Team TSRC pulling their way off to the side. That is the battle for the final podium positions here on the circuit as that continues to remain within about 0.4 of a second as we saw a question in the YouTube chat. By the way, if you are keeping an eye on that timing and scoring screen, the yellow numbers there on the gaps, that indicates that the gap's under a second. If it's orange, that means it's under 0.5 of a second. And one gap that is certainly close and under 0.5 of a second, that is the battle between Broken Wings and OS Sim Racing Team. Luca Thingard trying to close in behind here. We saw the problems that they suffered earlier on. Definitely on a little bit of a recovery drive here as we inch our way closer and closer to the 1 hour left to go, a 1 hour down mark.
Yeah, we've got a long way to go until we get 1 hour left to go. But yeah, a big milestone to tick off. We are approaching sort of the pit window stage as well for a couple of these cars, maybe in sort of around 10-15 minutes time before we start seeing the first of the scheduled stops. But yeah, ticked off 1 hour. It's a good milestone to have reached. You've really then settled into the race and can start looking forward. It's not one of those sort of overwhelming things of saying, oh my God, we've still got 6 hours left to go. The race has only just started. You've ticked off the first one and now it's sort of getting gear, get driving forward, and really at that point you know sort of who you're racing, where your race is going, and it's just one of those things that you say again. It'll be the same when we get sort of halfway through, 3 hours in, and then it'll be okay. Now we've only got to do that one more time again. It's sort of ticking off different milestones mentally in your head to keep track of progress and really know where your race is headed.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes just getting that 1 hour in, that is really all the impetus you need. It certainly just helps to remind you, okay, this is where I am. This is what I've done. This is what I need to keep doing. So very much a heads-up play to be able to get that in and taken care of for these drivers to be able to get to that point as they try to go. We keep our eye on that Rio Racing Team machine as now they've got a battle in front as well as a battle in behind. By the way, looking across here, Elite Racing Team Porsche just set the fastest lap of the races. It looks like here comes maybe a little bit of an overtake for Rio. They're going to get their nose ahead of Sausage Dodgers Racing going down into 130R. Is that move going to be complete by the time they turn into the corner? Yes, it is. Mercedes versus Mercedes, maybe running a little bit wide there for Sausage Dodgers, but they're going to be able to keep that together, and Rio Racing able to gain 1 position.
Yeah, nicely done to the inside there. Pretty straightforward, pretty easily done. And Eric Albright didn't have much of an answer to that, though his momentum has been knocked just a little bit, and that could invite the Blue Chip Academy racing car just in behind of Thomas R. Dunn, the 005 BMW, to maybe eye up a bit of a move in a couple of moments' time. That Mercedes not really getting the ball rolling, and when you're in a pack of cars like that, it's similar to karting. I'll always go back to this analogy of when you're in a pack and you're settled into a rhythm. As soon as someone overtakes you and knocks you out of that rhythm, sort of tarnishes your momentum, it's those behind that then start to lick their lips and really start to try and capitalize and find their way through because of that.
Yeah, and finding that rhythm back, that is the hardest thing to be able to do. By the way, we have had our first drive-through penalty here at this point. MBG2 Esports Blue being served a drive-through penalty for that 30 incident limit, as that is a car around, I believe that's Sausage Dodgers Racing 66, getting things wrong coming out of Degner 2. I wonder if that's maybe a little bit too much curbing on the inside, as here we've got a move maybe potentially playing itself out. Team TSRC getting the move done on Elite Racing Team BMW. I don't think BMW put up too much of a fight there. Sambert just not looking like he necessarily wanted to fight that at this point, recognizing that that Team TSRC had been trying to close in for a long time and finally got that move done.
Yeah, I mean, for Nathan Sambera, for the team, it's not wise to fight that place, because inevitably the Team TSRC car, Kieran Sharp, is going to find a way through. Sharp was eyeing out that move for a number of laps, and it got to a point where Sambera just said, okay, He's going for this. I don't really want to make life difficult for him, because all that's going to do is slow us both down. We're going to start to trip over ourselves. That could bring Jens Kaiser and the Sous Chef Academy car back into things. It's going to hamper our momentum in trying to stay in the fight for second and for first. So definitely the wiser option, just to sit in behind. Maybe he can use the slipstream to save a bit of fuel, or just to drag himself along with Kieran Sharp. But definitely the wise decision not to fight that one too hard, because again, while we are an hour in, we still have 5 to go, and as we'll always say, it's self-preservation really until you get to the final stage of the race.
Yeah, it very much is. You just need to wait until that pay window opens up, as they say. That's what you've got to keep your eyes open for, to try to see what you are able to do. We check back in on Pedro Arnaud as he works his way through right now in 8th place for PTX Racing Team. That PTX Racing Team down 3 positions from their starting spot. Well, looking to be able to gain in here on FRS Cherry right up ahead of them to see if that gap's going to start to close down. Not too far behind them is Elite Racing Team Porsche, who has been the quickest car out on track for the last several laps. They are certainly closing in with a full rate of knots here, starting to close in quite a bit. And there you can see those 3 really now getting into their own little battle. This certainly has the potential to fire off into something pretty fearsome here in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, looking forward to it. We got Pedro Arnaud trying to eye up the move ahead of the FRS Sherry car, pulling to the left-hand side. It'll be the outside for T1 if he can make it stick. It's going to be an interesting one. We see also the Elite Racing Team Porsche car pulling to the left. Gets a little bit quiet, though, does Arnaud. That's going to invite the car of Dane Myrie through and up the inside. Very opportunistic, very wise there from the Elite Racing Team Porsche, just to notice and react to that quick snap by Arnaud, and then dart his way to the right-hand side to just take the racing line and make that move fabricated. Because, yeah, Arnaud stranded on the outside, didn't really want to commit to the outside move, but in doing so, that lack of confidence really did leave himself susceptible for that move from the Porsche behind.
Yeah, it certainly did. Left him open and wide there for that attack. Arnaud certainly doing everything that he can do here at this point to try to be able to get that pressure to the back and be able to try to claim in and not lose too many positions. But as they run, you can see just losing out that one. We check back in a little bit farther up in the field. This is Elite Racing Team HBID trying to close down on MBG2 Esports. Battle of BMW, and that's going to be easy to see just as we let it go, as it looks like that BMW getting it wrong there on the exit of the Degners. They're going to continue to put up a fight, make the Mercedes go the long way around here through the hairpin. Just doesn't have the grip, and that is going to be MBG2 able to hold on for the moment.
Yeah, and very well done indeed. But again, we're seeing a number of battles start to fabricate. Interestingly enough, we had a car towards the front. The Lipar Esports racing car, unfortunately, had a bit of a moment. We were being told they had to tow themselves back into the pit lane, which is definitely not ideal for them at all. Fortunately enough, it's sort of around the time where they can get away with it in terms of sequence, use their fast repair and get back on with it. But really not ideal. And again, just handing sort of the flame into the hands of Kevin Fitterman, at least in these early stages, to run away with a race lead.
Yeah, it certainly is. We're going to check back the replay here of Vangerman. Just getting it wrong. Big contact there. My goodness gracious, that was very tough, and they are still in pit lane. They took a tow back into the pit, so not good there for them. My goodness, that is one of the front runners here in the race that we saw, and they are, well, dare I say, almost out of it here at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky to recover from that far back down, but it was a really strange incident to hit the barrier side on and ended up flipping onto your head. But hey, it was an incident that happened for sure, and physics were in there somewhere as well. But again, a shame for them, because again, the smallest of mistakes sent them into having some of the most drastic consequences. They still have a long way left to go to recover, but still in the pit lane is that team, and yeah, not quite yet rejoined onto the circuit for the time being. But again, we'll have to see how their story unfolds for the remainder of this race. But what it has been is Kieran Sharp and Sam Bera have been able to get up further onto the podium places and really start to run away ahead of the other cars sort of outside the top 5. This is the fight for 5th place. Speaking of the Finn of Matthias Pentilla on the back of the Team Red X Simsport Green. He's got the Elite Racing Team Porsche and the PTX Racing Team for company. So a nice 4-way fight here for the top 5.
Yeah, good four-way fight. This is the battle that we were watching in on a little bit earlier. Looks like FRS Cherry just taking a little bit of a defensive line, trying to be able to pick up the toe there off the Team Red X SimSport Green there in front of them as they try to be able to get their way forward right now. Here comes the move there, going down into the corner. It looks like Elite Racing Team Porsche showing their speed. Remember, this is the car that has been absolutely on fire, setting the fastest lap after fastest lap of the race. They were involved in that first lap scuffle, and that's why they find themselves so far back down in the order. As we tech in onto the picture-in-picture, a little bit of almost side-by-side going down into the Casio Triangle. A little bit of a wiggle, a little bit of a wobble there as they go. That is MBG2 Esports and Elite Racing Team HBID, as now I think that Mercedes is going to be hoping to get a big helping at the slipstream here up in front. They're going to be pulling out to the inside, potentially waiting to see if they can get that move done. Doesn't look like it, as the BMW is going to be able to sweep around the outside as they go. I do have an update here on Leipert Esports. It looks like they are coming out of the pit lane right now. They have taken their free repair. They have also taken fuel and tires, so taking advantage of this portion of the race, of taking their pit stop here at this point. But that is going to put them back out on track. It looks like a lap down in P30.
Yeah, still in the race though, and not over until it's over. Here's Dane Myrie looking for the move for P5 into the hairpin, side by side between the two of them. Bit of door-to-door contact as they now exit. There's the run still from Van der Hagen in that Team Red X SimSport Green Porsche to stay ahead. But now Dane Myrie has the run with the slipstream towards Spoon Curve. Is he close enough to eye up that offensive maneuver? Looking to the left-hand side. You're not on the brakes for very long, and Myrie's failed offensive has really now brought back in the FSI Cherry BMW and the PTX Racing Team car just in behind, but you can definitely tell that Myrie, the 23, wants to find a way through sooner rather than later, and putting a lot of pressure on Van der Hagen.
Yeah, I think he knows he's got the pace, and he wants that big helping of clean air that's right in front of Van der Hagen here at this point, to the tune of about 3 seconds worth of clean air. He wants to be able to put that Elite Racing Team Porsche into position. There comes the dive down into the Casio Triangle. Easy as you please there for the number 23. They're going to find themselves ahead, and now it's a question here if FRS Cherry is going to be able to bring themselves up and forward and into this battle, but PTX Racing Team as well, keeping interested in this. I think it's pretty easy to assume here at this point that Elite Racing Team Porsche is going to head off, as there we've got a car off. That's Elite Racing Team HBID. Looks like they are going to come down into pit lane. That was almost a very scary incident.
Yeah, it was coming straight across the circuit into the path of the OS Sim team, I believe it was, and that could have ended in tears quite easily if the timing was just a little bit wrong. It is always sketchy cutting across the circuit, but you do sometimes have to come into the pit lane. It's almost safer to cut across the circuit than it is to continue on. But yeah, no harm, no foul, I suppose, in that sense. It's something that has caused incidents earlier on in this race, and hopefully one that won't cause any further. But when you've got a variety of sort of skill and experience levels, these things do happen. There are going to be mistakes along the way, but hopefully none that drastically affect the fight for a lot of people. This is Matthias Pintilla still amongst this fight for P5. None of them really been able to stretch any advantage away from each other.
No, this FRS Cherry team really just in the midst of this battle as everyone tries to keep themselves as close as possible. And you're right, nobody really able to streak away. And now as we look at it a little bit more, take a look at picture-in-picture, close little battle there a little bit farther back in the field. BMW versus Mercedes as they try to be able to see what they're able to do. That's Blue Chip Racing Academy and Rio Racing Esports trying to see what they have. But Pintilla trying to close down, work their way through a little bit of the running here at this point. Sam Voici, that is going to be the second car in line. That is a lapped car that we're watching Team Red X SimSport Green get their way around right now. Almost to blows there with FRS. That got a little bit sketchy there for the 331, but they're going to be able to power on, get onto the loud pedal, and get on by it, but that's going to cost them some time. However, Elite Racing Team Porsche is going to be the first driver to take what we anticipate to be the first standard fare pit stop. Again, being able to extend a little bit longer courtesy of those safety cars.
Yeah, it is going to help them in the long run. It's going to have that knock-on effect of your final pit stop is going to be shorter, but it also means that if there's a safety car a little bit early, they can actually get themselves back onto sequence and take take the earlier stop to sort of counteract it and get it back onto sequence. So going long is always going to help you, courtesy, as you say, of those earlier two safety cars. Going a lot slower, you demand a lot less of the engine, and actually you use up a lot less fuel because of it. But interestingly, they are the first to bite the bullet. So maybe the team that didn't quite save as much as everyone else around them. We are seeing, I think it's going to be Andrew Levity now taking the wheel of that Porsche. So swapping out quite early. They're only doing 1 hour stints before they actually swap drivers.
Yeah, a little bit surprised to see that. We normally see a double stint from the drivers as we see FRS Lime throwing a move on Sausage Dodgers Racing going down into turn 1, and that's going to play out for 17th place position. Yeah, you would normally expect to see at least a double stint, especially if you've got a 3-car team. Each driver doing 2 hours. That to me seems, Zach, the way to really break things up here as they go. But not clearly the case there for that Porsche machine. I'm particularly surprised seeing the outright pace that we had the previous driver have in the car. I would have thought you wanted to keep the hot shoe in and keep going.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And also what it does is it breaks up the rhythm of the drivers. Not only, it seems logical maybe to give each other the shortest stint as possible in the car so you can sort of reset and not feel that mental fatigue as much. But in doing so, now we've got the new driver having to readjust to the car, get settled in, as opposed to the other driver that was already tuned in, ready to go for another stint, when they didn't particularly have to swap out. But hey, they've got their reasons, and we won't judge. They definitely probably know a lot better than we do. Interestingly enough, also Sous Chef Academy, Elite Racing Team, and PTX Racing Team all into the pit lane. And I believe also maybe another change for the Elite Racing Team. Again, not entirely sure, but a couple of drivers. Yeah, we are seeing a swap out for the 28, Carlos Miguel Duarte now going in. So a couple of drivers and teams swapping out quite early.
Yeah, again, a little bit of a surprise here, a little bit of a change for these drivers. Not at all what I would expect. We check back on Delta V Racing and Aereo Kinetics. Purple trying to hold off right now. Lots of that change. There's a big move out of the way as they work their way by through some of the lap traffic there. That's the MBG2 Esports Blue Machine. And it looks like that Audi for Delta V is going to be able to stay ahead for the moment, holding on to 10th place position, courtesy of some of the pit stops that have fired off here at this point. And so they're going to be able to keep their way ahead, trying to close down that 1 second gap or so with FRS Lime directly up ahead of them to try to see if they're able to close things down, get themselves into prime position to be able to get themselves into a good spot to gain the positions through the pit stops. Another close battle that we have is MBG2 Esports trying to hold off West Sim team here at this point. BMW versus Porsche going down into the battle.
Yeah, the two titans really in terms of car choice for this race between the BMW and the Porsche. They do seem to be two of the stronger cars. Our race leader of Kevin Fitterman is into the pit lane for Delta V Racing. 3-team TSRC, I believe, also following them in. So we are just waiting for, I think, FRS Cherry, Team Red X Simsport Green, and a couple of others to finally make that route down the pit lane. There come the rest of the top 4 into the pit lane. So it seems to be quite a range in terms of pit strategy, but a couple of drivers doing it in groups. We've seen 2 or 3 cars coming on one lap and then sort of 2 or 3 on another. So they seem to be a couple of teams synced up in terms of strategy.
Yeah, it looks like it's a big play for the majority of these drivers. Was that a little bit of contact there that I saw between the two of them? That's not exactly great, but that is going to be one of the teams coming down into pit lane here at this point. Ooh, little bit of bumping and banging there with PTX Racing and Elite Racing Team Porsche as they came down through the corner. That was not exactly the best run there for them. A little bit of contact. This is after pit stops have taken place for both of these drivers, and Elite Racing Team Porsche trying to streak off into the distance here. PTX Racing attempting for them not to be able to do so.
Yeah, and the pit lane sequence really is kicking off. It is going to be a deciding factor over the course of this race. It's where endurance races are really won or lost. Blue Chip Racing, FRS Lime up into P6, Rally Racing Esports also up to P7, and it does shuffle the timing tower out of sync really to what you would expect and it depends on when and where you come in. But don't forget, we have got a number of drivers off sequence. There's Sam Voyesy in the E-Team Brit car having a bit of an off going through the hairpin. But remember, because of the earlier skirmishes, the safety cars, a couple of cars were forced to come in a bit earlier on for repairs. Maybe they took fuel and tires. So we have got a number of teams really off sequence.
Yeah, we really do. And let's not forget that this could look very, very different depending on what the end of the race has. If we've got a couple of more yellow flags that work their way out, that could throw off this pit sequence once again. It's really going to be a question of exactly when those yellow flags come. Meanwhile, PTX Racing with Duarte behind the wheel of the car right now, you can see definitely falling back through the order here, losing a little bit of touch with those machines up in front of him, particularly that Elite Racing Team Porsche machine right there up in front. So he is losing some time as they run. But that's really separated out a good amount of our battles here at this point. Unfortunately, this is our closest one. Delta Racing, though, starting to close in behind, make things a little bit interesting for them.
Yeah, and the pit lane sequence always does spread things out a little bit because different people are going to have different length stops in terms of fuel, hitting your marks, how quickly you enter the pit lane. It all has a knock-on effect, and it does space things out just a little bit. But it is good to see that we got the PTX Racing team and Delta Racing still fairly close on track, whether they are in sort of the same realm in terms of where they want to be in this race. But that PTX Racing team car has looked fairly strong. So when sort of all the pit lane shenanigans funnel themselves out, you would expect them to be fighting towards sort of the fringes of maybe the top 5 or just around about that point. But hopefully we see a couple more fights as this race continues. But that is sort of the opening hour. It's what you would expect, everyone to be nice and close. And then as soon as you get to this pit lane, everything then starts to settle down.
Yeah, everything will start to settle down just a little bit more as they continue to go. Waiting, though, to see what is going to fire off for the rest of the drivers here, as we are still waiting for Delta V Racing 2 and Rio Racing Esports, as well as a couple of the other drivers at the front of the field to come on down in here at this point. We keep our eyes focused, though, on a couple of battles here. PTX Racing and Delta Racing moving their way away. West and MBG Esports Yellow both coming down into pit lane here at this point, so that's going to shuffle things around for these drivers as they work their way now down through the corners, trying to see what is able to shake itself out. Looks like FRS Lime starting to maybe put a little bit of pressure here to the back of one of the machines. That is the Ferrari there on your screen right now. That is on the back of Blue Chip Racing Academy, trying to see if they're able to close in and keep things going.
Yeah, so a number of cars really going at it. There's Matthias Pentilla, the Finn up the inside for FRS Cherry, out to the inside of Sausage Dodgers Racing, who are a car that have shown themselves to be a little bit of a mobile chicane for some. Thomas R. Dunn, the Blue Chip Racing Academy car with the FRS Lime car of Akram Zanone. They are still fighting it out and, fighting quite well on track, especially for Zanone, who has shown himself to be quite aggressive and quite eager to make these moves stick towards 130R, maybe got the run. That is going to be a fairly easy affair, and I don't think Thomas R. Dunn really wanted to fight that one too hard.
No, I don't think he did as well. I think that was certainly a situation where he saw the writing on the wall just a little bit and wanted to let that play itself out, try to get himself ahead here a little bit, and see what he was able to do in maybe a little bit of clean air, recognizing, as I said, that writing on the wall and not wanting to play around it too much. Is there we see Blue Chip Racing Academy continuing to go. FRS Lime working their way on by some of that lap traffic right now. That is going to be, I believe, Alexander Hoven in between the two of them, running in 33rd position. That's going to be that Straight Line Racing False Group Esports team. Remember, they had themselves a little bit of the problem at the beginning of the race, so they're going to find themselves down the order at this point, hoping to maybe be able to gain a lap or so back once the yellow flag flies here again. But we are about an hour and 15 minutes down into this race of a 6-hour endurance race around Suzuka. And I've got to say, the scruffiness has kind of been the story here today, Zach. It's really all about incident mitigation. It's there we watch them try to work their way around. Getting the move done there was Blue Chip Racing at a very, very dangerous spot on the track.
Yeah, it's always going to be a little bit sketchy, especially on what seems to be a little bit of a damaged Porsche to the outside of the Degner is one of the quickest portions of the circuit, and yeah, it is always a little bit dangerous, but he managed to get through. Again, no harm, no foul. But you're quite right in saying that there has been a fair bit of scraffiness in this race. We didn't even get down to turn 1 before we saw things sort of unfold, have a bit of incidents. This is the fight for what is P22, with Robin Oosting now ahead and up in front of the Aerokinetic purple car. Robin Oosting has shown to be pretty good, but yeah, we didn't even get towards T1 before we had a safety car called out, and then not only a sort of 10-15 minutes later we had another one, and throughout we've seen some clumsy incidents start to creep their way through. So for a lot of cars, it has just been, if we can keep our nose clean, we're actually going to find ourselves up a couple of places.
Yeah, that I think is the certain thing to run as we keep our eyes focused now on this Porsche v Porsche battle. Elite Racing Team Porsche and Team Red X SimSport Green, as they try to be able to get themselves up forward here. This Elite Racing Team Porsche with Lavery behind the wheel of the car, remember in the last stint they were the fastest car out on track without question, just absolutely moving and shaking up through the field here at this point, but certainly finding their progress a little bit blunted here behind Team Red X SimSport Green, not necessarily trying to be able to get themselves into a good position here, I think, but Elite Racing Team Porsche, they just want to charge. They just want to try to get their way up forward, get themselves into the best possible spot that they can, and right now they certainly look like they have the speed to do it, although being blunted just a little bit.
Yeah, that's the thing at Suzuka. It doesn't matter how quick you are, unless you've been able to get in some clear air, you're not really going to be able to use that. So Andrew Leverty, as much as he might be a little bit quicker than Jonas Janum, who is in front of him at the moment, isn't able to stretch his wings and really start to fly out in front because of sort of being bogged down, reaching that stalemate point in terms of gaps. We were talking about it, not too long ago around Suzuka. You can catch, you get to sort of half a second back, and then you just sort of see your progress stump, and there's not much you can do past that point. But the Team Red X SimSport Green were ahead of Elite Racing Team Porsche for a good while before the pit stop window, so they do themselves have some pretty good pace, and again, it's just now starting to see where the teams rack up now they've got some different drivers at the wheel.
Yeah, exactly, and that's going to be one of the big changes that we talk about, is those driver swaps coming into play, how that is going to affect the pace, how that is going to affect everything else out, as it does look like this battle starting to dissipate for the moment. Elite Racing Team Porsche just falling back. We do have a good battle starting to play itself out here with Rio Racing Esports and FRS Cherry. The BMW looking very, very aggressive here, coming down into 130R, maybe trying to put a little bit of pressure here to the back of the Mercedes, trying to be able to push as much as possible here at this point. Doesn't look like they're going to be close enough. Closes down a little bit through the second part of the Casio Triangle, trying to see if they're going to be able to get anything to play. The gap extending to about 2 car lengths here, let's call it, as they work their way down the start-finish straightaway. I don't think FRS Cherry is going to get the point here at this moment to be able to get the move, but they're going to poke their nose to the inside, see if they can maybe force a little bit of a mistake, and I think that's a good strategy here at this point in the race, Zach.
Yeah, you don't really want to do the hard work yourself, though. He's actually had a really good run coming off of turn 2, and might eye up the move in towards the S. Is not quite able to make that one stick on that particular occasion, but when it's a case of it's quite hard to actually get moves done, forcing the mistake by poking your nose in, knocking them a bit off balance, can open the door for you to find a way through. A bit of lap traffic in front of him for them to negotiate as well, and the FRS Cherry car is trying to pick the better line through. He's going to go to the right-hand side, whereas Bani is going to go to the inside, get ahead, and now as they head through the Degner, you can see the Rio Racing Esports car has been able to pull out a good couple of car lengths because Pentilla really hasn't been able to negotiate the lap traffic as efficiently as he would have liked, flashing them out of the way and trying to find his way through. Bit of contact to the rear end of the Porsche there going into the hairpin, and in doing so really has lost himself some crucial momentum versus the Rio Racing Esports.
Yeah, and that contact there was with the number 37 of Quantum Racing Team, back down in 30th place. And don't look now, but they've got to keep their eyes open. Sausage Dodgers Racing find themselves about 3 seconds off of that battle, but we've got a nice three-way battle starting to play itself out here. Elite Racing Team Porsche continuing their pursuit to move their way up through the fields, but now Delta Racing has been able to enter into this as well. We ride on board with Higo Oliveira in the number 4 as he tries to close close down on that very, very rapid Porsche up ahead of him, trying to be able to get the move done in turn on that Team Red X SimSport Green machine up ahead, trying to see what they are able to get. We've seen this move stagnate. We've seen this pass stagnate over the past couple of laps, and I think Delta Racing coming into the mirror here of Elite Racing Team Porsche is going to get them, try to push them here to get a move on.
Yeah, it's going to sandwich the 23 of Andrew Levity sort of to force his hand, and now that is going to force it to the right-hand side of the Casio triangle. It's going to be a bold and brave move. Has he been able to get it stopped? No, he hasn't. Jonas Janum really played that to perfection. Now rejoining the circuit does the Elite Racing Team Porsche, loses the place to the Brazilian of Oliveira, now up into 12th place. And what was, we said he was going to have his hand forced, and he went for it maybe a little bit too prematurely, paid the price, and has really fallen behind. And that is an interesting line going down into T1.
Not sure who that was entirely that went off there, but my goodness gracious, that's Team Red X, that's SimSport Green. My goodness, that's got to be a hardware failure there, Zach.
It's the only logical explanation, because either they've sort of randomly turned left. We're going to take another look at it from Jonas Janum, and yeah, just completely left-hand downs into the barrier. Luckily, the BMW in behind of Oliveira was able to avoid it, but the only logical explanation for that definitely is hardware failure, which is a shame, because yeah, there's nothing really you can do to control that. It's sort of similar to having an engine blowout or whatever in real life, but a big shame, and yeah, something that he's going to have quite a bit of frustration with.
And that team is down into pit lane here at this point, but right now looks like Leipert trying to close down on Elite Racing Team HVID. That yellow Leipert machine going to take a little bit of a look down to the inside. Are they going to be able to do it? Almost a little bit of argy-bargy, but they're going to be able to keep things nice and easy and together as they now work their way through turn one. Able to get back onto the loud pedal here, not looking like there's going to be a battle playing out necessarily, and this is now fully turned into a four-car fight with Aerokinetics Purple, E-Team Brit, Elite Racing Team, and Leipert Esports Academy Red all running in very, very close order.
Yeah, again, we're getting these sort of fights start to creep in. That's the iRacing Esports into the pit lane from what was 5th place at the moment on the timing tower. But yeah, seeing some pretty interesting battles start to form up. There's also the Sous Chef Academy car in the bottom right of your screen. Not entirely sure as to where they are. They're fighting actually with the Elite Racing Team BMW for P8 at the moment. So keep an eye on the pair of battles that we've got, both for the lower portions of the field, and also between two pretty decent protagonists in this race.
Yeah, very much so. And once again, the order shuffled up here around a little bit, courtesy of those pit stops, courtesy of everything else, as we continue to watch, waiting to see what's going to fire itself off here. And we've also had some incidents and accidents that have taken these drivers out of contention. By the way, iRacing Esports is down into pit lane right now. Not sure if that's a scheduled stop or not for the number 24. I can tell you they are taking tires here at this point, but as we continue to watch here, I think Leipert's got a good enough run. They may try a little bit of something here going down into 130R. They poke their nose to the inside to make it indicate, to look like they were thinking about it, but not enough momentum to necessarily carry it out. Now that's going to turn everything back into the hand there of Elite Team HVID, and they're not going to be able to get the move done. Looks like Ryo is going to be out of pit lane here at this point. They'll find themselves returning, I believe, right up ahead of this battle, and that will certainly be good news for them, be able to get themselves in some clean air and be able to get themselves into position to keep running around. Looks like Delta V Racing 2 also down into pit lane, them taking their pit stops. Remember, they came down in previously on lap 8, so they are now going to be coming in to get their full service.
Yeah, funny so, and relinquishes their sister car, Delta V Racing 3, back into the lead as what have been a fairly dominant affair for the Delta V Racing team so far. This is the move maybe from Jens Kaiser on the back of the Elite Racing Team BMW to the outside of the Casio triangle. That was very close to comfort. Still side by side, it turns to the inside for the Mercedes, but that BMW with the outside momentum gets the drive off the corner. The shorter line through the final corner gets himself ahead still to defend that place, but now Jens Kaiser with the slipstream. Could we see a move to T1?
Well, we're going to certainly maybe think about it there if you are Jens Kaiser. Doesn't look like he's going to go for it here at this point. Going to keep his way tucked up behind that BMW. Now here comes the run. He's going to look down to the inside as they go side by side through the S's. Careful, careful, careful. And it looks like Elite Racing Team BMW is going to be able to hold that advantage for the briefest of moments.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's still, an uncertainty whether they are going to keep that place or not. But Taylor Brady trying to settle into that car, of course, made the switch at the pit stops. Now they run through Dunlop, a very wide line from that BMW, able to keep the momentum up. But Jens Kaiser, the Doritos car, definitely maybe back into the fight. That's the thing with Jens Kaiser. He's had a race of up and downs. At some points his pace has shot up and skyrocketed. At other points it's really plummeted and not had a good couple laps. But you can see Kaiser eager to find a way through, eyeing up the move into the hairpin more as a diversion more than anything, but looks eager to find a way through no less.
Yeah, looks very eager indeed to try to find a way through to be able to get himself up and ahead. Waiting to see what he is able to do here at this point as he's going to pull in behind. Not looking like he wants to necessarily get an overtake or be pushing too hard on it as they go. And that's going to be a spin for Elite West Racing BMW, and that is going to just gift the position over to Sous Chef Academy.
Yeah, they didn't have to work hard for it in the end whatsoever. They were handed it on a silver platter for the sous chef guys, and well, with their their race so far has definitely been it's time they got a bit of luck, I guess, in that sense, with sort of them falling a little bit down earlier on. But now Taylor Brady is under a bit of pressure from the Delta Racing car for P8, the Sausage Dodgers Racing in P6 into the pit lane. So another car off sequence who is now taking their unorthodox pit stop. This is the MBG2 Esports yellow car fighting for P18 with the DSRT SimX Pro Porsche just in front. So still a lot of action even past the pit lane.
Yeah, certainly is, as everything really continues to roll on its head here at this point. Drivers working their way on through. We focus on the MBG2 Esports yellow machine as they look ahead of the battle, and we've got contact! Oh, that is Elite Racing BMW and Elite Racing Team Porsche getting together.
Oh, not what you want for your potential sister cars. And Taylor Brady really having a tough time at the recent laps. And wow, that is the rear end of a car that you don't want to see. That is not how it rocked off the factory floor back at BMW. And we're going to have another look as to how it happened. Taylor Brady under pressure. That's from the Delta car into T1. Bit of a snag to the rear end, sets him out of shape, spins round, just about avoids one. No, he doesn't. And then the other Porsche comes into the back, and that is an interesting turn of events. Again, it's that Constantina effect we saw a little bit earlier on, that incident into the Casio Triangle, and history has repeated itself once more.
Yeah, it certainly has. Just drivers getting themselves caught out, but here is Broken Wings trying to get them by themselves by OS Sim Team. That's an aggressive move down into the first Degner. Tries to carry momentum, does OS Racing Team, but it looks like they are going to find themselves riding out through the grass, and that is going to be a position gain for Broken Wings. Move Luca Thingard up into P12 here at this point, and that is a good run there for that number 14 machine. Remember, they had a little bit of incidents and accidents early on that pushed them farther down in the order, and so they're on a little bit of a recovery drive, as is, it feels like, the majority of the field here at this point.
Yeah, well, they're driving a Lightning McQueen liveried car. They have to make a Lightning McQueen standard recovery, similar to what he did in the films. But hey-ho, that's me bringing out my inner child once more. I guess, yeah, I still am. Only been 16, but hey-ho. I do love myself a bit of Lightning McQueen, so I am rooting for them to be on that redemption drive. Fingers crossed they can do it. But yeah, you're right in saying that the majority of the grid really are trying to make amends for the poor start, poor getaway from this race, and it's knocked a lot of them off sequence. What they would come into this race ideally with the strategy of doing has been thrown all out the window now. They've really had to think on their feet and try and decide the strategy they're going to have to commit to for the rest of this race.
Yeah, they certainly do, and that's where it's going to help, really, having those teammates, having those drivers behind the scenes to be able to maybe calculate some of that strategy. I do not envy the drivers that have to do that on the fly, as we've got a nice battle now for 19th place in class right now. This is Aerokinetics Racing, Elite Racing Team HVID, E-Team Brit. Now they're going a little bit side by side there in the back with Leipert Esports Academy Red as they try to be able to get themselves through. It looks like Leipert's going to be able to hold on to that position position over E-Team Brit as they dive down into 130R right now, trying to see what's going to shake themselves out here as they come down into the Casio Triangle, waiting to see if anything is going to play, waiting to see if we're going to see any movement here from these drivers. It looks like Leipert's got a little bit more momentum. We may see a little bit of a run here from Vangerman on that Elite Racing Team HVID car, and right in front of them, are we going to see a poke out going down into the first corner? Let's call that a little bit of a half poke there as they run.
Yeah, and a couple of them you saw there with the Elite Racing Team Mercedes had a bit of a look, could have maybe committed to go past the Aerokinetic Purple BMW Sim front, but didn't want to send the move to T2 when the BMW was already turning. But now Vangerman, that Leipert car, after, well, if you were in the chat watching along when the incident happened, it was a very bizarre one. Small mistake coming off the exit of T2, found themselves colliding with the barrier, then flipping back onto their head from second place in this race, and they are on a charge back towards the front, utilizing that pace that the 420 car had earlier on and really trying to make amends, and they're doing a pretty good job of it so far, but again, a long road to go.
Yeah, a long road to go here for these drivers. They certainly have to try to be able to gain themselves back up forward. That early incident there throwing them off most certainly, I think, as everything continues to play right now. We jump back to check out a look at the replay here. This is Stephen Hatter in the Blue Chip Racing Machine coming down through 130R, catches a little bit of that outside curbing, and that's going to be just enough to send him around.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of incidents at 130. I'm not quite ones involving the curb just yet, yeah, that was... actually, no, we cut back to live action, and Vangerman has had a bit of an issue on the exit of Spoon, lost a place to E-Team Brit, now down to 22nd place. He's going to give him a fight maybe to 130R, but again, another incident for the Leipert Esports Academy Red, and really what seemed to be a good recovery under green flag running for the last few laps has now turned into them once again making a vital error.
Yeah, exactly. We just see this. There's little mistakes that just start to creep in at this point in the race. And here is going to be Leipert KE Sports Academy Red coming down into pit lane, as well as DSRT SimX Pro. Looks like they're both going to come down in. I think that's a pretty good call here. You notice yourself making some mistakes. You bring the car down into pit lane. Ooh, is that still got a little close there between Aerokinetics and Elite Racing Team HVID as they work their way down in there as they go. Looks like there is a couple of penalties being issued here. Looks like the number 420 machine, that Leipert Esports Academy Red team, that is not for a pit stop. That is actually for a black flag.
So that is unfortunate for them. They've obviously reached that 40-point instant. There's Broken Wings actually going for the move for the top 10. Brilliant stuff. And a great way to get themselves into the top 10. Stephen Hatter was caught off guard a little bit by the move from the Porsche. Now inside the top 10, but for the 420, that is a big shame to have reached that instant limit. Oh, and going around again through the second Degner. That is Klaus Christensen making a bit of contact and leaving the BMW stranded.
Not what you want to see there if you are the driver of that BMW, as more contact playing itself out. That is them around. My goodness. Everybody coming to blows here at the second half of this race. This is certainly at the hour 30 mark. It looks like this is the point where you get your elbows out and you get a little bit fighting.
Yeah, not what you would particularly often see, but yeah, Klaus Christensen really not having the best of last moments, which is a bit unfortunate. This is Tim Williams in the Sasha Dodgers Racing, who are up in P7 at one point only a few moments ago. Now the sort of the tail end of the grid in P25, fighting with the DSRT SimX Pro car just in front. And yeah, while we still have a fairly dominant affair at the front for the race D, we still got some good fights for P24 continuing.
Yeah, we certainly do. Battles continuing to play themselves out here as we work our way through the race right now, trying to see if we are going to see a little bit of a battle here playing out between DSRT SimX Pro and Sausage Dodgers Racing up ahead of them as they continue to close down. This Mercedes looking pretty strong. FRS Orange as well as SLR FGE Team B both coming down into pit lane here at this point. And I really think this goes to show you here, Zach, that we're going to pretty much be seeing pit stops on a fairly regular cycle here, I think, for the next really entirety of this race for these drivers, because of the early safety cars, because of the incidents that we saw taking place at the beginning of the race. It's going to throw these drivers out, and the sequence is going to be all over the place here, and you've just got to make do with what you've got.
Yeah, you got to play with the cards you've been dealt, and for some people they are a pretty poor hand to work with for the rest of this race. But who knows, there could be another safety car that can sort of right around the hour mark that can bring a lot of people back on sequence and make it once again a level playing field for the remainder of the race. But that is hopeful, and you can't predict the future. You've got to play with the track as it is at the moment. Yeah, but it is an interesting note, because we've got a very big range in terms of our pit window. Some people are making scheduled stops now. Some people will be doing it in 20 minutes time. Other people in around about half an hour time. And yeah, all that matters is where they are when they cross the line come the checker flag in around about 4.5 hours time, I should say. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how all the strategies funnel up come those final moments, because that's really when we're going to see what's worked and what hasn't.
Yeah, you're completely right there. As we watch FRS Orange and DSRT RJB Solutions looking like they have to go. Oh, as we're hearing some reports here of Lightbird Esports, they may have to quit. Looks like there's a problem there. And yes, they are indeed scored as out of the race. Oh, heartbreak here for that team.
Yeah, that is a shame, but for them, they've not really had the best of that last hour. They had a really good start to the race, but unfortunately, that hasn't quite transpired. This is what happened to Udo Vangermain. Another mistake coming out of turn 2, similar to the one they made earlier on that found them on the head of their car. But I think that was the final straw. That was the tipping point that said to them, nah, we're not continuing in this race. We give up. There's no point continuing on. And while we get that frustration, it would have been nice to see them continue on, because you don't really know what's going to happen for the remainder of the race, but you can for sure understand their frustration.
Yeah, you most certainly can. When you just find yourself in problem after problem, it can really bring your way back down through the grid, and it certainly hurts yourself as they go. But this is currently our closest battle out on track right now. FRS Orange leading over DSRT RJB Solutions. Everything really being separated out by those pit stop sequences, is it looks like the longest we've seen drivers really be able to go is around the 32 lap mark. So that seems to be the area where drivers are able to extend as long as possible, and we still have plenty of time until we hit that mark for a lot of these leading cars. I would expect the FRS Lime machine to be the first one to come in out of the main field. They're up 32 on the day, but a big part of that is the fact that they came down early and are having to make up some time here on the pit stops.
Yeah, for sure. They are slightly off sequence. This is what happened to Ben Sullivan. This Sausage Dodgers Cars Racing 66, this Ferrari, hasn't also had the... Oh, that is an interesting spin. I think got caught up by the BMW in front of him, distracted, and then dipped a wheel onto the grass. Under braking is always going to spin these GT3 cars around, no matter how how good the TC or ABS is on the cars. If you sort of make a shift in the grip levels, it is going to go around. This is the Quantum Racing team car going around again at 130R, and yet another Porsche doing it. So goes to show that 130R really isn't a corner to be messed with.
No, it certainly is. That has been the big giant killer here today. Absolutely multiple drivers being taken out. Here is SLRFGE Team B closing down on Quantum Racing up in front of them. Dealing with a little bit of lap traffic there. That's the number 37. That's Quantum Racing team. This is the number 27 is the car that is a lap down. That's that Sausage Dodgers Racing 66, who you actually see sliding off the side of your screen there, maybe into a little bit of trouble. I'm not sure how heavy of a contact that was with the outside barrier, but my goodness gracious, everybody just having problems here today at this point in the race.
It's a race of attrition for sure here at Suzuka. We said it was going to be. It's a track that will spit you out if you give it the opportunity to, and a lot of teams and drivers have found that out the hard way. This is Alex Roth under pressure from the fellow Porsche. Looking to the outside of Spoon Curve. Is he going to commit to it? It's a fairly damage-stricken Porsche, so shouldn't be too difficult for the SLR FGE Team B to find a way through, but Alex Roth still putting up a fairly sizable defense despite the pretty crumpled Porsche, it must be said.
Yeah, I've got to say I'm very, very impressed with the run. Is now we have the look from SLR down to the inside. I think that's going to be pretty much easy as you please, as indeed it is. You can see there a little bit of flash of the lights from behind. That is for MBG2 Esports Yellow. That is a car up a lap on them. And they've got to worry a little bit because closing in behind them is Blue Chip Racing Academy as they bring themselves up through the field. So they're worried about a little bit of running here as they go. The number 37 probably going to be relatively complacent here, I would have to imagine. Maybe just holding on to the racing line, though. Looks like they're going to try to get over, trying to have a little bit of conversation there as they go down through the corner. Looks like the 37 will stay out to the outside and allow them be able to get themselves on through and let this battle really continue on between Blue Chip Racing Academy and MBG2 Esports Yellow. Looks like they're a little bit held up coming up through the S's. That's going to separate things out a little bit, but that's really the story of the race here at this point. Everything just kind of ebbing and flowing as we work our way through this traffic.
Yeah, for sure, side by side between the DSRT cars of SimX Pro and RGB Solutions. Robin Oosting, I should say, not Ryan, Robin, finding his way to the outside of his teammate and up into the top 20. Robin Oosting impressed quite early on in this race, but again, misfortune struck their way and they haven't been able to show the full potential of what that car has had. But yeah, it's endurance racing. These things happen, as we will always say, particularly with lap traffic. And it's one of those things that sometimes luck is on your side. You can time the run really well, get past them on a straight, or for others, you can catch them at really unfortunate points, i.e. through the S's, where you can't find a way through very, very easily, which for a lot of teams is quite frustrating and can, time and time again, cost you battles because of that lack of momentum and that time loss that you get relative to your competitors.
Yeah, it's a very tough thing to try to manage out for a lot of these drivers. It's something you've really got to try to keep your head on and be able to be careful about as we now focus in. Blue Chip Racing Academy hoping to be able to close down here a little bit on the drivers in front of them. We take a little bit nice side-by-side view as they continue to run, as they continue to work their way through, trying to see what can play itself out here for these drivers. Not entirely sure here at this point if they're going to be able to hold out. Again, looking at the pit stop sequence, we do anticipate them staying out for a good while longer here back in 12th place. This is a battle that we keep our eyes on. Pit stops, I think, going to be the next big question mark as we approach the 1/3 mark in this race. 1/3 of the mark almost down here as they continue to run.
Yeah, still a long way to go for sure, but again, another important milestone ticked off. They've got only 2/3 of this race left to go. They'll be approaching the sort of the end of the tyre life for their tyres, maybe for their stint, unless they've swapped drivers pretty early on. And yeah, it's good to again tick off that milestone, see where you've come in this race, look forward to where you are going, what you can do to try and improve. Can you learn from any mistakes that you've made in the first part of the race? Again, use that pit stop, as we say, as a mental reset, because that is another crucial thing. Granted, sim racing is not quite as physical as real life racing. It definitely is as mentally exhausting, or definitely can be as mentally exhausting, because having to focus on the million different things going on at once, focusing on your tires, your fuel, your whereabouts on the track, it can for sure take a strain out of your driver.
Yeah, it most certainly can, and let's not forget about the physical that does come into the running here when you are in the sim race. Yes, you're not having to deal with necessarily the same amount of G-forces and all of that that's pushing on against you, but when you're driving with these direct drive wheels, very, very heavy, a lot of force, a lot of torque getting put through those wheels, and it can certainly exhaust you. I know when I've done some endurance racing, Zach, I get out of that and I feel like I've just done a full workout. But these drivers obviously probably dealing with a lot better equipment than I have, as Blue Chip Racing Academy sends the move down to the inside there of 130R and a little bit of a beat-up MBG2 Esports Yellow Machine. I'm amazed at the Yellow Machine able to stay ahead there. Lots of tenacity, and that car looking like it's been through a little bit of the ringer here, some damage on the front end, but it doesn't look like it's affecting the performance.
Yeah, no, not at all, and seems to be more bodywork damage than anything, so still trundling on. But as going back to the direct drive, any damage really does also exemplify the forces that are going through those wheels. The advancements in wheel technology has been massive, and you're right in saying I've come off some simulators and been completely knackered. up in Bolton for a competition with the Rocket Racing Stars F4 Esports Competition UK. The simulators, they use full motion and everything, have the seatbelt strapped on, you press the brakes and you get, sucked into the seat. It's so physical. The steering wheel's very heavy, the pedals as well, and you come out of the cockpit almost sweating and out of breath after even just a 30-minute stint in the race. So for a lot of these drivers to have really top-end rigs, and to do that for an hour, 2-hour stint, that is going to be very, very exhausting. So yeah, that is yet another challenge of endurance racing.
Yeah, it very much is, and that's why it's helpful to have those drivers around you, your teammates, all of that, to be able to talk to you and work you through and kind of coach you through some of that physical exhaustion. But speaking of driver changes and pit stops, it looks like the FRS Lime machine coming down into pit lane. Zanoni looking like they're going to be taking that pit stop. Not sure if we're going to see a driver swap out of that number 69 machine or not, but they are down into pit lane here at this point. We continue to follow the closest battle out on track right now. Blue Chip Racing Academy continuing to try to close down here on the MBG2 Esports yellow machine. There you can see on your screen FRS Lime looking like they are done and on their way, having taken their pit stop here on lap 49. Trying to see exactly what that pit stop time was there for them, as it did look pretty quick. It's about a 1-minute stop in pit lane, so about average on what we are seeing. But Zanoni certainly staying in the car here at this point. And I got to say, coming out of pit lane up 26 positions, that is a great, great run for FRS. Oh, we've got a problem here. Delta V Racing 3 had a little bit of an incident coming up through Spoon, it sounds like.
Oh, that is interesting for a team that so far has been unfazed and making little to no mistakes for the entirety of the race so far. So very uncharacteristic for Kevin Fitterman. We're going to have a bit of a look as to what happened to the Porsche. Heading up into Spoon Curve, it is a very tricky corner, particularly in the Porsche, and it looks like a little bit too eager to the right-hand side going in and just clipping the grass going onto the brakes. You're not on the brakes for very long for Spoon, but again, as soon as you get onto the grass, the difference in grip levels, the car gets overwhelmed and it will just spin, and at that point you really are just a passenger.
Yeah, and that's really the last thing you want to be there at that point in the race. That Delta V Racing 3 car still is going to hold on to about a 20-second advantage up at the front of the field, but it's certainly going to allow things to maybe have a little bit of a chink in the armor, show things out a little bit for the rest of the field, and that's going to be a little bit, well, I think helpful to a lot of the field to maybe realize that there is an ability to try to gain themselves back up forward. As right now we continue to follow on this battle with MBG2 and Blue Chip Academy Racing. Picture in picture there, showing you a couple of the other closer battles that are out on track. It certainly looks like things are coming into play here as they continue to run. By the way, that third BMW in line, that is not for position, that is Delta Racing. They are a lap down here at this point.
Yeah, and it can get a little bit confusing if you're not, eyeing up the timing tower as well as the on-track action, but that's endurance racing, things happen. PTX Racing Team as well into the top 10 as OS Sim Team into the pit lane, but at the moment we're following this battle for P12 between Chase Brown, the Blue Chip Racing Academy, and the MBG2 Esports yellow car, and they are very, very close in tow. But as the race progresses, we are going to see more of that lap traffic come into play, because while the Delta Racing car is not slow by any means, maybe even faster than the two in front of him, as Brown is looking to the inside of T1. That is very close, not quite the send he would have hoped it would have been to get him up into now P11. But yeah, back to the point of Delta Racing. They're not by any means slow. They're not lapped because they're way off the pace. They're just lapped because of unfortunate circumstances. So still being sort of a headache and staying with the pack of cars in front of them.
Zach, we've got news again that the leader once again, Fittima, having a problem here on the last lap. It looks like that this has been a big one. They lost about 15 seconds to FRS Cherry. That number 262 Porsche looking like they are in all kinds of problems here. That car just not handling well. All right, so this is coming down into Spoon yet again. Looks like they get things right there at that point, and just too much speed on the exit. That's going to send them right around. They're going to bring the car to a halt. They've got to wait for everybody to clear on by them, doing the right thing of just holding the brakes there. They're going to pull themselves back out onto the kitty litter and get going, but again, that cost them about 15 seconds.
Yeah, not great for, as I say, already a team that has been unfazed, has not made many mistakes at all. So Kevin Fitterman really now starting to feel the effects maybe of tyre wear. They haven't that Porsche seems to still be in some pretty good condition. So not that it's sort of a case of damage. Maybe the car just not handling too well on the later stages of tyre life, and now falling into that negative feedback loop. Once you spun once, already shot tires are going to start to overheat. That's then going to potentially lead him to spin again, which it has, and it's hard to then knock those tires back into a comfortable window. So it's going to be sort of like just driving on ice, driving on a knife's edge for Kevin Fitterman until he comes in to change those tires.
Yeah, it very much is. He is going to have to be very, very careful to be able to do that. Again, track temperatures right now at about 85 degrees Fahrenheit as they run, and that's in the Goldilocks zone. But once you get those tires up above that peak temperature, it is very, very hard to get them back down and to really avoid any problems there for them. As we watch right now, that battle starting to close in a little bit. Oh, contact there for Sausage Dodgers Racing as they try to pull away here from DSRT RJB Solutions. And that contact, I think, not going to help them in their running.
Yeah, no, not at all. And unfortunately for Tim Williams there to have that bit of contact, but they are still fairly close together, are the RGB Solutions DSRT and the Sausage Dodgers Racing just in front. So again, it's not like they've completely knocked each other out of contention, but just look at the train of cars that we've got. That elite racing team, Porsche, who is very, very quick, very punchy, and one of the front runners really in terms of pace in this race. Also breathing down your neck. Could we see a move from any of them down in towards the Casso Triangle? Doesn't look to be the case. But that Porsche going pretty slowly as well.
Yeah, it certainly does. I wonder if there's something wrong with the Porsche, or if they're just maybe trying to be in a little bit more of conservation mode, as now it looks like we've got a little bit of movement there behind, trying to see if they're going to be able to get by that 831 machine. And that's RJB Solutions entry, trying to see what they are able to do. That is your fifth place car, Elite Racing Team BMW, right in the midst of all of that. And that is a lapped car that is trying to be able to get its way on through right now. So certainly a little bit of an awkward position for them to be in. They want to try to get their way on by as quickly as possible, but that may not be possible here at this point. They may have to deal with a little bit more because they've got a battle right in front of them. And if you are in a battle, you are going to be less likely to allow anything to be able to get themselves on by.
Yeah, for sure. It's sort of raised the stakes, raised the tensions just a little bit, and it's definitely one of those situations where experience thrives to know what to do, when to do, and how to do it. But so far, for the DSRT RGB Solutions car, they are sandwiched in between two cars, having to look forward and back, as you say, and that can be very, very tricky to sort of deal with. And it can really start to pile the pressure on. And pressure is one of those things that you either thrive under or you can pretty much break under as well.
Yeah, it very much is. And you've got to be very careful about how you respond to it. You want to be conscious of what's going on in your rearview mirror. You want to be aware of what is playing itself out, but you don't want to let everything be surrendered to that. You can't be driving in your rearview mirror too much. You can't be driving looking out the rearview mirror, or you're going to miss lines. You're going to miss breaking points. You're going to miss things as you continue to try to work your way out on track, and so that'll certainly be enough to throw you out if you are not careful. But you have really got to be on top of your game here, especially when you're dealing with that lap traffic coming in behind you, like we see here for DSRT RJB Solutions. And I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't seen Elite West Racing Team really try to get their way off a little bit more here. They're going to take a look to the inside, not going to do it. FRS Lime back down into pit lane here at this point. Not sure what that's about, as there we see, I'm not sure if that was an intentional yield from DSRT or if that was unintentional there and running a little bit wide through turn one.
Yeah, maybe so, but yeah, a number of things can, of course, cause this sort of the slowdown in pace, whether that is a legitimate slowdown penalty or just deciding to be a little bit safe. But yeah, interesting for the FRS Lime car of Akram Zanone to have already come back into the pit lane, maybe for a drive-through, potentially, not entirely sure though, as to what could have caused that. But regardless of which, they've been driving remarkably well throughout the course of this race, as we nearly tick towards 2 hours done, 1/3 of the way through through this race, and still we've got a number of fights. But despite their troubles, the Delta V Racing 3 car still have a pretty decent lead.
Yeah, they really do. They've been able to keep that gap relatively large and actually have grown it since they won themselves around there, the Delta V Racing 3 machine. The gap's about 7 seconds here at this point. And by the way, we are hearing for that FRS Lime machine that it was a black flag for the number 69. So that is what brought them back down into pit lane a little bit early. Unfortunately, whoa, as that was some close sailing there coming up through Spoon.
As it always has been, and yeah, with the cars that have been so locked in some fights for, oh my word, that is a Porsche that is crabbing all the way down this back stretch towards 130R. That is not a car I would like to be driving at all, just trying to avoid everyone and stay out of the way. Fairly dangerous, but fortunately enough, they are close enough to the pit lane where they should be able to limp it home.
Yeah, hopefully be able to get themselves on home here at this point. Here is a little bit of a battle right now. Elite Racing Team Porsche trying to be able to get their way on by Sausage Dodgers right now. Remember, we've seen some great pace here out of this number 23 over the course of the running, but we haven't really seen a lot of aggression here out of Lavery since he took over the wheel of the car, but he's going to be able to stick down to the inside, proving me wrong. That was certainly an aggressive move, able to play that out. Broken Wings, number 14, by the way, down on into pit lane, so they are going to be the latest to take their pit stop here at this point.
Oh yeah, and you know that Broken Wings car is very up and down here, and really having sort of an up and down race of both luck and misfortune. But they are still carrying on pretty well, and I think they are switching out their drivers now. Jesse Maitonen getting to the wheel, so we'll have to see what he can do at the wheel of the Lightning McQueen liveried Porsche number 14, and trying to fly the flag high and continue their charge towards the front. And they are still, I would say, aiming for a top 10. They've shown pace to be up there before, and I think that is going to continue for the rest of this race.
Yeah, I think it is as well. I think that car looks particularly tuned up well and pretty much ready to roll here at this point. It looks like it is in good position to be able to hold itself out for as long as possible. They do have a big gap to try to close down on FRS Orange directly up ahead of them. It's going to be about 16 seconds as they run. Looks like Broken Wings is coming out of pit lane right now, so that's going to drop them down into about 17th, let's call it 18th position, as Aerokinetics Purple was able to get on by them. We continue to follow Andrew Laverty here for Elite Racing Team Porsche right now. That car up ahead is a car that's on a bigger lap as we take a look at the replay there. Ooh. Oh, and that's Angel Mora there. Is that little bit of an impact, is that what caused the car to crab that badly? Yes, it is. Oh, that is so unlucky.
That must have been the most awkward angle to be to be hit by, and that has really tarnished them, which is a big shame because, as you say, it wasn't a massive whack that took them out. Trip over the gravel, rejoined with no further contact, and still had that massive bit of damage to their rear right, which is very, very unfortunate indeed. But regardless of which, they have to dust it off, reset, repair the damage if they've still got a fast repair left to use, and then go again and continue. But we are back to the live action with the fight for P11 between the MB G2 Esports, OS Sim Team, and Rio Racing Esports, which again are a number of teams that are slightly off sequence in terms of the pit stop. So the timing tower isn't at all going to tell the full story pretty much for the rest of the race.
No, it really is, and everything is very much thrown out of whack here. What we really need at this point is a safety car to be able to get the field back together and to figure out how it runs as we cross over the 2 hours done here, Mark. 2 hours out of 6 done at the Coach Dave's 6 hours of Suzuka. And we continue to cycle our way around here. We follow the Rio Racing Esports machine. Banerjee behind the wheel of the car right now, closing in on us. Sim Racing Team right up ahead of them. That is Fabio Felix behind the wheel of that Porsche. We ride on board with Banerjee as he works his way through the corners, trying to take advantage here of that West Racing Team. Remember, they are down a little bit in the running right now, all of them, from where they were earlier on in the race, but still find themselves up 5 and 6 positions respectively. He's going to have a little bit of a look here, thinks about a little bit of a look going down into the first Degner, going to back it off there as he runs, so that is going to be good running there for Banerjee, trying to see what he is able to get going. Not looking like they are able to get anything here at this point, but they're just going to keep applying that pressure as they go.
Yep, for sure. That's all you really can do. No need to force any moves that aren't ready to be made. Just sit there, wait for the prime opportunity, and then find your way through, because we've seen how easily incidents can happen, how little it takes for a big old bit of damage to be stricken to your car. So it's better definitely to take that air of caution going through, really wait for the ample opportunity, and then capitalize down on that if and when it does come. But he seems to have a really good run off the spoon curve in the slipstream on the run towards 130i. Is he close enough to launch the attack? He definitely is going to pull to the left hand side, gets hit with a brick wall of air though, has got the run, got the measure up the inside of 130R, and that is him up into P12. So Banerjee there really making the most of the slipstream, pulls to the left hand side, and it really wasn't a hard fought fight there from Fabio Felix.
No, it wasn't, and I think Felix kind of recognized that that machine was coming up with a big head of speed there, and that's a lot of what we've seen out of us racing team, sim team here today, is they really and truly have played this race heads up. They've been really smart about it. We haven't seen them making too many aggressive moves. It's all about just making sure you're doing the right things at the right time, and that's really the way for them to go. For Rio Racing Esports, they were one of those teams that was involved in that incident off the beginning of the race, found themselves down the order. They've really had to fight their way back up through the field here at this point, and that's really been the story for a lot of who we thought our front competitors would be up at the front of the field. Is that opening lap incident really threw things out of proportion for these drivers and certainly changed things up for them.
Yeah, for sure. And as we said, it affected a lot of their strategies. You go into a race, sort of as we were talking about the pit strategy pre-show, you know, it's going to be, if it's green flag, it's going to be an hour come in, do fuel and tires on that second stop, and then continue on like that. That's the optimal strategy. That's what these drivers and teams would have come in knowing they were going to do. But they don't come in expecting to have a big crash, and they don't have those provisions in place to know exactly what to do and when. They have to think on their feet. They have to, you know, think, okay, what if we do this, this, and this? And then again, there's the unpredictability of another safety car coming out, hopefully at a good time, maybe even at a poor time. There's so many different variables to take into account in motorsport in general, let alone in endurance racing, when you've got to stretch those variables out for a whole 6-hour race. It does take a lot, and it's again one of those things that experience does allow you to thrive in, because once you've had those bad experiences before, you can use what you learned from that to then apply it in future situations.
Yeah, exactly, and you've just got to really rely on that big bank of knowledge that you have. As we focus here on Sous Chef Academy, about 9 seconds or so off of Team TSRC, trying to work their way back up through the grid. Remember, they had a little bit of rough running earlier on here, but Jen Kaiser continuing to work his way around, continuing to try to see what he is able to do, working his way by some lap traffic right now. I believe that's going to be Bruce Jackson directly up ahead of him. That's going to be the Aerokinetics purple machine. By the way, up to this point in the race, we have lapped all the way up to P15. FRS Lime finds themselves a lap down, but the top 14 remain on the lead lap here with over a third of the race down and in the books as they continue to work, try to see what they are able to do. Now, obviously, a lot of that is going to be thrown off, and there you can see the track temperatures right now at about 28 degrees Celsius, 83 degrees Fahrenheit. The wind definitely coming into play here, and that could explain why we've seen a little bit of the play back and forth, why we've seen some of the drivers losing it through some of the fast corners here, Zach, as it very well could be a situation where they're just getting a big gust coming up and over Spooner down through 130R.
Yeah, it's something that can really catch you off guard if you're not prepared for it. I mean, while iRacing doesn't quite have rain just yet, you sort of shrug the rest of the weather conditions off to the side as not really relevant. But no, the track temp and the air temp and the wind speed and all that sort of stuff really does start to play a factor, because in motorsport, when you set up the car to 0.0 of a degree in terms of toe or camber or anything like that, those are the margins that we're talking about. So a shift of even 1 degree Celsius up or down can have an effect. A shift of 1 kilometer an hour of wind speed can have a big effect. And when these cars run at such fine operating windows, a change to that really can have an effect. So yeah, it is one of those things you can't just shrug off and get complacent over, because it will have an effect and will spit you out if you're not careful for it. And yeah, I think that definitely has played a factor in a couple of drivers and teams being caught out by the changes in weather conditions, such as a couple of spins at Spoon, or drivers overdriving their tires a little bit too much and overheating them.
Yeah, I think that can certainly be a big reason for that coming to play as we focus back on a little bit of a battle here going on farther back in the field. Delta Racing leading over Team Red X SimSport Green right now. Team Red X certainly looking like they've got a little bit of a pace advantage as they climb over the curbs coming through the snake right now. A little bit of a dab of the brakes there for Delta Racing as they work their way by, and a very aggressive move there coming through Dunlop. That was going to be an attempted pass for Team Red X SimSport Green. Looks like they're not going to be able to get it to play here at this point, but they've shown their nose. They know they're in contention and ready to fight.
Yeah, that is the main thing, is to make a statement early on and to say, hey, we are here, we are ready to put some pressure on and sort of get your foot in the door, put some early sort of statements out and, you know, make them look in their mirrors. Because for a good while, the Delta Racing car would have been looking well and truly forward at trying to stretch the gap. But now Jeffrey Van der Hagen has said, no, you can't do that. You've got some pressure at your doorstep. And again, it's that thing of putting the pressure on, forcing them to make some mistakes. Here's side by side between the DSRT RGB and the Digital Autosport of Ukraine. A bit deep though goes the BMW, unfortunately having to cut over the Castro Triangle, and that Porsche able to pick up the pieces and stay in front.
Yeah, they're going to definitely find themselves falling back through the order. Looks like we've got a couple of more drivers coming down into pit lane. Sous Chef Academy pulling on in. Elite Racing Team Porsche coming in as well. Bruce Jackson here that we follow right now. He is trying to hold off that DSRT Simex Pro machine as they work their way through the corner. Good run off of the hairpin for the Porsche. Going to try to put some pressure here to the back of the BMW, the purple and black machine, as they work their way through the sweeping left-hander. Maybe we're going to see a little bit of a run here coming down into Spoon. We take a look out the back of the car. It doesn't look like it's going to be, but a wide run there for Autokinetics, and that's going to open up the door a little bit, but is it going to be opening up wide enough? Not quite yet, but DSRT, I think, smells some blood in the water. They're going to tuck up behind in the draft here, going down the long straightaway that leads us into 130R. It was about a car length as we saw them flash by the camera. A little bit of a poke to the inside for that number 10 machine. They're going to have to back off a little bit, going down through 130R. Tries to keep their nose to the inside of the Casio Triangle, but that battle is going to stagnate here as they stay in line.
Yeah, at least for now, but you are right in saying that the DSRT Simex Pro car of Robin Oosting, still at the wheel, is going to be starting to know that he's got the higher ground in terms of this fight. He knows that he's in control in of a sense, and he's putting Bruce Jackson under a world of relentless pressure, and that's exactly what he's got to do. He's got to try and force the Aerokinetics purple car into a bit of a mistake that's going to allow the door to open, and even there, just staying to the left-hand side going into the S's just a little bit, something that's not going to hamper their momentum too much, but just make a statement in the rearview mirror to make Bruce Jackson think twice about every move that he does. And it's that doubting yourself that then really does start to cause the mistakes. But also, interestingly, we've got a couple of front-running cars into the pit lane, as this is Derek Vinn, all not having the best of runs for Spirit.
No, not the best of runs at all. Yeah, Elite Racing Team BMW coming down into pit lane. Looks like the win, able to get that car gathered up back underneath him and back on and going. As you said there, Zach, Elite Racing Team BMW pulling down into pit lane, taking their stop here at this point. We continue to follow Bruce Jackson in that 222 machine. All of the pressure being applied right now to the back by Robin Oosting, trying to see what he is able to get going as they now work their way through. That's going to be a little bit of lap traffic in front of them. That is Ben Sullivan of the number 32 Sausage Dodgers Racing number 66 that they try to deal with. We've also got a battle here up for fourth place with Delta V Racing 2 and Blue Chip Racing as they continue to work their way through some very, very close running here up at different points in the field.
Yeah, there is as has been the theme pretty much for the entirety of this race so far. It's been all the way at the top of the field, it's been all the way at the bottom of the field that we've seen some really close racing. An interesting storyline start to unfold for a lot of teams that have just sort of captivated the hearts of some of the audience. And there is Bruce Jackson just trying to negotiate some of the lap traffic, getting out of the way pretty nicely to allow both Jackson and Oosting through. But that Porsche is breathing down the neck now of the Aerokinetics purple car, down the pit straight to the right-hand side. Is going to get the measure maybe down and towards T1. Is it going to be hard fought from the American of Jackson, who's going to be on the outside for T1 and T2, the number 10 Porsche to the inside, and that was a fairly easy affair come T1.
Yeah, that didn't look like it was too much of a fight there from Bruce Jackson, especially when he saw it coming and just decided to get out of the way. Delta V Racing 3 and Team TSRC both down into pit lane, so we're getting more and more of those drivers pulling off and coming down into the pits from the front of the field here at this point, waiting for them to all pull on in. And the rest of the field, we're going to be a little bit off cycle and a little bit all over the place in terms of pit stop sequence just because of the nature of this race. Again, those early safety cars and quite a few drivers being forced to come in and out of the pits due to some incidents. Blue Chip Racing also coming in the 006, coming in for that BMW right now as they work their way out. Looks like Team TSRC and Delta V Racing both back out and on their way. Pit stop being taken care of there for them, as they continue to work their way through. Bruce Jackson just trying to do the best he can here in that Aerokinetics purple machine. The gap, look at that, already growing. I dare say that DSRT SimX Pro Porsche was getting held up there a little bit. They've already grown the gap to about 1.3 seconds.
Yeah, and it is interesting to see how quick that gap grows as soon as they are relinquished and able to stretch their legs a little bit and gain that advantage, because Robin Oosting throughout this race has shown to be fairly quick, and we'll have to see what his pace is like in some clear air. But yeah, that again just goes to show and is a testament to how difficult it can be at some times to overtake around Suzuka. Yes, it does open the door for some fantastic racing, but you do have to get your foot in the door first, and to do that is easier said than done. A lot of this circuit is taken relatively single file. There's no way you can really send a move, and it does take a while for that opportunity, that door to open for drivers like Oosting.
Yeah, and it's just all about them trying to be able to press themselves forward, hold themselves forward, and keep up that pressure. So good call there from Oosting, doing exactly what he needed to do to be able to get that number 10 Porsche into a good position. MBG2 Esports and MBG2 Esports Yellow, both into pit lane here on lap number 61. They are going to be bringing themselves into the pits here at this point, and looks like they are coming off as they bring themselves back out around. Looks like there's a little bit of a battle starting to form back down for 21st position between SLR FGE Team B and Delta Racing right now. Delta Racing trying to close in. I think SLR FGE is just going to get out of the way. There they go, and deprive us of what could have been a pretty interesting battle there, but that is going to move Delta Racing up into 21st spot.
Yeah, Delta Racing trying to still make amends. It was Oliveira at the wheel quite a while ago actually, but at the last pit stop. It is now Andrade at the wheel of the number 4 machine, and again another team that has suffered quite a fair bit of misfortune, but you know, pretty much most of the teams are in that same boat. A couple of more teams, Team Red X Simsport Green into the pit lane, SLR FG Team B into the pit lane, PTX Racing Team now exiting the pit lane, and yeah, it is still that point where we've got a wide range of pit windows. No one really still getting themselves back on a sequence, because to be fair to these guys, we've had a long time of green flag. There's not really been much opportunity to get back on the sequence.
No, there really hasn't, and I certainly think for a lot of these drivers, you know, you can be doing a little bit of fuel saving here, a little bit of a fuel saving there, trying to see what you are able to do, but I'm not entirely sure if that's the strategy here we've seen at this point. We have those early safety cars. You don't know when another one's going to come out, and because you're off cycle here at this point, I think saving fuel is just going to help you in the fact that you'll have to take a slightly shorter pit stop potentially. But our leader right now, FRS Cherry, with Ramadan coming in into pit lane here at this point. The number 331 is going to be the latest to peel on off into the pits, as well as Aerokinetics Purple. Looks like they are coming in out of about 12th place position, so plenty of drivers opting to take their stops here at this point. We continue to follow Blue Chip Racing, who holds off DSRT SimX Pro, and this is a little bit of an intriguing battle. These are two drivers that are on the same pit stop sequence. They pitted on about lap 42 last time out, so not necessarily like they're two different cars on alternating sequences here. They pitted on lap 42 and 43 respectively, so this is for all intents and purposes a battle out on track.
Yeah, it is for sure a fight that they are going to have to settle amongst themselves, and one that I think we did see a little bit earlier on between the two cars. And yeah, well, that is something that we are going to be interested to see, because yeah, it's been a breath of fresh air really. A lot of the battles that we've seen so far haven't quite been for you know, actual position on track, more just sort of provisional as they have been while the timing tower sorts itself out and the pit sequence sorts itself out. So it'll be interesting to see what Tom Fane and Robin Oosting can do amongst each other. And Oosting is off the back of some pretty good momentum, overtaking a car not too long ago and using that drive to catapult himself now onto the back of the American.
Yeah, doing a very good job to catapult himself into that position. Is here we watch Tom Fane for Blue Chip Racing trying to hold off to the best of his abilities. That attack from Oosting going down into the corner. Great side-by-side by our director here of Jack Maloney as we continue to watch them try to navigate. Good run here for Oosting. Is this going to be the overtake that he needs to be able to get the move done on Fane? He's going to go to the inside here. He's going to have to be later on the binders going down into turn one, and it looks like that's exactly what the Porsche is. Move DSRT up another position.
Beautifully done, and that SimX Pro Porsche is on a charge really in terms of clear air. 59.0 was their last lap, which is definitely up there and quicker than our current race leaders, Alfonso Pedro in the Delta V Racing 2 car that only did a 2-minute 0.69. So really good pace in that SimX Pro, and again goes back to the point that we always talk about of sometimes drivers' positions don't quite show their true potential in terms of pace.
No, they certainly don't, and sometimes you can just be a little bit scruffy coming through qualifying, and that can be enough to throw you off, and you've got to try to work your way back up through the field and be able to do that. As we look on our picture-in-picture, another close battle now that this other one starts to deteriorate a little bit. Sausage Dodgers Racing holding off at about a 0.2 of a second advantage over MBG2 Esports Yellow as they run right now. That gap certainly coming down through the S's as they try to work their way up and ahead, seeing what can play out here at this point. Oh, that looks to be, I think that's Slow Boys Racing in the number one off and into the background there on your main shot as Tom Fane streaked on by them. That car is not having the best of days.
Same can be said for a lot of people, though, to not have the best of days. Suzuka is a circuit so far that has really cast a shadow over a couple of people, unfortunately. But this is the fight back to live action with Aerokinetics Purple, PTX Racing Team, the fight for the final place inside the top 20, also side by side in the picture-in-picture, going into the hairpin. The Mercedes looking to go to the inside, but the BMW with the outside momentum able to stay in front, and of course that wide line on the power earlier and ahead, and that Mercedes really did languish to the inside. Not entirely sure if that was a fight for position or not, but yeah, that is yeah, nice to see actually with the picture-in-picture, because it gives two perspectives. There's a lot of action that goes on circuit all at once, and we can't often look at all of it, so to have two screens just to try and digest everything is kind of nice.
Yeah, it certainly is. I know I have about 18 screens that I try to digest all the information here to be able to see it. I'd like that the viewers get to get a little bit of that same taste as well. Aerokinetics just coming out of pit lane here on the most recent lap, and they find themselves plopped right into the middle of this battle. But this is a close one. This is actually up for the lead of the race here, as we've got a side-by-side coming down into the corner. FRS Lime trying to keep a little bit of pressure here to the back of Delta V Racing 2. Looks like they're going to lose some time courtesy of the lap traffic. That's Luis Gonzalez, I believe, in the middle, and the MBG2 Esports yellow BMW. That's going to be the FRS line machine of Zanuni, able to get on by. Almost a little bit of a defensive line there for the BMW. That's getting a little bit scruffy there with lap traffic. I'd be a little bit angry there, I think, if I was FRS Lime. That car's already a lap down, and there you see the flash of the headlights indicating that that driver behind the wheel not exactly happy.
Yeah, that is not a happy South African by any stretch of the imagination. Zanone has been so quick and is definitely a driver you do not want to mess with at all. And while blue flags aren't exactly mandatory, it's not get out the way now. It's more a case of don't hold them up, don't be mean. Just, if they go for a move, don't hold them up too much. But yeah, that BMW did not want to relinquish that position too easily, which is strange because it's not like over racing or IndyCar or anything like that where you sort of have to stay on the lead lap and you want to fight to stay on the lead lap. It's not exactly going to be the case for that BMW. So again, there's no real incentive as to try and fight and actually stay in front. And already you can see Zanone bridging that gap open. So yeah, it's a strange one for sure, but he's not let it slow him down at all because already within half a second of Pedro now.
Yeah, within half a second, he's able to close it back in here. Again, that FRS Lime machine trying to see what he is able to do. We keep our eyes focused, though, on Pedro Arnaud here on the PTX Racing team, trying to close down on that's the Aerokinetics Purple 222 as they run. Here's the battle for the lead. FRS Lime looking like they got a great jump there off of Spoon Corner. They're going to tuck up behind here on the draft of Delta V Racing 2. And here comes the move for the number 69 machine. Easy as you please. I even think Delta V Racing 2 may have given a little bit of a lift there to allow FRS Lime on by.
Yeah, and of course that team is 10 laps off sequence relative to the 69 machine of the FRS Lime car. So yeah, they are slightly differing in terms of strategies, and when you're differing on strategies, there's no point holding each other up. You're only harming both yourselves and them for really no gain at all. So Francois Pedro, of course, a driver that had a bit of an incident earlier on, had a spin through 130R, had a bit of damage, and is now on a recovery. Again, is trying to pick the right fights at the right time, and holding up a driver that's completely on a different strategy is definitely not the wisest way of doing that.
No, and remember that racing drivers have the memory of elephants, that they will absolutely remember that being played here a little bit later on in the race if they come up against them once again. Here is a little bit more side-by-side. Aerokinetics still trying to be able to get that move done on PTX Racing Team, trying to see if they were able to fight back, but it looks like PTX Racing Team able to get the move done, move themselves up ahead, and they're already streaking off into the distance to the tune of about 0.5 of a second.
Yeah, Pedro Arnaud using that Porsche's ability pretty well. And the Aerokinetics car, once it does get overtaken, does seem to be dropped by anyone really so far that we've seen get past it. So unfortunate for them, but they do just seem to be driving to sort of their own devices and trying to make the most of any opportunity that comes their way. Looking towards some of the teams that we haven't quite had a look at for a while, particularly the Sous Chef Academy car. Now we have got Michael Hamlet at the wheel and is on the back of the Team TSRC car of Matt Acton, who is now at the wheel, who of course took over from Kieran Sharp, who started the race, did a really blitzing start for that Team TSRC, and now we've got the two drivers of Matt Acton and Michael Hamlet going at it toe-to-toe potentially for P6.
Yeah, they're certainly starting to duke it out a little bit here. Hamlet back in the wheel of the car for Sous Chef Academy, as you said, trying to see what he is able to do, trying to get by over Acton. Looking like it's closing down a little bit. We also keep our eyes focused on this battle between Sausage Dodgers and MBG 2 Esports team as they try to be able to see what they can do. Hamlet looking particularly aggressive here coming out of Spoon. I think he is going to try to take a little bit of a look down to the inside of 130R if he's able to get the run there as best as possible. But on your main screen here, the gap between Sausage Dodgers and that BMW certainly starting to come down a little bit as well. Flash of the headlights there to indicate a little bit of displeasure, just trying to see if he can distract a little bit, but it doesn't quite look like that Mario Grillo is going to be able to do that, and they're going to keep on going in the same way.
Yeah, and still going at it. No harm, no foul. Neither of them really have been, taken out of this race, so you can carry on. But definitely, as you say, with the memories of elephants, they will take any aggression from another driver and store that away as a grudge forever. As soon as someone's done you wrong once, it's sort of like, okay, now I'm going to give a bit of an argy-bargy back to them next time I see them. So that is probably something we might see from Mario Grillo next time that they come to blows with the Sausage Dodgers Racing. Maybe, who knows? We'll have to wait and see. But this is an interesting fight once again. 4 cars fighting over a position. It's fantastic to see. Also in the bottom right of your screen, that's the fight between the Team TSRC BMW and the Sous Chef Academy Mercedes. That fight in of itself very, very close indeed, and all this is very awkward as to what's happening down here.
Very awkward indeed as the Digital Autosport of Ukraine entry there. Nihoy having a little bit of a problem coming off of the hairpin, maybe a little bit of contact there involved as they came up and on through, and that's going to dissipate that battle a little bit. iRacing Esports looking like they're coming down into pit lane here at this point as we continue to focus on Mario Grillo trying to close down on that Sausage Dodgers Racing machine up in front of them. The front wing damage to that MBG2 Esports BMW, I've got to think, not doing them any favors here at this point, particularly in a straight line, and that may explain why we've seen that number 88 machine stuck up behind Sausage Dodgers Racing for so long.
Yeah, for sure. There is, again, it's been a theme of getting stuck behind a driver for a long, long while, but there is a bit of a mistake there from the Mercedes. Could allow Mario Grillo, the Spaniard, to find an avenue through in the slipstream, but lacking a bit of straight line speed, potentially because of the little bit of damage shown to the front end of that BMW or whatever is the cause. He's not quite got the legs down the straight to really mount an attack. Going to look to the right-hand side anyway. Also with Suchef in the bottom right of your screen, getting past Matt Acton, the Team TSRC. Also with these guys, Mario Grillo has made contact with the Sausage Dodgers racing car, sent him spinning round, and that is very unfortunate.
Very unfortunate indeed, and that is not the way you want to see a battle play itself out. Very, very rough to be able to tell there for them, and that's going to send everything around and re-rack and restack just about everything that you can imagine here at this point. But we continue to focus in, waiting to see what exactly is going to happen in this battle with Grillo and that now West Team Racing machine closing in behind, trying to see if they're going to have anything. Oh, and that's Grillo running wide, and that's going to open up the door potentially. He tries to carry as much speed as possible, but it's going to run him out into the outside wall.
Oh, and again, a bit more of carnage coming out of the second Degner. That is Samerville. That is unfortunate for the iRacing Esports driver. There's another car coming round. He has to stop in his tracks as he tries to rejoin the circuit. That is unfortunate. Here's Tim Williams under pressure from the Broken Wings Lightning McQueen Porsche to the inside of the hairpin. Nicely done, and up to P16 for them. But yeah, once the carnage starts, it really does then start to skyrocket in terms of intensity for a good while after that.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's going to absolutely fire off as it continues to do. And here's a little bit of battle. Aerokinetics keeping in behind SLR FGE team right there, but trying to see what they are able to do. It looks like they're losing touch. I think SLR FGE was able to get on by them a little bit after they went. And it looks like, Zach, unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to you here at this point. You are going to head on out of the booth, but it has been great to share about the past 3 hours with you, and it is going to be a sad sight to see you go, my friend.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Long time no see with you, DJ. It's always a pleasure to commentate alongside you. It's been a fantastic race, and, well, you're definitely going to be in good company with Mr. David Christie.
I am indeed, and you make my transition there for me absolutely perfectly, welcoming the man himself, David Christie, up into the commentary booth.
I was quite enjoying that, I've got to be honest, DJ and Zach. I was quite enjoying sitting back there with a cup of coffee, with popcorn. I enjoyed whatever the hell that was in the past 5 seconds. That was brilliant. What a race, DJ. Thanks for the very warm welcome. Delighted, as always, like Zach, to join you in the booth here. But yeah, it looks like this has just been a nice, quiet Sunday afternoon race then.
Yeah, very much so. No major incidents or accidents or anything to throw us out. It just continues to be a race that, well, you know, we're able to expect everything that happens as we check here for the iRacing Esports machine, getting a few things wrong, coming up through Degner 1 and making contact there. That is not going to be the number 24 wants to have things happen. And a lot of contact there. And unfortunately, that has been a little bit of what we've seen today. Mistakes from other drivers, David, that have led to bigger and bigger incidents for others out on track.
Yes, Suzuka is one of those tracks that you never really want to make a slip up on because it's just one-way traffic. It's, you know, if you're off having an accident, the walls are so close to the edge of the track here, you're almost certainly going to be rebounded back onto track and back into harm's way. We've seen it time and time again through the past 2.5 hours, and yeah, look, I mean, it's looking a very different proposition from when I had a look in the first hour of the race, and this is the joy of endurance racing, and you know this, DJ, from your work in real life stuff. You know, you can never tell what's going to happen. The story that's here at 2.5 hours is going to be completely different at the story for the final hour.
Yeah, it most certainly is. It is always going to be something that throws you out and throws you for a loop. You are going to be very, very tricky to try to see. You're going to be hard-pressed to try to see something that continues to work its way around and has those problems. And see a race that ends under normal conditions here. We do have a couple of drivers coming down into pit lane right now. Looks like Sausage Dodgers Racing and Rio Racing Esports both coming in here at this point, separating out a few of the closer battles out on track, but it does look like we have a good one that you see there in your picture-in-picture. That's going to be MBG2 Esports and PTX Racing Team. We've seen PTX be very aggressive, trying to move their way up through the field. They're going to try to move there around the outside. Looks like that's not going to work out necessarily, but they're certainly going to try to be able to get that position. This is for 16th overall. And I've got to say here at this point, David, I'm a little bit surprised that we've seen the calmness that we've seen out of the front of the field. For all of the scruffy racing that we've seen a little bit farther back and all of the frankly, constant action, this field up at the top has been relatively consistent, albeit constantly shuffling around due to pit stops.
Well, that's a brilliant point, and I think that it's a double-edged sword as well, DJ, because 9 times out of 10, when you see gaps like this, how often do we see unforced errors creeping in? As we see Akram Zanoun going straight off track, what has happened to our race leader?
Oh my goodness, FRS Lime getting
there we go,
wrong.
right on cue.
My goodness, that must have been coming through 130R. I'm not sure what happened there. I take full apologies for that because I'm pretty sure I just jinxed the FRS Lime machine there, the number 69, as he now brings his way into pit lane. Some pretty hefty damage to the left side of that Ferrari.
God, that is absolutely bizarre. So you're seeing the tail end of the instant here, and it is. He dips 2 wheels into the grass at the right-hand side. The car's completely unstable, and then into the left-hand side. Oh my God! Do you know what? That's amazing, right? That's literally the first time it's ever happened where I've been talking about a point, and it's actually happened right in front of us here. You know, I was saying he had a gap of 18 seconds ahead of Chassanet Vincent in that Delta V Racing 3 machine, and it's these unforced errors, DJ. It's the fact that you're out in the middle of the track by yourself. There was no lap traffic that he was trying to negotiate. There was nobody around him. That was a complete accident done by the fact that you just get into this point where you make these mistakes. You're pushing. You've got no one else around you for reference, and then suddenly you just make a mistake like that. It happens all the time, and it will not be the last time we see that happen today, but absolute heartbreak.
Absolute heartbreak there, and you saw them having to come down into pit lane to what I assume is take their free repair as we follow right now. Pedro Arnaud trying to be able to close in behind on that MBG2 Esports machine. FRS Line taking a long moment down in pit lane here at this point. Oh, they're out! They are categorized as out of the race. It looks like they have exited. FRS Line, your former leaders, out of this race.
Oh. Okay, well that is a turn up for the books then, and it just shows you how quickly that can go from hero to zero in the space of absolutely nothing. Obviously, too much damage on that car. Then that is, oh DJ, you hate to see it, but again, it just shows you how quickly it can go from having it all to having absolutely nothing, and throwing your toys out the pram.
Exactly, certainly enough to just be able to throw you out, and as they go, my goodness gracious, as here comes the move from PTX Racing, trying to see if they are able to get that run going down through Spoon. Doesn't quite look like they are able to do it here at this point, but look at that run coming out of the corner. That surely will be enough to be able to get them by that MBG2 Esports machine, as they are going to be in a straight drag race going down into 130R. Behind them, looks like that's SLR FGE Team B making the move. Contact through 130R. That's never going to end well, and I think that's going to be MBG2 Esports. A little bit worse for wear, but they're going to be able to hold it out coming down into the Casio Triangle. I am amazed at the defense, and now look at this SLR FGE right up into the battle, but contact with lap traffic.
What is this? Have I accidentally decided to join an hour sprint race here? What is going on? These guys are, going to be fighting out for 6 hours, and in the past 10 minutes since I've seen it, I mean, to be fair to Hristo Kurzov there, that's actually inspired thinking to drive and get your car back into pit lane rather than having to limp all the way back there. But what on earth? The fighting is just... I mean, there's intense, and then there's a little bit too far. And some of the fighting that I've seen just now, yeah, it's kind of taking the mickey a little bit.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we're not even at the halfway point here in this race, which makes it particularly remarkable for these drivers. I would have thought we've seen a lot more of that battle starting to play itself out later on in the running, but clearly that is not the case here today. I can tell you, by the way, that FRS Orange is going to be coming down into pit lane here at this point, so it does look like that is going to be the latest driver to pull on into the pits. We continue to watch PTX Racing Team as they circle their way around, are not doing a good job to be able to get that move done, despite some very, very fervent defense from MBG2 Esports. We go back to check out the replay here. And David, I thought this was all going to come to naught when they were side by side going down through 130R, I won't lie.
Yeah, they're lucky that they both managed to tell the tale there. For me, that was on the BMW trying to turn in there when the Porsche already are in front. It's a racing instant for that point, and then they two go on. And to be fair, for the rest of it, they were very, very well behaved. But the Porsche behind, unfortunately, getting caught out through that. And yeah, like at the end of the day, you take these chances. You're the one that's going to have to work out whether it's worth it or not. But yeah, difficult.
Couldn't have said it my better myself. Oh no, despite all of that, Pedro Arnaud having a problem there coming through Spoon on the last lap, and he's going to throw it all away, jumping him back down in the order. And yep, I wouldn't have been surprised to have seen that happen, as that's going to be Arnaud coming down into pit lane here at this point, opting to pull that car into the pits.
Oh man, it's so difficult to watch this because honestly, it feels like in the space of 10 minutes, so many drivers and teams have just lost any chance of being competitive at this. The thing to remember, though, is that safety cars are a factor in this. So as Pedro Arnaud does come through there, it does look like that was a drive-through penalty, and indeed we're having that confirmed from our production team there as Elton Andrade for Delta Racing comes back out as well. All these teams need to do is make sure that they're within a lap of the leader, and you never know what could happen here, DJ.
Well, that's becoming a shrinking group of drivers, though it has to be said. Only 10 drivers continuing to circulate on the lead lap, partially because of all those incidents and accidents that we have seen firing off here at this point. But do not worry, race fans. We still have a battle working its way out for 19th position. This is E-Team Brit leading ahead of Delta Racing. And it looks like Delta Racing has just come in and out of pit lane here at this point. And so that is why Delta is in the position that they are in. We continue to watch them circulating around. Looks like Delta Racing tried to put a little bit of pressure there to the back of E-Team Brit, looking for a later apex coming out of the hairpin there. They're certainly going to try to apply some pressure here, David, to try to see what they are able to do. Looks like a good run. Could we see this move play itself out down into Spoon?
Quite possibly. It's a good-looking run that we've got coming up into Spoon here. Going to be late onto the brakes, the two of them. That's what I don't like, is when you get Delta Racing being a little bit hesitant onto the brakes in towards Spoon here. Team Brit, they just have to keep the foot pinned there in that 19th position car. That's all they can do. But surely it's now going to be run down through the backstretch here. They're going to be side by side, and potentially... I'm never a fan of trying to do it at 130R, and indeed that's what Elton has agreed with, possibly down into the Casio Triangle. But to be honest with you, I'm very, very impressed here with E-Team Brit. That car doing exactly what they need to do to keep that in the position, and Yvonne van den Berg in that E-Team Brit machine doing a brilliant, brilliant effort.
Yeah, certainly doing an absolutely brilliant effort there to be able to keep his way ahead. I'm very impressed indeed, as this is your closest battle out on track as of right now. We do have Blue Chip Racing Academy coming down and out of pit lane right now. That is from 8th place position in the race. At least that's where they will find themselves slotting back into. As we work our way up through the S's right now, trying to see what's going to play out here for these drivers. Waiting to see how everything will shake itself out. Not entirely sure here if these drivers are going to be able to play anything out. Looks like Delta Racing's trying to be able to get a little bit of the run, trying to be able to close in. By the way, that driver that you see behind them there, that is a lapped car. That is not for position. That is the 26th placed Quantum Racing team, the number 37 right now. So they are not really in this equation with Richard Gordon, the American, behind the wheel of the car right now.
I'm watching Mr. Thomas Baker in the 222 down in 16th position, currently taking huge chunks out of the 24 Raiden Somerville for Rail Racing Esports in that battle for 15th and 16th. So I think that one is going to come ahead very, very shortly. They're about the same distance between them as is the E-Team Brit and Delta Racing cars just in front. You can see that in the picture here. So again, I'm amazed that we've got so many, really, really tight, intense battles going on. And the thing is that we see it week in, week out with other championships where, drivers will be nose to tail for a lot of the race, but they're not as intent on getting past DJ. There's a little bit more strategy, there's a little bit of nuance, there's a little bit more gamesmanship going on than trying to wrecking ball your way through into the way of the car in front. So I'd like to see a little bit more of that. I'd like to see a little bit more strategy, a little bit maybe a fuel saving, like what we're maybe seeing here from Ailton Andrade. He recognises that Yvonne is possibly a little bit faster, although as I say that, I'm going to eat my words as it goes, but it doesn't force the issue down at turn 1. So, Yvonne, she is a very, very fast sim racer, joined onto the team at E-Team Brit in the past year or so, and she's made waves in helping organise that team and get them all sorted out and bring them up into these competitions. So great to see, and brilliant effort so far from Yvonne van den Berg. But cracking little battle here for P18. But again, just going back to what I was saying there, DJ, this is probably the closest fight we've got on track. But again, I'd be expecting to see it a little bit more poise, a little bit more patience with the fact that we've got 3 hours 20 minutes left to go.
Yeah, I would have certainly expected that as well. I certainly have been very surprised here on the day of just the level of aggression we're seeing as we again see Delta Racing taking that later apex down through the hairpin, really trying to maximize the speed as they bring it out of the corners, but now starting to close down a little bit. It looks like the second half of this circuit is definitely where Delta Racing is starting to pick up a little bit of their power, a little bit of their speed here as they continue to run, trying to see if they're going to be able to get anything here. Looks like a good line there coming through Spoon, and that's going to be able to build the power here for them. Just building, poking out to the inside there a little bit. Maybe trying to predict where a little bit of that weaving was going to go from E-Team Brit, but not necessarily being able to run the line that they would have really liked to. That's now going to bring them here down into the Casio Triangle once more. Not seeing a poke out here from either side. This is a little bit more of the discretion that I was expecting to see, the calmness that I was expecting to see here out of this race, David. This waiting for the high percentage move to be able to get the move done.
Well, the thing with that, DJ, as well, is that for me, if you're going to make a move, you make it once because you want that move to stick. That's the whole point in making it. You don't want to be fighting with the car. You don't want to be scrapping because then you end up losing time. And it's only 2.5 seconds to Digital Autosport of Ukraine behind Delta Racing right now, so they could easily get brought back into the mix with this. But yeah, I mean, the thing is there's more benefits as well for Delta Racing just staying in touch with the E-Team Brit. For instance, I don't know about how you drive, DJ, but for me, when I'm in the sim and I've got a car behind me, I crumble like a cheap sponge. I just cannot deal with the pressure and I will end up making mistakes. So, that's for the drivers that are behind. You want to, it's free, real estate essentially if you just hang on to the car in front. push your way behind them. Just keep yourself in their mirrors. Make them very, very aware that you're there. And there's a very good chance that A, you'll save some fuel, B, you'll keep the top speed with them, and C, you're both going to progress together, and D, you might end up getting a free place if they end up stacking it. So yeah, lots to potentially be gained with that. But I've also got to say a big shout out for Yvonne and that E-Team British. That was somebody straight off in the background. That was that one of the lap cars that was behind that just went straight off into the wall there, DJ?
Yeah, I believe that was Quantum Racing Team getting it wrong coming up through the corner there. We'll have to see if we can get a replay of that in a little bit's time. But I have to agree with you, David. When I'm behind the wheel of the sim, if I see that driver coming up behind me, I am very, very considering myself in a lot of trouble. I do not respond to that pressure well, and it's exactly what you need to be doing here in an endurance race. The more you have that driver looking in the rearview mirror, the more that driver is not focused on their racing lines, their lines in front of you, that is going to be enough to be able to throw them out and be able to put you into a position where you are able to take advantage of them. And that's really the goal here, I think, for these drivers, as we continue to see Andrade working his way around, trying to get by Vandenberg. Oh, this is Sausage Dodgers Racing 66 getting it wrong. Oof. That car's been in the wars here today. That was a very, very unfortunate run up through Spoon.
Yeah, that's just happened. I saw them showing up as off track on the sim here as Jose Perez Munoz goes off for the MBG Esports Blue. Now, am I right in thinking that they were up towards the front ends of the field early on in the race here, DJ?
No, they were indeed. They were certainly up towards the pointy end of the field here, and they have just found themselves falling down due to incidents and accidents. Here's Digital Autosport of Ukraine getting things a little bit wrong, touching a little bit of the grass there, maybe carrying a little bit too much speed through the first Degner. But yes, you were right, David. They were up at the front of the field earlier on in this race.
Yeah. Also, keeping an eye on Ailton Andrade. We'll come back to that point in a second. This is Richard Gordon. This is the moment we saw in the background. That was a horrible, horrible moment. There is nothing worse than for anyone that's played iRacing, has spent a bit of time on the platform. Snap oversteer is life on this simulator. It really, really just comes out of absolutely nowhere. Audis were bad for it. Porsches are fairly bad for it as well. And there's absolutely nothing you can do. It is... It's a case of close your eyes and just hope that the car's not going to get absolutely wrecked. What was the way to say about Ailton Andrade here, though, for Delta Racing is the fact that if you watch his body language on that car, as much as he is appearing to be right on the tail lid of Von Vandenberg for E-Team Brit here, you'll notice that, especially on this back straight here, DJ, he doesn't go to make the move. He'll stick in the toe and he'll stay in the toe, but he's not like firing it up the inside here.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting, and I've got to say, it's a little bit heads up. I like the way that he's playing it. I like the way that we're seeing everything work itself out. That's exactly how I would sort of want to play this if I were in his shoes. I wouldn't want to be too aggressive here at this point, and I would just want to let and see what this battle is going to be. You don't want to be putting yourself into a position where you're taking a low percentage move, where you're putting yourself into a position where you can easily get contact with the driver in front of you. You want to put yourself into a position where you know, without question, you're going to make the pass and that it is going to succeed at the most assured position that you can be in. You don't want to be putting yourself into a spot where you go, well, let's send this up the outside and see what happens.
Oh, 100%, and that is the single-handed reason why I'm here in the commentary booth rather than being an esports professional out there on the track there, DJ, because of my inability to do moments like that. But again, Andrade getting the run out of Spoon there. He looks like he's got it here. Behind that is the battle now. Is that a BMW goes straight on through the final corner? That is fifth place. That's Matt Acton in the 13 that just went off there, I believe, because that was Nathan Sambre who just went on. So, yep, Matt Acton straight on, loses out on fourth position. I don't think there's any damage with the car, but that is a very easy mistake to make at Casio Triangle.
Yeah, a very easy mistake to make indeed. He got a little bit of help though, I think. That did not look like a solo incident there from Acton. Yeah, definitely, as we get confirmation there from our directors and producers behind the scenes that there was contact involved there, so that is not the way to go.
Oh, that's an F moment right there, goodness me, as we look at Julien Plumet for Delta V Racing 2. You know how we often get accused of jinxing here in the commentary booth? Well, our very own Michael Hamlet is up in third position, so I think we need to channel all the powers of jinxing that we possibly can, because that is far too high for Mr. Hamlet to be up there in Sous Chef Academy. We will never hear the end of it here in the commentary box, DJ, if he gets a podium today. It cannot be allowed to happen.
No, it certainly can't, as Michael will absolutely be on cloud 9 3/4 here at this point if he is able to get away with that, although that livery, as he was telling us, is absolutely hideous, was the exact wording that he said. I don't know. It's not the worst thing I've ever seen. I don't mind it nearly as much.
Looks like a cool pro gamer livery right there. 428 MLG, no scope, all the good stuff covered on there.
Exactly. I think that's probably what they were going for a little bit there. But Hamlet doing a good job. I mean, he has been able to hold on to that third place position here at this point, taking over from his teammate Jens a little bit earlier in the race. So I think he is certainly doing exactly what he needs to do here at this point, as it looks like coming out of pit lane there is a slower lapped car. Now the gap does look like it's a little bit bigger up ahead of them. It's about 6 seconds up the road, but he's got plenty of breathing room back to elite racing team BMW with Sembare behind the wheel of that car. That gap is about 17 seconds as they run.
Yeah, interesting stuff nonetheless. Khalid Ramadan, though, it does look like that gap is coming down slightly, although I'm going to eat my words on that because it does start to go up over 7.1 seconds there. Either way, I mean, we're nearly at the halfway stage of the race here. We've got battles going on all through the order, which is fantastic for us because how many times, DJ, have we been in the position where we get like a 4-hour or an 8-hour race and there's just nothing happening as Ailton Andrade has a look up the inside there, can't quite make it happen, and Yvonne van den Berg says, no, not today.
Oh, but that move may not be done yet. And nope, there you are right yet again. Vandenberg just shutting the door definitively. But yeah, to your point, David, there is always seemingly something to be able to be had here in this race. And you and I have been on many a broadcast where that is not the case. And trust me, it does get very boring to be a commentator up in that position. As it looks like Broken Wings was able to make up a position there. Speaking of moving their way up in the order, Broken Wings able to get themselves up into 10th overall, getting the move done on MBG2 Esports Yellow. So that is going to be a pretty pleased driver behind the wheel of that car, I would have to think. Looks here again as we continue to follow Andrade and Delta Racing. This has been the portion of the track where they've seen best, but a big check up there coming through the hairpin.
Absolutely caught off guard there, and it's a strange one because Yvonne van den Berg, taking exactly the same line here, but this is a very different lap from Ailton Andrade. We saw for the past 5-10 laps here, Delta Racing were happy to sit behind that car in front, and they weren't really wanting to force the position or make a move here. Now this is looking very different. This is looking very eager for Ailton to try and get that car up into P18, and I wonder now if they're starting to feel the benefit of maybe a different fuel strategy or a different tyre strategy on that car. But the car's fairly evenly matched right now. As you see, picture in picture as well. I believe that might actually be, is that Tom Fain and Julien Plumet just coming across the line? It is. That's the battle for P6 and P7 that you can see in the inset of your picture just now, DJ. And again, where we were about 10 minutes ago, this was the closest battle that we had, was Ailton and Yvonne, and now we've got at least 3 battles that are within 1 second of each other, within half a second of each other even.
It is a wealth of riches. It is actually absolutely embarrassing just how much good racing action we're being able to cover here today as we continue to watch Elton Andrade working his way around again, taking those high percentage moves. I've been very, very impressed here with Elton and what he has been able to do in that number 4 BMW. It's not jumping out. It's not taking low percentage moves. It's taking smart ones and ones that you want to be on, ones that you think you're going to be able to succeed on. He could have had a little bit of a run how many times down into Spoon Corner, but we haven't seen that number 4 BMW really chuck it down in there. Again, as we watch Delta V Racing and Blue Chip Racing down in your picture-on-picture, the Audi holding its weight around here. We only saw one Audi entry on the day. One of those cars, Zach and I talked about it a little bit earlier, that if you get the setup just right, it can handle like a dream, but it can come back to bite you if you just get the merest thing wrong.
Yeah, and also with it being a team event here, as we can see side by side, Julian Plumet decides to take up the inside then, and that is going to be on Tom Fain. This is potentially going to be for P6 then, going into 130R, and I think that Audi might just get away with it there. I wasn't sure about that exit through the corner there, but that looks like job done. But they're both going to come across some lap traffic very, very quickly indeed.
Yes, they will, and how is this going to shake things up for this battle as now we watch on the full screen here. They're coming up behind Thomas Baker in the 15th place. That is the Aero Kinetics machine that they're having to work their way on through. They're able to pass by him nice and easy. Looks like Morten Pilleman Jensen is the next one that they're going to have to deal with in 24th place. That's the DSRT RJB Solutions machine. That's going to be the next car up the road. And this is one of those moments, David, where you've got to weigh everything as you come up behind them here. If you are either of these two drivers, if you are Plumet or if you are Tom Fain, you've got to weigh aggression and intelligence and calmness here and trying to get by some lapped cars. Otherwise, everything can come to naught for you.
I was about to say, you're speaking to the wrong commentator here if you're wanting to delve into the intelligence needed about sim racing. I'm definitely not the person for that one, goodness me. But you're absolutely spot on, and situational awareness is so huge and so critical during these races here. And 9 times out of 10, what we have to remember is, DJ, these drivers are not alone. 9 times out of 10, they'll be on Discord, they'll be on voice chat with their other teammates, with their other drivers, with friends who will be helping them round, coaching them round, telling them about situations that are going on around the track, tell them about strategies that are available to them, and all that sort of good stuff as well. So I think it's a little bit easier for teams that are like that because you lessen the load for the driver. The driver has less to do. They can figure out what they're going to do, the moves they're going to make, rather than having to worry about all that extra stuff that can distract from what they're driving. But certainly, again, maybe not so much in this one, but like in the other series that we see on like ACC and where it's a championship, we see the races, you know, month in, month out. The issue with it is that you know instantly who are the ones who are going to be cool, calm and collected and very calculating drivers, and the ones who are hotheads who see a car in front of them and that monkey brain engages and goes, I have to get past that car. And unfortunately I'm in that latter case. I have just got this this urge. Whenever I see a car in front of me, you have to put that foot down a little bit harder on the accelerator. Unfortunately, that's usually why I end up in the barriers.
Yeah, same here. I have to fully agree with you there on that. It is very, very difficult for me to be able to calm everything down as a driver, but that's exactly what you have to do, and you have to remember that those drivers, we talked a little bit about the blue flags, but they're not required to get out of the way, but let's call it 7 times out of 10, they're going to do everything they can to give you an easy going. Little bit of a look there for Andrade, trying to see if he's able to maybe throw Vandenberg offline a little bit, but Vandenberg again just continuing to keep on keeping on his lap run there. And it's really the same sort of meticulous obsession with being on top of your game that you have to be on top of, whether you are trying to overtake like we see Andrade here, or you're trying to get by some lap traffic. It is very, very difficult to do, to just be able to keep yourself in that same type of mentality, lap in and lap out.
For sure, for sure. And that's exactly why we love watching it as commentators, as racers. It's, it's so different to sprint racing, where you're doing 20, 30 laps as one driver in the car. It's why we love the thrill of this entire thing. You're driving for hours. It's not just the car, it's not just the machine, it's not just the other drivers, it's yourself as well. That's the biggest point that we kind of overlook sometimes. You're driving all these laps against yourself. And you can see Ilton Andrade side by side then, picture in picture, DJ, going through 130R, but yet again that E-Team Brit car just has the better of it.
Yeah, certainly does. I want to know what kind of Wheaties they had this morning. Yvonne Vandenberg doing an absolutely fantastic job to be able to keep herself ahead. Oh, big wiggle there out of the number 13, and that's going to be enough to allow Delta V Racing 2 to be able to get on by the Audi, finally finding the opportunity and moving on ahead.
Job done then, although kind of by default. It's I don't think they'll take any delight from it, but it's still, it's done and dusted. But 3 hours gone in this race here, and just going back to that the comment that I made, DJ, about the inbuilt urge that you have when you see a car going past you to put that foot down a little bit harder down to the floor. What upsets you more? What sort of makes you feel more uncomfortable? Somebody having a go at you on social media, or somebody passing you on the track?
Oh, asking the $1 million question of the commentators up here. I've got to tell you, in the moment, I am normally much more affected by somebody passing me out on track, but if you want to know what's going to linger in my head for the next 3 days, rest assured that's going to be a social media comment.
Sorry, I'll be 2 seconds. I'm just on Twitter, just writing some abusive posts to DJ Clark.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a few coming in. It's one of those things you just kind of have to deal with when you're a public voice to be able to do that. But there is your leader right now, Vincent, up at the front of the field in that number 262. The Delta V Racing 3 machine still continuing to hold on to a good gap here over FRS Cherry right now and Sous Chef Academy as they continue to run, trying to see what they are able to do. And trying to see if they're able to continue this gap. We thought for a little bit while earlier on that Delta V Racing 3 was going to find themselves working farther down in the field. It looked like they were losing a little bit of that gap, but right now it looks like that Porsche is certainly pulling ahead and has no intention of looking back.
So from your experience over the past 3 hours then, DJ, have you noticed any of the cars or the teams that seem to be having a better time of Suzuka than some of the others at the moment, or has it been fairly even so far?
It looks to be relatively even here at this point. The Porsches, I haven't really noticed any major problems with them other than what we normally see when the rear end starts to break away, that those cars are a little bit more prone to spin. I'm not surprised to see the Ferraris starting to fall down through the field here a little bit more. Obviously, FRS Lime was certainly holding on to that banner here earlier on in the race, but the penalty forcing them down the order here later on. The Ferraris do look like, as it goes later on in the descent, those tires are starting to go away a little bit, but altogether, these drivers, I haven't really been able to discern any major problems for any of them or any of these cars in particular.
Yeah, great to hear. And the thing is with the BMW as well, for me, it's such a stable car. It's such a well-balanced car as well. It was one of my favourites when I got back into sim racing very recently, when it was just added to the likes of Assetto Corsa Competizione. The fact that it's also a very boring car in some respects as well, because it doesn't do anything amazingly well, but it does everything really, really good. So enough to make you feel quite happy and comfortable and confident, as we see Tom Fain for Blue Chip Racing just catching up to the back end of Team TSRC's 6th place car, Matt Acton. And Matt, to be fair, just going on to a different point here, he's not really driving like he's got too much damage on that car there, DJ.
No, he's really not, and we know that Acton definitely does have some damage on the front of that car in particular, but here is the straight line speed where it may start to play itself out a little bit. Tom Fain being able to send that car down into the inside, looking like he was going to try to go for the move, but momentum carried there around the outside there as that's going to try to hold back. Still side by side between Team TSRC and Blue Chip Racing, as it looks like TSRC is going to be able to hold ahead here for the briefest of moments. By the way, that car closing in behind them, that is Pedro Arnaut. That is not for position. That is the PTX Racing team back down in 15th place. But that was a good, pretty high percentage move there that I would have to give credit for to Tom Fain. Definitely trying to show his nose, be a little bit more aggressive than we've seen some of the drivers in the back of the pack be, but certainly letting him know, letting Plume know that there is a car that wants to get on by.
Oh, for sure. And here's another awkward part of that equation as well. It's a two-person move. It's a two-person thing to make an overtake, because the defending car has to hold its line, has to show respect, has to show restraint. As much as you want to turn your wheel 90 degrees and put that car that's passing you into the wall, you can't do that. You have to kind of just accept that, and then potentially go and try and undo that damage, try and get yourself back. A good racing driver, if they are going to get overtaken, then they just accept that, and instead they're thinking 2-3 corners down the road, where can they get that position back? Where can they undo that action that's going to be happening?
Exactly. I could have said it better myself, as there we see Fain trying to take a little bit of a look down to the inside, going down into 130R. That's not going to play itself out, and he may have cost himself just a little bit of running here as he now tries to look for the later apex going down into the Casio Triangle, maybe trying to set himself up here for the next fight going down into turn 1. Looks like Broken Wings has come down into pit lane. By the way, I saw another driver pulling it off into pit lane on the last going around as well. So plenty of time here for these drivers to still work themselves out. 3 hours left to go in this race. Call it 2 hours and 55 minutes, just over the halfway point here from Suzuka. We continue to watch, though, as Fain continues to put pressure all to the back of Julien Plumet, trying to see what they are able to get, trying to see what they are able to do here at this point. Not sure if anything is going to play itself out here, but I've got to give credit to Fain. He is doing exactly what he needs to do. Just fill that rear view mirror, put as much pressure as possible, and see what they are able to get done.
Yeah, and they're doing very, very well with that as well. That's the great thing about this. What we saw with that actually is, again, from previous races as well, Blue Chip Racing now, they can have the upper hand because they've got Team TSRC where they want them. So Team TSRC are now in front, and that's exactly what's just happened. Look at that, a mistake that was unforced because of the pressure being applied by Blue Chip Racing. That is, you know, an incredible fortuitous bit of luck for me anyway, because it just goes to prove exactly what I was saying earlier on. You want to sometimes be that car, apply the position, and I'll tell you what, Team TSRC are looking like they've got a lot of aggro going on here. They're going to have to watch out because they've got a Porsche trying to cut them through as well. So I'm really not sure how this is going to. One of these two cars, I think, is going to end up with some severe damage, because the way that they're driving right now, DJ, they're taking an awful lot of liabilities. And I think that comment you made about 2 laps ago about a high percentage move being taken, well, they're kind of throwing that one out the window now. And it's that whole thing of like the red rag to a bull. They want to keep that position.
Yeah, they certainly do. They want to do everything they can do to definitely keep it up and keep it going. But it looks like for now, the Blue Chip Racing has been able to pull ahead and maintain that gap here at this point. And indeed, it certainly is growing here at this point for these drivers. That gap upwards of about 0.7 of a second. I can tell you Elite Racing Team BMW is also coming down into pit lane here at this point. They have brought it down into the pits. It also looks like Elite Racing Team Porsche coming down into pit lane. So I wonder if there's a little bit of coordinated strategy call there among those two sister teams. Wouldn't be surprised to see that shake itself out here for these drivers. We do often see a lot of times, as you mentioned, those drivers that have that kind of team mentality that want to work together, that they are going to be playing it out. As now it looks like that PTX Racing Team machine trying to take a little bit of an advantage and get themselves up forward by the number 13, gain that lap back if at all possible.
That's exactly what they're trying to do there, and what an effort that is right now. You certainly wouldn't put it past Pedro Arnaud right now. However, they need to make sure that they kind of keep themselves out of trouble while doing it. And do you know what? I think that might be it. Around the outside, coming up towards Spoon Corner in just a couple of corners' time. That's through 200R. I'm very impressed with that. That was a really nice, clean move as Michael Hamlet into the pits then for Sous Chef Academy.
Yeah, looks like we are coming to the end of that pit stop cycle here for these drivers. I imagine most of those that are out on the lead cycle right now are going to be coming down into pit lane here at this point, as we will wait for all of them to be able to get themselves back out and around. PTX doing a good job to be able to gain that lap back. It has to be said, kudos there to them for doing just that, as now we continue to watch them as they work their way around. Looks like OS Sim team is coming back in as well. Sous Chef, as you mentioned earlier, coming down into the pits. I'm keeping my eye on the rest of the field. We should be able to extend here a little bit longer if they want to, but plenty of time left, as here comes Broken Wings trying to make a move around the outside of MGB2.
Beautiful side-by-side stuff coming over the start-finish line here at Suzuka. And again, the pace that Porsche has got on the right-hand side there. And do you know what? That's obviously the first time for me seeing that Broken Wings car. I absolutely love it. And you know exactly why I love it. Look at it. That is the best thing ever. I am speed.
Isn't it fantastic? It's so perfect. It's so lovely to see there for all of those drivers and for everybody else on track. It's so much fun to see, and I especially love the big smile that they were able to put on the front of the car there. Makes it feel like it's coming to life even more. Certainly one of our favorite liveries on the day. I can tell you, by the way, the Team TSRC has come down into pit lane here at this point, so that is going to be another one of your leaders coming down into the pits. We do anticipate that Delta V Racing 2 will probably be able to stay out for a few laps longer here at this point. They are working on lap 22 of their stint, whereas really the rest of the field working on about lap 27, 28, 29 of their stint. So here is OS Sim Team right now trying to hold off PTX Racing Team, who shuffled out right behind them in the course of the pit stops. And remember, PTX able to get their lap back, and now they're going to try to get a position away here from OS Sim Racing Team.
Wicked stuff there. That car's on an absolute charge. Pedro Arnaud moves up to P12 right now for PTX Racing Team, and looking very, very comfortable with that as well. And just looking at the lap times and the pit stop strategy then, Chasney Vincent for Delta V Racing 3 I think is going to be into the pits this time by, as is Tom Fain. Now the reason I say that is that they pitted at lap 61. Now that is the latest that cars that haven't already pitted are going in just now. That means that Khaled Ramadan and Julian Plumeau, they pitted a couple of laps later, so we're starting to see a little bit of divergence, DJ, here with the fuel stop, with the pit stop strategies, and with just strategy in general.
Yeah, we certainly are. Plenty of that different strategy starting to play itself out here. As we've had an off farther back in the field. That's Quantum Racing Team getting things wrong coming up through Spoon. We'll have to see what exactly happened here. The number 37 having a little bit of a problem. Already damaged there to the side of the car. I wonder if they just... little bit too much speed there on the exit. Those rear tires starting to break away. That is one of the stories here that we have been following in those Porsches. We mentioned that a little bit earlier in just how they the rear ends can lose grip if you're not careful, particularly if you spin the rear tires up a little bit coming out of some of the slower corners on this circuit. That's going to dispel a little bit of a battle here for themselves. As looks like our closest battle right now is that OS Sim Racing Team with Eduardo Caldera and Aero Kinetics Purple with Thomas Baker behind the wheel.
Yeah, and that incident for the Quantum Racing Machine, that is the most depressing spin that you're going to get here in iRacing. It's got its pros, it's got its cons. A lot of people love I mean, it's one of the most popular multiplayer racing sims, but for me, the low speed traction spins that you get and the unrecoverable spins here in iRacing are just the most frustrating thing. You get no warning of when you're going to happen. It's very, very unpredictable, and you just are left as a passenger in the car. So yeah, again, you just have to dust yourself off. The only other thing though is that everybody's driving to the same tire model, same physics engine. So you kind of just have to dust yourself down and get on with it. As we see our race leader and Tom Fain into the pits at the same time. But the thing is, though, is that for all its flaws, for all its things that we would love to change about it, the simple fact is that iRacing still, by a handsome majority, one of the most popular platforms, I think, out there, and for good reason. I mean, for me, the big draw with iRacing is the multiplayer aspect of it, the fact that you can rock up and go into an accredited series or event almost any time, day and night, and there will be people there racing. It just it's one of the big draws of the platform itself.
Yeah, and the same is true for me, especially when you're dealing with a bunch of these GT3 machines, which are always some of the most popular racing cars on the grid, on the surface, as we have Blue Chip Racing coming down into pit lane. But that applies for really just about any form of racing in the world that you can imagine. I mean, let's not forget the work that iRacing has put into dirt, oval, and dirt road racing here, as well as oval racing. You can find yourself, as you said, David, any time of day, jumping on into those series and jumping into historic series as well, running everything from a Lotus 79 to a Lotus 49 to the old Nissan GTP era cars. Absolutely remarkable stuff. It is why iRacing does stand leaps and bounds above many other sims in my book. It is just absolutely remarkable. And yes, you are going to have those weird kind of breakaways there and some of the weird physics that do exist with the tire models. But as you said, it's across the entire sim. It's across everything. So everybody is on even footing for it. It's not like you, an individual driver, are having to be put on the back foot.
No, and that's just it. And, you know, these communities that get built around these championships as well are absolutely fascinating. I believe you just mentioned there the historic racing here in iRacing. I remember actually a couple of months ago, one of my friends actually does the historic racing, is in with the main historic racing club here, and one of I believe it was a very much loved member of their community had actually passed away, and the entirety of the field went round and did a couple of honour laps for him, and I just, you know, I think that's something that would happens all the time in real life racing, where, you know, it's this camaraderie and this band of brothers and sisters that are out there taking part, and I just love that. I love the fact that the sim racing, for all of the arguments about which sim's the better sim, which sim is, you know, better than this sim, and all that sort of nonsense that we hear on a daily basis, the simple fact is that we are essentially one massive dysfunctional family, and I've said this almost ad nauseum, but it just makes me so proud that you know, this is where we are. We're in the middle of a 6-hour race, and this is normal for us to have, like, what, 30-40 cars on the grid taking part in a 6-hour race, and you know, about maybe 80 to 100 drivers taking part.
Yeah, exactly. It is a wealth of riches that we are spoiled with here. It certainly is. Absolutely fantastic to be able to have here for all of this, and you can go to see just how robust all of these communities are, whether by just scrolling through the active league pages on iRacing or jumping into an event like this. And I have to agree with you that some of the complaining that does get done about the iRacing service, we also have to remember it is done out of love. It is because all of us love racing, love sim racing to such a degree that we are willing to sort of vent our feelings about it and vent our love about it, as it were. And that's the way I like to look at it, at least. A couple of more rounds of pit stops firing off. FRS Cherry coming into pit lane, followed by MBG2 Esports Yellow, and Aerokinetics Purple coming into pit lane as well. FRS Lime, Quantum Racing Team, and Red Kite Motorsports also all coming in here at this point. So a lot of pit stops starting to fire their way off. We do have a nice little battle out on track right now between Elite Racing Team BMW and DSRT SimX Pro as they continue to work themselves around here. Only about a 0.4 of a second gap between those two cars as they work their way down into 130R right now, waiting to see what exactly is going to fire off. Here comes a little bit of a look there from DSRT, trying to go the long way around the Casio triangle. That's not going to work out for the number 10 there, and Robin Oosting's going to have to try another day.
I think we're going to not have to wait as long as we think, because already on the exit of that final corner, it's a bit strange though, isn't it? Because you'd think that the DSRT SimX Pro machine would be trying to duck into the toe there. Are you kidding me? That move's done before we even get to turn one. That is quite impressive there from Robin Oosting. Just right round the outside, like that poor Elite Racing Team BMW isn't actually even there. That is, well, I didn't expect to see that one today.
No, nor did I. I wasn't necessarily expecting that at all, and a very, very good run there for that DSRT SimX Pro machine. Robin Oosting behind the wheel, and Robin's been putting in some good work thus far over the course of the past about 3 hours and 20 minutes. We've seen that driver really be able to move up through the field, up 3 positions from their starting spot, and certainly able to do a good job. More drivers coming down into pit lane, including PTX Racing and FRS Lime. They still appear to be in pit lane. I think Vic Shy for that machine. Yeah, that's a long pit stop for FRS Lime, coming upwards of 3 minutes here at this point. So that's not going to be a good run there for them, unfortunately. But DSRT starting to pull away here a little bit more, as you would expect them to do. I was getting the sense that they were a little bit held up behind.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the thing is as well, DJ, is that this is just... It's strange, isn't it? It's like, you know, an ocean, this race, and bear with me, it's a very convoluted analogy, but with the tide going in and out, we'll see cars and teams coming to the forefront and going to the front, and then being washed away as well with the next form of strategy coming in, with the next wave of pit stops coming through to the front as well. The other thing that we've got to remember as well is that with this being a multi-driver event, you know, through the teams as well, no two drivers are going to be absolutely identical in terms of pace. So it's that nice thing that just adds so many different variables into it that, I mean, we have absolutely no idea how this is going to pan out, because we can say, right, oh, this team is absolutely dominant on paper, but then they have something that goes against what they were planning for, and then they're thrown into the wolves, and then suddenly you don't see them again for the rest of the day. I mean, for the likes of Suzuka Academy, they're down back into 5th place after the round of pit stops, but we'll very likely see them back up onto the podium towards the end of the race.
Yeah, we very well could. That's just the nature of all of this. And again, as we keep harping on about a little bit, we do have the potential here for a problem. Oh, and speaking of TSRC getting into a problem there, crash in turn 1, it looks like. That TSRC machine getting a few things wrong. We'll see if we can bring you up the replay here. As, oh, that is not down into turn 1. That is the Elite Racing Team Porsche getting it wrong through Degners. And it looks like they're just a little bit too much of that outside curbing was enough to throw them around. But here's Taylor. They towed there out of that, so that is going to be their race pretty much done and dusted. And then here is SLR FGE Team B. Same problem there for them, catching it wrong, and another tow there for them.
It's almost a carbon copy of that accident that we saw there. And the reason for that accident actually comes all the way further background, because as you're going through the first of the 2 Degners, the car's still off centre, it's off balance, and what you'll usually find that those cars that end up, you know, into the gravel on the second Degner have gone in way too hot on the first Degner, DJ, and they just simply cannot get the speed scrubbed off in a safe enough manner.
Yeah, exactly, and that's one of the hardest things to do. You just carry a little bit too much speed into there. That first Degner, you pick up just the merest whiff of understeer, and that's going to be enough to throw you out into the outside and get you into a little bit of a problem. We look farther back in the field here at this point. This is Sausage Dodgers Racing and Eric Albright in a three-way battle with MBG2 Esports and Aerokinetics Purple as they try to bring their way up forward. There you can see them 1, 2, 3. That Audi, by the way, that is your leader, Delta V Racing 2, trying to be able to work his way on by and put these cars another lap down. So that could throw a little bit in, and call me wrong on that because Aerokinetics is pulling on into pit lane, as is Delta V Racing 2. I think that may be a penalty there for Aerokinetics that they've had to serve because they were just in a few laps ago.
Yeah, they were, and that is going to put them even further back through, possibly actually down out of the top 25 just now, as we see Jean-Sebastien Leroux for Straight Line Racing False Group Esports team. That's quite a mouthful of a team name there, down in 23rd place. Onto the back end of the DSRT RJB Solutions of the graph there, just what's that, half a second I believe that is there, and Quantum Racing Team 52 seconds behind them right now. So again, a lot of work to be done by Quantum, and that all comes from that accident earlier on.
Yeah, and exactly. They really have to try to gain themselves back ahead as much as possible here to see what they are able to do. But we will have to see as we focus here again on LaRose, trying to close down on that DSRT RJB Solutions machine, trying to see what they are able to do, trying to see if anything can play itself out here to close down at this point that what is about a 0.6 of a second gap. Trying to see, but that's going to be a little bit tricky there, I think, for Straight Line Racing, because they're, frankly, not to go too punny here, but their straight line speed is going to be a little bit down. Take a look at the damage on that rear wing there, David.
It's looking a little bit of a dent there. I'm sure that'll buff out, but yeah, it's looking a little bit second hand, I think, is the term that we would use there. However, it just shows that there's still a lot of straight line speed in these machines, even if they've got a little bit of a dent in them.
Yeah, it certainly does. The Porsche, the most favored car here, pretty much by far the BMW, the only one that's coming close with it, and it surely goes to show. But here comes the move from Jean-Sebastien Leroux, trying to go around the outside to see if there's move there, going down into the Casio Triangle. That's not going to play itself out. He's going to have to try another day, and unlike we saw a few minutes ago, it doesn't quite look like the move is going to be able to be done coming down into the first corner. He's going to have to just tuck in behind and truly wait a little bit longer here to be able to get that to play itself out as they work their way around now down into the first corner. A little bit of side-by-side there on your screen as well. That is, I believe, Sausage Dodgers Racing losing a position out to a little bit of lap traffic. Yeah, they just continue to work their way up through the S's. A one-way street here at this point. Not going to be a whole lot for Straight Line Racing to be able to get to go until, I would say, they come around to the hairpin.
So here's another $1 million question for you then, DJ. iRacing, you're taking part in a 6-hour race here at Suzuka. What would be your weapon of choice here? What car would you choose for?
Well, my normal go-to in the GT3s is the Ferrari, but knowing how they do have a little bit of rear tire wear, I would probably say it would either be the BMW or the Mercedes, as I do like to be able to lean on those cars and feel a little bit safe and comfy in those machines and know that I have a little bit of that understeer to sort of lean on and not have them be nearly as snappy on me. What about yourself, David?
So I used to be an absolute Mercedes fanboy. I used to love the Merc. Unfortunately, it is just terribly slow now with the balance performance. BMW I do enjoy because it's nice and stable, but I would be tempted to try the Porsche and to learn the intricacies of it. Certainly, I'd be far more willing to put in time with the Porsche than learn the death trap that is the Audi.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. I've tried the Audi for multiple laps around circuits, and every single time it ends the exact same way, with me in the wall. And so that is going to not necessarily be the best way for me to be able to do it. But as we watch here, that is going to be position gained there for Straight Line Racing False Group Esports team, and then they're going to be coming back down into pit lane. We do have a little bit of a battle starting to shape itself up, though, for 5th overall. This This is Sous Chef Academy and DSRT SimX Pro. Now, SimX Pro, they are on a little bit of an alternate strategy here. The number 10, they owe us a pit stop here pretty shortly. They've been out for about, let's call it 18 laps or so. So they are going to owe us a pit stop here before too long. But at the same time, they are going to be in position here to be able to challenge and close in on that Sous Chef Academy car right in front of them.
Yeah, I think it's actually going to be a little bit sooner than that, because I'm just looking. Robin Oosting last pitted on lap 71, so that's 26 laps that they've done. I think they've got maybe 2-3 laps of fuel, but remember also that Sam Cairns, who's behind the wheel of the Sous Chef Academy car, he's just out of the pit, so they've got a full tank of fuel. That car's going to be lugging about with that extra weight. The Porsche will be very, very nippy and will likely get by, but I've got no doubt that Sam Cairns and that Sous Chef Academy will manage to get back up into P3 very, very shortly, with the fact that Chase Brown, in fact, you see there, Sam Cairns not even fighting it.
Yeah, really not, and I think discretion proving the better part of valor there. That's a heads-up play from Sam Cairns, recognizing that that is on a different pit stop strategy than yourself, and I think that also goes to show a little bit about the context that we were talking about a little bit earlier, with the rest of the teams talking back and forth and really letting the driver know exactly where you are on track. And letting them know what that strategy is for everybody else. So that is certainly, I think, coming to play here in this moment.
Certainly, it certainly is. But we've already gone past the halfway point of this race then, and what a race we've had. I mean, this has just had everything, this Coach Dave 6 hours of Suzuka here. And it's great to see that. I mean, remember that Coach Dave and the SimGrids, this is still a relatively new thing to do these iRacing events here. We've been doing it for, I think, less than a year. But either way, it's fantastic to see just how strong the interest and how strong the community is around here for the iRacing races and the iRacing events that we do put on here. And yeah, I love it. As Megan Purchase for E-Team Brit behind the wheel has come into some sort of mischief there. Looks like one of the Ferraris that's been involved there. And yeah, that's we're going to need a replay of that one.
Yeah, that looks to be Slow Boys Racing there that they came into it as well. Looks like, no, that was contact a little bit farther back.
That was the Ukraine car, I think.
Yeah, that was Digital Autosport of Ukraine that they came into contact there with, and there you can see them taking their faster pair. But David, that is quite a few drivers that have been put out down into the Casio Triangle. That looks to be one of the new flashpoints.
Yeah, Casio Triangle's always going to be a really tricky corner, because it's one of those corners that a lot of drivers disrespect. They think, yeah, it's fine, it's just a chicane. Whereas realistically, they'll get braver and braver and braver on the brakes, and they'll decide to brake later and later and later until at some point they're going to go straight off. Now, that was completely different. That was an accident that happened before Casio Triangle, and that Ferrari had absolutely nothing to do with it. They had nothing to do with it. They got caught out by the incident between E-Team Brit and Digital Autosport of Ukraine. But yeah, they certainly had to pay the price for it as well. As we see the graph here for DSRT RJB Solutions onto the brakes here. Is this going to be the car washing out wide onto the tail end? Ooh. See, this is the frustrating thing for me, DJ. That doesn't happen in real life. Your car doesn't hit the curb on the outside and it doesn't just wash around like that. However, it's you play by the rules that you're given, and this is just what we have, and yeah, you just have to be mindful of that.
Yeah, you certainly do. You've just got to know what you can and what you can't touch here out on the circuit. As we watch FRS Orange right now with Seung Kim behind the wheel of the car, the American, bringing that car around. That's a little bit of lap traffic there up in front of them. They'll be hoping to be able to move them out of the way here, not in any bad physical way necessarily, but just to be able to get them going. Sausage Dodgers Racing, by the way, you saw them come down into pit lane on your screen not too long ago. The number 797 bringing that car on in, right on board with Seung Kim right now. Just waiting to see where that opportunity is going to present itself there for them. As that is Brandon Rutt up ahead of them, I believe the 25th place Red Kite Motorsports Porsche that they try to close in on, just try to see exactly where they're going to be able to get the move done. Looks like a little bit of a wider line there coming off of the hairpin, but FRS Orange still going to be stuck behind. DSRT SimX Pro, the latest to come down into pit lane here at this point, though.
Isn't it just, as we're still watching Seung Kim for FRS Orange here? And this is the thing, we saw that earlier on, indeed, just when I actually came into the commentary box there, DJ, I was explaining about how drivers prefer to be or drive better when they have company, you know, when you're fighting with other cars or you're driving with other cars. And it was at that point our race leader at the time was 18 seconds ahead and then ended up making a mistake and ended up retiring from the race. That was FRS Lime in the 69 back on lap 71. That was Akram Zanoun who ended up coming a cropper there. No cars around them. But again, it just shows, you know, in these 6-hour races, you've maybe got 2 or 3 teammates that you've got to do. You've got 2 hours that you've got to drive here, as we see Seung Kim making a move up the inside here. That is going to be a car that is not on their lap there. Gets the job done. I think that might be the Ukraine digital car that's just been passed there. But either way, I mean, the point being, you've got to keep the concentration. You have to keep your head up, and you have to be able to, you know, not make any silly unforced errors.
Yeah, exactly. That is the key to success around here, is just making sure that you don't make any of those errors around here on such a long endurance race. I mean, we've already had 3.5 hours down on this. We still have about 2.5 hours left to go here for this. Coach Dave, 6 hours of Suzuka. It looks like some of our battles are starting to fizzle out here a little bit as they run, but I guarantee you, in probably just a few laps' time, we're going to be able to come back here, have these battles again. It's going to fire off again, because that's really been the nature of the race here. And let's not forget, any big incidents that do occur, that'll also bring out a safety car here, and that could change things around here. So plenty of different consequences here for these drivers. It does look like we're starting to get a little bit of a fight here. Bruce Jackson for Aerokinetics closing in on the back of PTX Racing Team. These are 2 cars that we've seen very, very close to one another really all day long. They have been on just nip and tuck with each other since the drop of the green flag.
Haven't they, Justin? How often does that storyline get repeated? That's a bit of a mistake there from Bruce Jackson, and that also means it's De Graaf, I think that was just behind him there, and that Aerokinetics purple car, again with it really seems to be struggling. Remember, that car was in the pit lane not 5 laps ago, so I wonder, DJ, do you think there's maybe damage on that car, or do you think Bruce is just struggling to get to grips with that car? Because it's only been out, well, where are they? They're down in P18. It's only been out for 7 laps here.
Well, at this point, I think we can probably rule out the fact that they're trying to get those tires up to temperature, although the temperature has dropped by a couple of degrees Fahrenheit here at this point. I don't see any visible damage on the car, and with them just coming down into pit lane, I would have to think that that car would have gotten any necessary repairs that it needed to get done on it. So I think that's probably Bruce just struggling a little bit here at this point. And maybe, and I forget if we had talked with you about this, David, but there are some pretty hefty wind gusts that are kicking up around here, upwards of about 10 to 11 miles per hour, and that is certainly going to come to play right up at the top of the hill there at Spoon Curve. So I just wonder if it's one of those gusts that maybe threw him off.
It's very possible, and again, this is. Isn't it weird that this is how good the Sims are, that we can replicate these gusts of wind, these wind changes, these weather changes in such a precise fashion there. I was kind of stumbling for words there because I was watching that car behind there. That's the 23rd car of DSRT RJB Solutions, just behind Aerokinetics Purple right now. PTX Racing Team just coming out of the pit lane just in front of that car as well. Again, I do wonder, because it's the back end of that car for me as Megan Purchase in the 368 E-Team Brit car goes off again. It seems to be the back end of that car for Bruce Jackson that seems to be washing out. It seems a little bit unstable, and then they'll maybe dab the brakes, and that puts the weight to the front of the car and ends up catching up. We've got a safety car. That, I'm going to bet, is the 368 of Megan Purchase that has brought that out. Let's have a look here.
Yeah, this is that E-Team Brit machine right there. You can see the number 368. Oh, gets it wrong coming through 130R, and that was enough to be able to be thrown out there in contact to boot, and that is going to lead to a safety car. Let everything be changed around. We have been forecasting that this may happen here, David, and now it is exactly taking place.
Well, do you remember when I was saying it was just a nice, quiet, uneventful Sunday afternoon race? I don't think we're going to be having much of that anymore as Chassenay Vincent gets behind the official iRacing pace truck there that just absolutely sent it into turn 2 there. But yeah, there we go. Now, this is an interesting one because so soon for some of them after a pit stop here, but I'll tell you exactly who this works out amazingly for. Raiden Somerville, who is currently up in P14 right now, last pitted on lap 74. They could jump into pits. Chase Brown as well in second place. They pitted on lap 74 as well. They're due a pit stop right now. They could come in and lose a fraction of the time in places that they would under normal conditions potentially.
Yeah, they certainly could. The only problem here that I'm going to have necessarily for these drivers is the fact that we still have about 20 minutes to go until we hit the 2-hour mark, and we've been seeing fuel tanks last as long as about 65 minutes has been the full fuel tank for these drivers. So I think they'll still need a little bit of a splash and dash potentially to be able to get this all to work out, but we will have to see how that works itself out for these drivers, working their way now down through the second Degner right there and trying to be able to see what they are able to do here at this point as they bring their way down now into the hairpin, and this really does change everything. Like we said, not sure who's going to take this pit stop necessarily. It still will leave you a little bit of a splash and dash near the end, but we'll have to wait to find out.
Actually, you know when you say something and you have that moment of silence afterwards and you realise, yeah, that's not what I meant to say at all. Of course, it's going to be the opposite way about it, because when Chase Brown comes into the pit lane, he's going to be passed by more cars because obviously they're all going to be tighter, much tighter bunched up than, say, the gaps that were opened up earlier on. He will obviously be able to get out and it'll cost him less time in the pit lane. He'll be able to catch right back on, but he will lose more position. So I guess it's, in one hand and out the other, but I think this might be a fairly quick safety car.
Yeah, I think it would, as well as we are getting confirmation that it was for that eSport Brit team there that did call that safety car to come out to the fore here at this point, as we now wait basically to come back by pit lane to see exactly what everybody is going to do here at this point. That is going to be the real question. Who is going to opt to come down into pit lane? Who is not going to opt to come down into pit lane? It's going to be a bit of a gamble here, I think, if you try to come in.
Yeah, it really, really is. But 2 hours and 20 minutes left to go here in the 6 hours of Suzuka here on the SimGrid with Coach Dave Academy. And it's still Delta V Racing 3 leading the race as they come down into Casio Triangle. So this is where, DJ, we have to kind of wait with bated breath and see what happens here. Certainly doesn't look like anybody jumping into the pits now, but I would like to think that surely you're going to have that second place car of Blue Chip Racing in just now, and they're not going to get a chance to, because the lights are off. And in fact, you've got 1 or 2 cars just coming in just now. I wonder if pit lane wasn't open.
I wonder as well. We do have a number of drivers peeling around. By the way, the leader stayed out, so there will be no wave arounds issued for any driver. So anybody hoping to be able to get a lap back here is not going to have it. But the lights are out on the iRacing safety truck here at this point, and so that means we are going to re-rack and restack. And what a gap it is up at the front of the field for Delta Racing 3, Delta V Racing 3. They've got about a 10-second advantage on the rest of the field, courtesy of some of those lap cars. It's not going to be nearly as nice for those drivers that pitted. They're going to find themselves coming out pretty much stacked up all over each other, I think. But this is going to be very, very, very tight here. I think as we get re-going, the field definitely going to be stacked up. And, well, to use an old adage from oval racing, cautions sometimes breed cautions. We'll have to see if that plays out.
Dude, you sound quite optimistic on that one there, TJ. I think it will, to be honest. It frightens me getting these cars all so close to each other. The thing with it as well is that Delta V Racing 2, I think, are throwing a bit of a dice here. They were not in a position where they needed to immediately pit, but I think that they've decided to get themselves in just as a precaution. They've got themselves back out. Rissam Banerjee and Higo Oliveira behind the wheels of those cars as well. So let's have a look as we get ready to go green here, because Delta V Racing now, they've got it all to do. And yes, we've got a yellow flag, but they've not lost all that much because FRS Cherry are still 9.5 seconds behind, and they won't get that much time back, because they've got to obey the cars that are in front. However, Sous Chef Academy and Elite Racing Team BMW, they're going to be scrapping for second place here.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're going to find themselves right on top of each other. Sous Racing Academy, there you can see on your screen right now. And they've got to be a little bit careful because Elite Racing Team BMW behind them not going to be too far back either. And don't count out Blue Chip Racing as well. They're going to be all stacked up over one another here at this point. So this could be a very, very interesting play here for these drivers. They're going to have to try to keep themselves ahead and not let themselves run into any trouble, because 2, 3, 4, I think, by my calculation, and 5, it's going to be a 4-way restart there for that second place position. I do not think Sous Chef Academy is going to be happy about that whatsoever.
Oofed. That's a big oofed right now, because imagine being right in the middle of that sandwich with just over 2 hours left to go. We were talking about high percentage risks and stuff like that. That's a high percentage risk right there. Having 4 cars within a second fighting for second position. Somebody is going to be getting sent to the naughty step. That's my rather bold prediction right now.
All right, there you have the prediction from David Christie as we focus back on Vincent up at the front of the field in Delta V Racing 3. That Porsche trying to be able to see what it is able to do to continue its lead here of about 10 seconds at the drop of the green flag as they go. There comes the iRacing base car pulling down into pit lane here at this point, and Vincent gets away good and clean as there you see some of the lap cars trying to stick out of the way there. Here is the battle farther back on in the pack. FRS Cherry leading the way. This is Sous Chef Academy trying to get a good run on them. Looks like they've been able to get a good little drop here on Elite Racing Team BMW before they dive down into the corner. Not looking like Sous Chef Academy is going to be able to get the run that they necessarily wanted to get, but they're going to certainly try and to try to keep continuing to put up the pressure here to the back of that FRS Cherry machine.
Oh, that livery is absolutely obnoxious, and I love it from Sous Chef Academy. But what happened to Elite Racing Team BMW and Blue Chip Racing? They were absolutely caught napping because Sous Chef Academy and FRS Cherry just romped off into the sunshine. And I've got to be honest, I think Sous Chef Academy here are going to be able to do this. We're going to look side by side here. You can look for the battle for 10th, 11th and 12th in the left-hand side, but on the picture on the right-hand side, that is on board with the Sous Chef Academy car of Samuel Cairns looking onto the back end of Khalid Ramadan for FRS Cherry here. This is starting to go. It leads into that thing you were saying earlier about that whole NASCAR saying about, cautions breed cautions. We don't normally see that. However, it's not unknown for it to happen in sports car racing, in GT racing. I mean, all you have to look in real life. You look at the Le Mans series and the massive restart accident that happens as part of that. So it can happen both in virtual racing and in real life racing as well.
Yeah, it certainly can. Oh, as that was a car off there in front. I believe that is the E-Team Brit machine. Megan Purchase again getting it wrong coming up through Spoon. Those big wind gusts coming back to play, but that is not going to detract at all here from the battle between Rayo Racing Esports and Delta Racing. Delta trying to close in as there it looks like a mistake from FRS Cherry, and that's going to allow for Sous Chef Academy to be able to work their way on by. So that is one battle quickly dispatched with here, and now Sous Chef Academy is going to be trying to be able to get on by, trying to see if they are able to move a little bit this way and that to try to break some of the slipstream coming off behind them. Almost 2 wide, almost 3 wide coming down into the first corner, though, between FRS Cherry and Elite Racing Team BMW. They're going to sort themselves out.
Amazing stuff, absolutely amazing stuff. You're seeing this battle here for P15 and P16 right now. Delta Racing just behind them. PTX Racing with Aerokinetics Purple still trying to hold on here, but I've got to be honest, I think FRS Cherry are getting sent, basically fed to the wolves here. Elite Racing Team BMW and Blue Chip Racing, they look very, very hungry to try and get that third position. And Sous Chef Academy, I can imagine, I've not checked our little production chat, but I can imagine Michael Hamlet is very, very happy with that.
Yeah, I can imagine he is as well. Michael Hamlet, obviously one of the drivers for that Sous Chef Academy team as we focus on Elite Racing Team BMW right now. Taylor Brady behind the wheel taking a little bit of a half-hearted look down to the inside there of Ramadan going into the hairpin, and that's going to cost him a little bit of time. He's got to watch out because behind them, Blue Chip Racing is not too far back in this pack from Taylor Brady. Tom Thane there for Blue Chip trying to close in to the best of his ability, try to see what he is able to get done as they work their way through the corner. That car in the middle is a little bit of lap traffic. That is Felix Manzanetto there that they are going to have to contend with. But FRS Cherry trying not to lose 2 places here in at just as many laps as they work their way down the backstretch, working into 130R. Not seeing any movement this way or that. As 1, 2, 3, they run in second, third, and fourth.
It certainly is. So just over 2 hours left to go. This is not a position I want to be in right now. As you've got up the inside there, that's Sam Cairns trying to get past one of the. That's the Kinetics car. That's the Aerokinetics purple car fighting for P16 and 17. So they're in their own little battle here. You've then got FRS Cherry and Elite Racing Team BMW going side by side just behind that Kinetics purple machine. Oh my good lord, the drama that is in here is almost way too much to take, and we've still got another 2 hours of this.
I'm not sure how much more of that I can take. I'll be very, very honest as they continue to try to work their way through. Lap traffic certainly playing a big, big part of this race thus far. Trying to see what is able to play out here, though, as we look and ride on aboard with that Elite Racing Team BMW machine closing in behind FRS Cherry. Trying to see what they are able to get. FRS Cherry thought about a little bit of a look to the inside there of the Autokinetics machine going into the first Degner, but I think that move actually slowed them down here a little bit as now they work their way off of Degner 2. Are we going to see a little bit of a jump coming down here into the hairpin? Let's have to wait and see. It looks like Sous Chef Academy's trying to get by PTX Racing in front of them. A good clean pass let out of the way there for them, and Sous Chef is going to be able to get on by. And it also looks like the battle here is starting to slow itself down a little bit.
Isn't it just? It's just starting to ebb away, and again this comes back into the analogy that I was making earlier, like a body of water, the ebb and flow, the tide going out and the tide coming back in, and then go up the inside then with PTX Racing Team is still ahead of Aerokinetics Purple, but Aerokinetics Purple now, I think that's got Sausage Dodger Racing, you can see in the background as well there is Khalid Ramadan for FRS Cherry. What a gaggle of cars this is right now. You've got Blue Chip Racing in the mix with this as well here.
Yeah, you certainly do. Everything absolutely firing off here in the mid-pack as that's going to be FRS Cherry trying to push PTX out of the way to be able to get down into the Casio Triangle. Looks like that's moved done and dusted, and that's going to gain them a couple of tenths of a second back up the front of the field. So they're going to be pretty happy with that, I think, here to be able to get themselves some breathing room. The biggest gainer out of any of this is Sous Chef Academy, who now find themselves nearly 2 seconds in front of FRS Cherry as they continue to try to be able to get their way up ahead. We focus back a little bit farther in the field. Delta Racing and Rayo Racing Esports. Here comes the move from the blue, white, and red BMW down to the inside of turn 1, but the Mercedes is going to be able to carry more momentum around the outside.
Yeah, that was a strange one because it looked like the BMW had the upper hand on that Mercedes, but yet it was the Mercedes that had the absolutely perfect line, and it actually compromised the BMW into that path through the corner there. So actually, it was the machine just behind, the FRS Orange machine, that lost out on that big time. So very, very unusual as we see the Digital Autosport of Ukraine machine just behind Sausage Dodgers. And listen, I'm a big fan for cracking team names there, and although Sausage Dodgers did just lose another position there to Digital Autosport of Ukraine, I still think they win for that that fantastic team name.
Yeah, and there we see the 251 trying to regain some positions. They're moving their way up through the order. The Audi, that is 261, excuse me, Delta V Racing 2, putting them a lap down here at as they continue on. Sausage Dodgers right now trying to be able to gain back on some of that position. Here is the battle then again, though, between Rhino Racing Esports and Delta Racing as they continue to try to scrap this out as much as possible. Delta Racing just not giving up anything here at this point.
Well, let's see how this all pans out. But as it stands then, looks like Elite Racing Team BMW back in that fight for third position there. Starting to drop off a little bit from FRS Cherry. And again, you'd never say that we just had a safety car, because the gaps, they go so close together and then they immediately fan out and stretch themselves apart here. But Sous Chef Academy right now a second and a half to the good in that second place. There is FRS Cherry, and you can see Elite Racing Team BMW just behind right now, and there's the reason why. That is the number 10 car that is just in front of them. That's Tom Carroll in the DSRT SimX Pro machine that's just in front of them, and that is not a slow car.
No, it certainly is not a slow car by any stretch of the imagination, and that car currently running in 11th place right now as we ride on board with Khalid Ramadan, trying to be able to close up here on Sous Chef Academy to see if he's going to be able to get anything there. The gap has come down. It was about 2 seconds not too long ago. It's now down to about 1.3. We take back here to look on board the number 21 Elite West Racing Team BMW of Taylor Brady as he continues to try to be able to close in on the back of that FRS Cherry machine right now. Ramadan behind the wheel. Oh, Ramadan's going to go down to the inside, and it looks like there that Brady's going to follow him, and that's going to allow for both BMWs on through, and that battle is going to continue on.
Let's ratchet up this pressure just another couple of notches then. And FRS Cherry managing to get by on that one. I think they would have possibly been hoping that that number 10 would have somehow found themselves in between them and the Elite Racing Team BMW. But again, you see a little bit of a wiggle there from FRS Cherry. That allows Taylor Brady to get right onto the back here. Is it going to be a move through 130R? I don't think it is, but potentially going to be into Casio Triangle here, DJ.
If he's able to get that line up just the way he wants to, and it looks like he's certainly closing in on that right now. Looking, not going to be able to get the move done here at this point, unfortunately, but he is going to be able to try to keep everything together. We take another look on board the number 21 with Taylor Brady. I think this move's actually going to be coming down into turn 1, and certainly Ramadan thinks so as he goes super defensive there around the inside, trying to hold that out. It's going to be a straight drag race as they dive down into the corner, and it looks like FRS Cherry is going to try to hold that inside line. Elbows out, pushing Elite Racing Team BMW out wide.
Beautiful little bit of defensive driving there, but FRS Cherry still having to drag themselves round to hold on to that third position. Blue Chip Racing then getting ahead of Delta V Racing 2 then, and Delta V Racing 2, they're not in the pit, so I wonder what has happened to that car there. They just get going again, but that 8th place car of Julien Plumet, that looked very, very suspiciously like though they might have hit the wall or been certainly off the track there.
Oh, well, we'll have to come back and see if we can get a replay of that. There is Plumet getting things a little bit wrong coming through turn 1, unfortunately. It doesn't look like he hit anything, but maybe suffered a little bit of undercarriage damage on that machine. We'll have to see what the exact reporting is, but that is one way or the other Plumet back into pit lane. We keep our eyes focused on this battle between FRS Cherry right now and Elite Racing Team BMW as they continue to scrap this out for the final podium position. Now remember, they are pretty close when it comes to pit stop strategy in between the two of them. SRS Cherry pitting last time on lap 93, Elite West pitting on lap 88, so a little bit more room to be able to give and go. And with about 5 minutes to the 2-hour mark, I would have to say here at this point that you would be able to come down into pit lane and be able to make it on one more stop. But here comes the move for Elite West Team Racing BMW, Elite Racing Team BMW. I keep wanting to call them Elite West. As they come down through the corner right now, it looks like FRS is going to be able to hold them at bay for the moment. But again, here comes the attack. It's a flop around from the last time we saw this. Is Elite Racing Team BMW is going to look down to the inside here as they run, trying to see if they are able to keep that together, as now they've got the position and they're up into P3.
Job done, signed, sealed, delivered. Thank you very much, Taylor Brady. He is going to be off like a scalded cat into that third position. He'll happily have that, and to be honest, the pace that FRS Cherry have, I can see them. In fact, look at that, 0.8 of a second dropping back already. Something is up with that car there. That's not actually... I'm not sure why that car is so slow as it is right now, but it is definitely not looking that it's running on all cylinders right now. Again, maybe that's just recomposing after what happened there, but Taylor Brady certainly looks like got the upper hand there of Khalid Ramadan in that fourth position car. Sam Cairns in second for Sous Chef Canby, but let's not forget Chastity Vincent in the lead of this race there. 111 laps in the book here. But let's have a little peek at Digital Autosport of Ukraine onto the back then of Aerokinetics Purple, and that is a change for position, because remember it was DAU that were in front for that 18th position there.
Yes, they were. As we've got a little bit of side-by-side further back down in the field. This is Delta V Racing 2 and Blue Chip Academy Racing duking it out on the exit of the hairpin as they work their way out of the corner. It looks like that Audi's got the legs over the BMW, and indeed, they're going to be able to hold that out and stay ahead here at this point. That will keep them in prime position to be able to try to close in. Now, they've got about 8-9 seconds to try to gain back in on the top 6 here at this point as they run, trying to see what they are able to do. But certainly some good gains back up through the field here for Delta V Racing 2.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. We'll go picture in picture as you see here. So 2 hours left to go in this race then, DJ. And, from what we've seen over the past hour and a half here, I mean, what honestly do we expect that could what do we think is in store for these final couple of hours here? The one thing that I've noticed from my own point of view is, like I say, the gaps, they go out and they come straight back down again. Look at Elite Racing Team BMW. They're catching right onto the back of Sous Chef Academy again. And then you've got MGB. We've got a car off on the inside. Was that purple? I think that was Aerokinetics Purple that was off on the inside. So they were caught up in that battle with Digital Autosport of Ukraine. And they've had a monstrous hit there.
Yeah, some heavy damage there to the right-hand side of that car. You can see just how off that is. We'll have to go back to check the replay here to see exactly what happened. But Rio Racing Esports also holding off Delta Racing. Remember, this is a battle that has been flaring for a very, very long time over the course of this race. As we tick closer, about 10 seconds left until we hit the 2 hours to go mark here from the 6 hours of Suzuka. And this is what happened there. Oh, looks like Ukraine maybe just came in with a little bit too much speed, pushed Aerokinetics out wide, and that was going to be enough to send them into the barriers there. But now as for this battle with Rio and Delta Racing, I think this may put them into a little bit of problems here, as we certainly see a little bit of lap traffic starting to work its way through. That is going to be the Audi of Delta V Racing 2, and that's going to separate things out here a little bit, I think.
Absolutely, and up the inside goes Rushab Banerjee for Rail Racing Esports there. Again, that not quite for position here, but just showing how intent that Mercedes is looking. I'm actually quite happy with this, because as I said, when I started doing iRacing, I was a bit of an AMG fanboy, and I do love the looks of this Merc. It is just such an iconic machine. And the thing is, when you see it in real life as well, it's way bigger than you ever could imagine, and way rumblier and grumblier as well. But beautiful, beautiful car. And doing fairly well, but just trying to catch on to the back of MBG2 Esports Yellow.
Yeah, just trying to catch on to the back there if they can. But right now, here they go. Delta Racing trying to see if they're going to be able to get that run on Rio coming down into turn one. It certainly doesn't look like it here at this point. They're going to just keep themselves focused in the right direction here. Try not to make too many errors. We are officially past the 2/3 mark here. 2 hours to go in this race as they continue to work their way around right now. In your picture-in-picture, you can see the very, very close battle that's starting to develop now for P2 in this race with Sous Chef Academy, Elite Racing, Team BMW, and FFS Cherry all closing down on one another. I thought for a second that we may see a little bit of a poke to the inside there from Elite Team Racing BMW. No, don't see it there at this point. Elite Racing Team BMW certainly thought about that move, but not deciding to go for it.
Yeah, this is fascinating little battle right now. We're seeing PTX Racing Team onto the back of Digital Autosport of Ukraine. So DAU up into P17 now, and I've got that position here. Whereas again, you just don't know where to look right now because there's so many different fights and different battles going on here. As Elite Racing Team going to try and have a little look up the inside. It's Sous Chef Academy here just now. But again, as we said, under 2 hours left to go, and we haven't had it any closer, I don't think, from this battle for P2 right now. I think the thing with that as well, DJ, is the fact that we're watching these two fight, or watching this battle here, and we're also watching the battle for P2 right now. But all it could be is a simple mistake, and that could take out 2, if not 3 of those cars fighting out there.
Yeah, very much so. You hit the nail on the head there, David. That is absolutely right. By the way, we are hearing a black flag being issued here to the 261 machine. A little bit unfortunate there for them as they run. They have had a bad luck. Really and truly a bad run here since the drop of that safety car coming back out. That's one of the Delta V Racing machines. That's Delta V Racing 2, the Audi. They came back down into the pit lane after the safety car, and it just kind of put them into a compromised position, and they've certainly found themselves in that here at this point as they continue to work their way through. We keep your eyes here on the split screen battle right now. DSRT holding off the attack from MBG2 Esports Yellow as they work their way through the yellow and black machines, working their way through Degner 1 and 2 right now. And then Sous Chef Academy and Elite Racing Team BMW also fighting their way back through. Here comes a look down to the inside for the 33, trying to see what Manzanetto is able to do, and that's going to be moved done and dusted.
Whew, that was out of absolutely nowhere there. It looked like a very, very late decision there for Felix Manzanado for MBG2 Esports Yellow to get that done. But my goodness, did he make that stick, and it actually ended up making it look like the 10 DSRT Sim Expo machine had a bit of an issue there. Tom Carroll going very, very deep into Spoon Corner and managing to get out there. We saw picture-in-picture there, that was Taylor Brady all onto the back here of Samuel Cairns. I think we need to stick with this one for a second because Sam Cairns now is having to soak up that pressure like an absolute sponge here, DJ, and there's only so much that that somebody can deal with. However, there again, look at that BMW on the exit of that corner. That is not a very, very stable looking car, but you know what they say, fast is loose.
Yes, they do indeed say that, and so for these drivers, it's going to be all about trying to keep things together here and making sure that they don't run into any problems here, and if that car is fast, or if that car is loose, it certainly is fast, I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. We're on board then with the third place car still chasing down Sam Cairns right now. As you can see, the dedication and the commitment going in from that ERC BMW, that number 21 in third place, just now clambering all over the curbs here as we make our way through the second half of the first part of the circuit here through Dunlop, and then on the brakes into the first of the 2 Degner corners. Again, it's a big elevation change here on that right-hander. You get an idea here, and then it is the climb up the right-hander towards the hairpin. and then on the brakes here. Again, thinking about a little look there, DJ, but again, I think is just trying to apply the pressure there to Sam Cairns, and also noticing that our third place car, FRS Cherry, was in that battle, hasn't dropped away. It's just pit stop strategy has kind of cost them dearly on this.
Yeah, it certainly has, that they had to come on into pit lane, and we'll have to see how that shakes itself out. Again, we anticipate from here, at this point, if you come on in and come down into pit lane, one more stop after that should get you to the end of the race. No problems at all. But right now, Sous Chef Academy continuing to withstand that pressure. I've got to give a lot of credit here to Sam Cairns. He is doing an absolutely fantastic job to be able to keep themselves ahead and keep that Mercedes planted and driving. Let's watch this BMW again coming off of the corner. Doesn't look like there's too much of a problem there coming out of the Casio Triangle, but certainly wants to be able to try to keep it all together and keep it in the right way. But they're going to lose just enough time here down the start-finish straightaway that I don't think that's going to be in position. Oh, as we've got a car off in the back. I believe that is one of the blue chip racing machines. That could be the Academy car.
Well, that is a turn up for the books. That's Nicholas Larsson in 6th position then that's had a moment there. So let's see, this is coming through the 130R. That's a scary, scary moment, DJ. And thankfully, tiny little tap on the barrier at the back there, but change of underwear, I think, there.
Yeah, certainly. Just that little bit of tap on the rear end. It shouldn't be too much damage, and it looked like the wing was able to get away with that pretty easily here at this point. But as they watch, we look out the rear wing now of Sam Cairns for Sous Chef Academy. Being able to hold in close, being able to just withstand this pressure continuing to be applied from Taylor Brady. I've got to give credit to the both of them. We haven't seen any dangerous moves. We haven't seen any real sort of bonsai plays down to the inside. It's just constant pressure, and Sam Cairns dealing with it absolutely wonderfully.
Isn't it just? Again, this boils back to a point I made about an hour ago here, where this, for me, from Taylor Brady's point of view, is the better form of driving here. You want to be right onto the back of Sam Cairns right now, pushing, pressuring, hounding, harassing that car in front, because you're in all the golden seats right there. Because, you know, if Sam makes a mistake, you get the position. If you get a good or a better exit out of the corner, you get the position. The problem for Sam is that, you know, the car behind is so close and so much in his mirrors. You're seeing how much that car is having to be aggressive at driving here just to hold on to that position. However, that might be the upper hand for Sam Cairns. That's into the pits then for Taylor Brady, and I believe that's one lap earlier than Sam Cairns.
Yeah, Cairns has got a little bit extra, I believe one more lap, and maybe he's able to put in a good lap here now that he's free from that pressure. That could be just the sauce that he needed. Now, let's also keep an eye here, Elite Racing Team BMW, and where FRS Cherry comes out in regards to them. FRS Cherry, remember, was the team that they were in a close battle with. They're coming through Spoon right now, so we'll have to keep an eye on how that plays as they continue to work. Waiting to see here what they are able to do. Waiting to see now as we look a little farther back at the field, Delta Racing and Rio Racing Esports, this battle that we've kept our eye on here a little bit earlier. There is Elite Racing Team BMW on your screen. I can tell you that FRS Cherry coming down through the Casio Triangle right now, so this is going to be a little bit of a close run here for these two machines who were battling it out on track, and this should give us a little bit of an indication as to where exactly Sous Chef Academy should come out in regards to all of them. It looks like FRS Cherry is crossing over right now. They are going to be out well into the lead there of Elite Racing Team BMW, and there it is going to be quite a sizable gap, so I'd be a little bit worried here if I was Sous Chef Academy.
Yeah, that's a slow stop there for Nathan Sambert in the number 21, just coming out of the pits there in that Elite Racing Team BMW machine. So very, very unsure. That was a full 10 seconds slower actually than Matthias Pintea in the FRS Cherry machine. So I wouldn't be too worried, maybe. But the thing is that the Sous Chef Academy car, when everyone else did 1 minute pit stops they did on 1 minute 2, so they need to be absolutely on it. Are they possibly going to underfuel the car or maybe do less tyres just to stay ahead? Or do they think, yeah, let's just keep going as Matt Acton for Team TSRC into pit lane as well? So we're firmly into the penultimate round of pit stops here.
Yeah, we certainly are, as they are all peeling off here into pit lane. Keeping my eye on Sous Chef Academy. They've been able to extend one more lap, so that's going to be good news for them. That will hopefully mean a shorter final pit stop here on the day. Delta Racing continuing their pursuit here of Rio Racing Esports, trying to see if he is going to be able to gain anything there. Team TSRC coming into pit lane, as you mentioned, seeing them falling down through the order just a little bit. By the way, Sous Chef Academy just able to work their way by MBG2 Esports Yellow, so that's going to be another position that they are able to be able to put between themselves and the back of the field, although that lap traffic could have slowed them down just a little bit. Rio Racing Esports continuing to weather the defense here. We've talked about this many a times of just how important it is to be able to keep onto that defense, and it certainly looks like they're doing just that here at this point.
Just trying to think of this battle as it's unfolding right now. And again, this is one of the lulls in the race that we're going to see as the cars end up coming through into pit lane. Although seeing Team TSRC not that far behind Nathan Zambert and Mateus Pinilla there. So we'll see how that one unfolds. But the thing is that, you know, we've been treated, we've been spoiled, as you said. And you've said this a couple of times, DJ, you know, a wealth of riches through this race. The thing is that this is one of the quieter times for the teams because we're in the middle of these pit stop strategies, because we're in the middle of these changes undergoing. The dynamic of the race is kind of thrown to one side because you have to wait and see how this is all going to pan out. And it sounds like such a cliche, but let's get our popcorn out because here comes Sam Cairns in for Sous Chef Academy into pit lane.
Yes, indeed, as he is going to bring that car down into pit lane here. I'm going to keep my eye on FRS Cherry. It does look like they are a little bit farther back than originally when we saw Elite Racing Team BMW coming down into pit lane. So that could be a little bit of back and forth here for those drivers as they continue to work their way through. But we will have to see for them. FRS Cherry now coming out of Spoon right now. Sous Chef Academy at rest in the pit stall here. Just waiting for them to get going once again as we continue to watch FRS Cherry bringing their way down now through 130R, down into the Casio Triangle here as they go. Let's see what they're going to have play out right now. It looks like Sous Chef is up on the jacks, getting the tires changed, so that's going to be a little bit of a slower stop for them. FRS Cherry waiting to come over the stripe right now. They're going to cross over. They're going to be back into the lead of second place in this race. A long stop for Sous Chef Academy as they are waiting on the tire change. They are now squealing the tires and out and back on. Are they going to be out ahead there of Elite Racing Team BMW? No, they are not. They'll lose 2 positions over the course of that pit stop cycle.
Yeah, that's unfortunate to see, and yet again that comes down to the extra time taken in pit stop. That was 2 extra seconds that Sous Chef Academy took in that pit stop there for Jens Kaiser, who's now behind the wheel there, and that might actually end up costing them. But I mean, how cool is that? 6-hour race, and that's the sort of margins that we're talking about here, DJ. That is very, very exciting stuff indeed.
Very, very exciting indeed. You absolutely love to see that here as it looks like Delta Racing finally trying to go for the move on Rio Racing Esports. Too wide through 130R. That doesn't always play out to the best of its abilities, but we will have to see what happens here. And it looks like Rio is going to be able to hold on to that position for the moment, shutting the door on the exit of the Casio Triangle.
Brilliant stuff there. so close to coming a cropper there, but thankfully manages to think better of it. Blue Chip Racing into the pit lane there. Stephen Howard getting into the car there. Again, I think this race is just way too close to call here, DJ, with the fact that we've got, what, an hour and 45 minutes left to go just now, right? And I hate keeping on mentioning the time, but for those cars that are wanting to make a move here, for wanting to make any big jumps up into the top 10, right? you need to have been making that move about an hour ago. You need to have been, ploughing your way through this field and getting your way up through the grids here. I think the top 5 is likely to be settled at this point because you're not going to be getting that sort of time, that sort of gap down very, very quickly. But certainly there is definitely a chance for you to be able to make your way into the top 10 regardless of how your race has gone so far. For those that are in the top 5 though, I think Delta V Racing 3 have looked absolutely sublime. They have just done everything that's needed to be done right now. However, they're going to be into the pits next, and I'm just trying to see how this is all going to pan out here.
Yeah, I am as well, waiting to see how everything is exactly going to play itself out. But rest assured, there is still plenty of time and plenty of action to be able to fire itself off here as we keep our eyes focused right now on the battle for 9th place. MBG2 Esports Yellow trying to close in behind, or trying to hold off DSRT SimX Pro right now as they continue to work their way through the corners. Looks like that Porsche is going to have just enough to be able to hold on here for the moment. I don't know how long that's actually going to play itself out, but we will have to see just what is going to happen, just how they are going to be able to do it. But as of right now, not entirely sure if we're going to be able to see that overtake here at this point as they continue to work their way through, continue to try to see what they are able to get going. Here we take a look farther back in the field. Delta Racing still trying to close down on Rio Racing Esports. Another look to the inside. This is a battle that's certainly heated up here in the last couple of minutes.
Absolutely. Oh, and there's is that that's the Porsche off in the background? I think that was a PTX Racing team that we saw just going wide out of that first corner there. So yeah, there we go, just recovering there. Carlos Miguel Duarte, and again getting sent further down. Thankfully, not going to really lose any positions because of that. However, Sausage Dodger Racing is just a little bit further down the order there, and I will never tire of saying that name. I've got a feeling, though, that we may be able to get Delta V Racing on both top steps of the podium here, because I think Blue Chip Racing are potentially going to have to try and hold off that car behind of Julien Plumet. And what I'm also trying to figure out is how on earth is that car up at the P3? They had a black flag, didn't they?
Yes, they did. I'm not entirely sure either, but sometimes when you've just got the raw pace, you've got the raw pace.
Sorry to jump in, DJ. That's what it is then, because they'll be due to pit very, very shortly because they're out of strategy. They'll have got a black flag, but they'll pit reset the pit lane counter for us. So we say that they've last pitted on a lap 104, but they haven't actually pitted. They just rolled down pit lane. So that's why. Same with Chasseneuil Vincent. Actually, Delta V Racing might lose the lead here because their last pit stop time was a 41.57, which would suggest that they either didn't take tyres or they were fairly significantly underfueled.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that strategy plays itself out. As long as you're able to get onto a full tank, maybe they came in a little bit early, decided to change up the strategy a little bit. We'll have to see if that plays itself out as they go, but not entirely sure what that will mean here for the rest of the field. But Delta V Racing, they should owe us a pit stop here relatively shortly, I think. We don't have the exact number. As we said, it looks like here, I would imagine within about the next 3 laps or so. As they continue to work their way around, we focus in on Delta Racing once again. This battle never going away here, David, does. It looks like they just continue their pursuit, as that is the carrot in front of them. Rio Racing Esports in the 10th place position right now. That number 24, they've got to be getting very tired of looking at the back of that car.
I would say so. So, like for me, I would be fed up staring at the tail end of that car, because we spoke about this earlier on about that desire to try and get past. However, as we also said, it might be the better thing. You might want to just sort of wait your patience there. Again, just having a little look up the inside there, but there was never any actual look up there for FRS Orange. So for Delta Racing as well, I mean, the thing is that they have to just try and push this through. I don't think it's going to actually happen, but if Rail Racing Esports can hold on to that, I think they'll be very, very happy with it, as we see Chasney Vincent into pit lane then from the lead of the race. Now, DJ, the question for me is, how long is that Delta V Racing 3 machine going to be in pit lane this time by? As I said last time round, 41.57. Surely they're going to have to be in for a minute, which is going to hand the lead over potentially to Nicholas Larsson.
Yeah, it potentially could hand that lead over, as there you could actually see the gap coming down on your screen in meters there. Blue Chip Racing Academy, Nicholas Larsson, I think, will inherit the lead of this race. At least it certainly looks like it will be. The one thing that I do have to say here for Delta V Racing 3 is the fact that they have an option here at this point. They can take a short stop now and fuel for maybe about 40-45 minutes worth of fuel now, or take the full stop and then make it a true splash and go at the end. We'll have to see how that plays itself out. There is the sister team, Delta V Racing 2, who still owes us a pit stop. Julien Plumet behind the wheel of that car right now, about 2 seconds off the back of Blue Chip Racing Academy. We'll have to see if they're able to close in here and maybe make that a little bit of a scrap before we have to see Delta V Racing 2 coming on into pit lane.
Oh, now here's a couple of updates for you. I think E-Team Brit are potentially retired out of the race, as is the Digital Autosports of Ukraine car. Now, we were seeing them earlier on. They're in pit lane, and it looks like they are not taking any further part in this race.
Oh, hate to see that there for two of the teams that we'd featured a little bit earlier on in the race, but they are most certainly out of it here at this point. It looks like that is certainly what we are seeing here from them, as I'm seeing the same things on the screen. E-Team Brit does look like they're back out on track, though, from what I can tell. They are 3 laps down, but it does look like now I'm showing Digital Autosport of Ukraine 4 laps down, but still out on track as well. Looks like here we're getting a little bit more confirmation. Looks like the number 32, that's the Digital Autosport of Ukraine machine. I think they may have just had a little bit of an internet disconnection there that put them farther down in the order, but they are back out on the track, so clearly some just internet problems plaguing them. It goes to show you here, David, that even some of the best sim racing drivers in the world, they can't get away from that dreaded internet problem.
It's a horrible thing. And of course, the other thing as well is that it might not be an internet problem. It might be a game crash. It might be a system freeze. And as somebody that races or raced in VR, my God, let me tell you, there is nothing more excruciating than having your headset disconnect when you're in the middle of a stint. It is just like that is the reason why I went back to the single screen. It's too much hassle. You just cannot risk it, and it makes you feel horrible. Even worse, DJ, in a team event like this where you've got other teammates depending on you. I had that. A couple of years ago when I was doing the Daytona 24 with one of my friends from Australia, and I was having intermittent connection issues. Like the car would just no, sorry, it wasn't the connection issues. It was my PC would lock up in blue screen every couple of hours, and of course during the 24-hour race, it was just absolutely heartbreaking for it. Yeah, it just wasn't happening at all. I'm also getting slightly distracted by that, DJ, because do you see what's happening in second place with Julien Plumet?
I am indeed keeping my eye on it here, David. We've got a battle up for the lead of the race. Blue Chip Racing Academy, led by Nicholas Larsson and Julien Plumet, starting to close themselves in here a little bit at this point. This is a true battle for position. Audi versus BMW, trying to see what they are going to be able to do. That Audi trying to get its legs there out of Spoon Corner. They're going to have a little bit of lap traffic up in front of them. That's Rashad Banerjee and Higo Oliveira that they're going to have to deal with here. But right now, it looks like Plumet is going to have a look down to the inside of 130R. Is he going to try to stick it out? Yes, he is. And there goes Delta V Racing 2 up into the lead of the race. Now remember, they do owe us a pit stop here sooner rather than later. But nevertheless, being able to lead a lap here definitely puts a feather in the cap.
Oh, they'll be absolutely delighted. They'll be like, stop the count, stop the race, it's done, it's dusted, we're over 75%, it's fine. Listen, this is when their social media also starts playing a blinder as well, starts taking all the screenshots of the leaderboard and posting about how they're leading for the race. You know, context is absolutely irrelevant, TJ. It's fine. They're in the lead of this race, and yeah, they're miles faster because they're probably running on fumes at this point. So I would imagine Tel Aviv Racing 2 and Julian Plumet will be into the pits at the end of either this lap or the next one, but hey, I'm not a way to burst their bubble for them.
No, not at all, and it does show their outright tenacity to be able to get back up to the front there, and a pretty simple move to be able to get that done. We keep our eyes focused on Nicholas Larson right now, just trying to hold back, as we said, oh, is a car off in front? I believe that's the Rio Racing Esports machine, the Mercedes, having a little bit of problem there. Rashad Banerjee having a problem as he ran around there, just a little bit too much speed coming through the Degners. Not uncommon. We've talked about that many a time here today, and just how easy that is to do. Also seeing here on my timing and scoring screen, the PTX Racing team is down into pit lane here at this point, so they're going to bring that car into the pits and get some fuel and everything put on into that machine.
Certainly is. Just watching as this unfolds then, we're coming up now to the tail end of the race here, DJ, and I'm looking at what we've got out in front of us. I don't think Julien Plumet is going to be challenging for the lead. Certainly potentially challenging for a podium. That's very possible. However, the gap between Larson and Fittema is 30 seconds. I actually think that Kevin Fittema for Delta V Racing 3 is in the stronger position, because I believe Nicholas Larson is going to have to come into the pits in the next 5 laps or so as well.
Yeah, I think you're right about that Blue Chip Racing Academy looking like they're just a little bit off it here, and that they don't quite have enough to be able to get to the end on that one more fuel stop that we had talked about. And so that's going to be a strategy that we have to see, as Blue Chip Racing Academy are on lap 22 of their stint right now, so they'll probably have to come in with it in the next 5 laps or so, and that may not be enough time for them to be able to get everything back out and around, but we will have to see just how that strategy shakes itself out here with the time we have remaining. Again, waiting for pit stops from Delta V and Blue Chip Racing Academy as we watch the little battle here between FRS Orange and Broken Wings. Broken Wings being very aggressive, getting that move done up through the snake. Are they going to be able to hold on to it, though? That's the question. They're still side by side, and it looks like here that maybe they're going to be able to get that done. No, they're still side by side coming up through Dunlop. My goodness gracious, give me a chance to breathe here, boys.
Amazing side-by-side action here between Broken Wings and FRS Orange. Finally, Broken Wings just get that Lightning McQueen-looking car up into the 12th position there. But that was amazing stuff. Not just for the tenacity of it, but for the respect of both those drivers and the situational awareness there. Absolutely brilliant stuff there. Great move there done. And again, it's not over yet. FRS Orange are going to be within drag distance here, and these two Porsches, identical in the power that they put out here. This could get very spicy indeed. But through the left-hander, then through into Spoon Curve. The thing is as well, I mean, in all intents and purposes, Broken Wings, they set that move up must be about 8 corners ago?
Yeah, I mean, they were really building it out from about this point on the circuit last time around. They just knew where they wanted to be able to make the move, held it down into turn 1, and then FRS Orange just trying to fight back with everything that they could around the outside, trying to be able to fight it as much as possible and do everything that they could. But sometimes when you've got that full motion of speed coming up behind you, you'll be able to pull yourself away ahead, and that's exactly what Broken Wings was able to do here at this point in the race. The gap only about 0.4 of a second as they dove down into turn 1, so it's certainly not out of the woods here quite yet for Broken Wings, but rest assured they're going to be doing everything that they can do to try to get themselves up ahead and really extend that gap as much as possible, I would have to think.
Yeah, and the thing is as well is that we spoke about this at length about, you know, putting all the pressure on the car in front, but Broken Wings seem to have done that, but they're not looking. I mean, just from the mannerisms and just watching FRS Orange don't look, you know, particularly slower than Broken Wings in front of them. So it very well could be that FRS Orange are just happy to let that position go and potentially just kind of keep tabs on that car in front. However, as I say that now, that gap is starting to go up well over 0.8 of a second here, so that could be that one done and dusted for FRS Orange. Just having a quick look at the strategy for 12th and 13th place as well. Completely different strategies. Ben Hughes is actually going to have the lighter car because he's going to have to pit in the next 2-3 laps here, so I wonder possibly if Ben Hughes and Jesse Meetonen, if Ben is just trying to stretch out that tank a little bit longer than potentially the car in front.
Yeah, I think that certainly could be a good strategy for them to try here at this stage in the race. Again, the longer you're able to stretch that out, the longer you're able to go here a little bit. That just means it's going to be less time coming down into pit lane. That means it's going to be less time for you to have to deal with for them. And so I certainly think that could be the way to play here for a lot of these drivers as they try to come in. As we will be talking, rest assured, plenty about pit stop strategy here coming down into the final part of this race. Again, we anticipate one pit stop for the majority of these drivers out on track right now. About one pit stop for them. Maybe a couple of the others are going to have to owe us two here, including your current leader of the race, Delta V Racing 2, and Blue Chip Racing Academy. Both of them look like they're going to owe us pit stops here before we get going. There is your leader right now, working their way through, and I anticipate them, as we've said, coming into the pits here in the next couple of laps.
So, where do we pick apart these storylines? That is the question, because again, we said this about 40 minutes ago, the ebb and flow has started to come in, the gaps have went right back out, but we're also right slap bang in the middle of another pit stop session as well. Certainly for those that pitted at the end of the lap 100 to lap 105, that is Julian Plumet and Nicholas Larson. They're going to be in the pits in the next 4 to 5 laps as well. Tom Carroll in the 10 is going to be in, as is Higo Oliveira and Rishabh Banerjee. That is going to bring cars like Kevin Fatemont, the Delta V Racing 3 car, FRS Cherry, back up to the forefront. But now we're starting to see these different strategies coming out. I think that, Kevin, the Delta V Racing 3 car is in the best possible position. They pitted on lap 123, so they've got a full tank of fuel in the car, and they're going to be able to go on for at least another half hour. That's then going to bring them out into that final pit stop potential. If they are in the ability to do just one more stop, I think that is going to be the biggest boost that they can possibly have.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you there. If they're able to make it work on just one more stop, that's really the key here to do it. And you've only got about 20 minutes to last until you need to get to that last stop here at this point, because it is about an hour and a half, let's call it an hour and 25 minutes left to go here in this race. And so if you are able to make it to that one stop mark, that is certainly going to help you be able to close in and get that to go. We also have a nice little battle here shaping up in front of us. This is Raya Racing Esports and Broken Wings. Broken Wings being able to close back in, try to get themselves a little farther up in the running order right now. Broken Wings have had a little bit of an on and off day here at this point as they now try to close in behind that number 24 Mercedes up in front of them. And it looks like we do have one of the first takers here for the pits coming on in. It's going to be Team TSRC taking what we believe to be their penultimate pit stop.
Yeah, Andrew Pike jumping into pit lane then. The question is that it's not going to be their final pit stop though, is it? Because there's no way they're going to be able to last until the 6 hours. So this is going to be their penultimate pit stop. So they're going to have to come in yet again. And the question is how badly, DJ, do you think that's going to affect them in terms of their finishing position? Because obviously they're going to be in just now, but they're going to have to come in less than an hour's time, and that'll still be, what, 25 minutes left to go.
Yeah, I certainly think that's going to put them into a little bit of a precarious position. I would not be surprised if we see them drop out of the top 10 maybe as a result of that for these drivers, and that's the problem. That's where you've got to be doing that backward math here, David. Looks like Sausage Dodgers Racing also coming into pit lane here at this point. They're going to run into the same problems as well, I would have to think. And so what that means is that any of these drivers that are going to be coming in again within the next 20 minutes or so, that's going to throw them around. Got a nice another little battle starting to shape itself out here. PTX Racing Team closing in behind Aerokinetics Purple as they try to be able to get themselves up forward. PTX Racing Team, another team that has yo-yoed up and down through the field here at this point, and they are just hoping to be able to hold on to the best position that they can.
Just watching the times and the pace coming in right now, the one that's really interesting me actually is Nathan Sambert in the Elite Racing Team BMW. Now that last lap, everybody else on that last lap was doing 159s, with the exception of Tom Carroll. Nathan Sambert was doing a 158.94, so he is absolutely siding his way pace-wise through the gap to Delta V Racing 3 up in front and to FRS Cherry. Now, here's the question. Are they going to be able to actually do anything with that as Tom Carroll jumps into the pits as predicted? So I think that Julien Plumet is going to be in very, very shortly indeed.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Julien Plumet is going to have to be pulling on into pit lane. I've got to give credit, though, here on the last lap. It did look like Plumet went purple through the first sector. And so that certainly does mean that he's got a little bit more speed plugged up underneath that number 261 machine than we normally see. So he may be able to close in a little bit as they go. But we'll have to see just how everything plays itself out. We continue to watch this battle right now. PTX Racing closing in behind Aerokinetics, trying to see what they are able to do. Does look like that DSRT SimX Pro team is into pit lane, so they're going to keep on trying to get their way around right now. Waiting, though, to see if we're going to see a little bit of a battle here. Broken Wings also closing in behind as they go, as that will continue to see everything play itself around right now. We wait for everything to see what it will happen and just what will play out here for these drivers as they get themselves around right now, trying to see if they are going to be able to do anything. PTX Racing Team trying to be able to close back in, as we said, waiting to see if there's going to be any movement. We'll keep you eye and keep you abreast of any of the other drivers that come on into pit lane, as that's really what we're waiting for at this point to determine exactly what the order is going to be as we continue to just follow here on board with the number 28, Pedro Arnaud, for that PTX race team. Closing in under the gap, under 130R, the gap coming down under 0.4 of a second, trying to see if he's going to be able to close down in. Does it look like he's going to have a move going down into the Casio Triangle? He's going to be able to get that done and through. He's going to just have to try to close up behind as much as he can here. And this could be a little bit of a fuel-saving strategy for him potentially as they go. That may be the reasoning here that we're seeing him be so content behind. We haven't talked about that a whole lot, but you certainly can save a lot of fuel around this circuit if you lift and coast at certain points. Just be able to get that car into the position. There's plenty of high-speed corners where you can definitely get that lift off there. Also is coming down some of the long straightaways, particularly coming down into 130R, going down into turn 1. Definitely areas where you are able to get a little bit of that lift and coast, as we are going to keep our eyes split now on that battle with Rayo Racing and Broken Wings, as well as this battle with Aerokinetics and PTX Racing Team.
Yeah, if we're keeping our eyes split, can you imagine what our production team behind the scenes are having to do right now, DJ, with all these different little things that are coming to the forefront and different little battles that are going on? But PTX Racing Team here looking very, very promising indeed. Pedro Arno wanting to try and get a piece of Thomas Baker right now. Ben Hughes into the pits in the 60, the FRS Orange machine. And Julien Plumet, 157.97 at the lead of the field here. He is absolutely tearing round. Definitely going to be coming into the pits very, very shortly indeed. But PTX Racing Team, you can still see in this main picture here on the right hand side, though, you can see our picture in picture machine. That is that beautiful the Cars look-alike racing car. I was trying to think of the character name there, but of course it's Lightning McQueen that is currently making his way around just now. Right, so an hour and 20 minutes left to go in this race. We've got Delta V Racing 2 imminently going to be coming into the pits to take a penultimate pit stop, because they're not going to be able to last till the end. They're going to have to come in for a splash and dash. Now, a splash and dash is still going to cost at least 40 seconds, I believe, for this one coming through. So the other thing is that I also think, as there we go, Julien Plumet into pit lane, I think, DJ, that this is also going to mean that the likes of Delta V Racing 3 are going to be okay, but I think FRS Cherry and Elite Racing Team BMW are going to have real problems with that, because I think they're going to get caught out. I think they're going to be in before the end of this hour.
I think you're right about that as well, and I think there's going to be some real fuel-saving problems that these drivers are have to take into consideration. And I definitely think with that in mind, that's why we are seeing PTX Racing Team being so content here in this place to just ride behind, sip off of that draft, and not have to push themselves that far ahead. As you mentioned earlier, Delta V Racing 2, about 15 minutes short from what we expect them to be able to need to do. They're going to be coming back out into pit lane. Looks like that was a relatively quick pit stop there for them, coming in and out of the pits here at this point. They're going to find themselves in third place, but again, we anticipate them owing us another pit stop, and that's certainly going to be slowing them down.
Isn't it just? It's fascinating how this race is kind of going in little acts. It's like watching a play unfold in front of our very eyes, watching the characters and the cast assemble themselves in each of the acts here. The battle for the top is almost certainly going to be between Delta V Racing 2, FRS Cherry and Elite Racing Team BMW. They're all within sort of 6 seconds of each other. Now that's nothing. That is a botched pit stop. That's a safety car. That's whatever you want to say. Fortune favours the brave, I think, is going to be the motto for the rest of this race, because now we're coming down to that final dice roll, aren't we, with the fact that you've only got that one thing that you can pull out the hat. It's different when there's like 5 hours to go. Maybe you've had a rough time, as we see Broken Wings around the outside of Rail Racing Esports. That's inspired. That was a move and a half there. A little bit of contact from the Mercedes there, but that was never happening. Yeah, that was beautiful from the Mercedes there.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant stuff there from Broken Wings in that number 14 Porsche. The Lightning McQueen livery looking very, very strong here today. By the way, you saw there on split screen, Blue Chip Racing Academy coming down into pit lane here at this point. So that is going to be your latest driver to come on in. Again, about 10 minutes or so short of that point where we expect drivers and cars to be able to make it to the end without needing another fuel stop here. And so we wait to see just how far down the order that is going to push them as they try to be able to get themselves going down so much. But, man, look at that gap that Broken Wings has already developed. 1.5 seconds. They were definitely being held back there at this point.
They're just absolutely away with it, are they? Goodness me. That is awesome stuff to see. Right, let's see where Nicholas Larsson comes out of pit lane. I'll be honest with you, I don't see that Blue Chip Academy racing car coming back out in the top 5 for sure. They're going to be almost certainly going down in towards 7th place just now, where they are just ahead of Team TSRC, because again, remember, they still have to do another pit stop here. So yeah, that's not worked out great for them. The top two cars at the front, though, Kevin Fitterman and the Delta V Racing 3 car. Now, he's on lap number 11 of his stint, and Julien Plumet, who's just done his pit stop, is in second position. He's done a 30-second pit stop there. Now, did he take anything on? Did that Delta V Racing 2 car take anything on there, or has he just done a drive-through penalty? That's what I would like to know on that.
That's an awfully quick stop there. We'll have to see exactly what that was. Not entirely sure myself, if I'm completely honest, but here is Fitterman up at the front of the field right now. Delta V Racing 3 continuing to work their way around through some lap traffic. Now that car directly behind them, that is their sister team, that 261, as you mentioned earlier. So I've got to imagine a little bit of team tactics here probably going to come into play. The two of them probably talking with one another, maybe hoping to be able to get a little bit of the slipstream that we talked about. If they can maybe save a little bit of tire here, save a little bit of fuel rather in that number 261 Audi, that could certainly be something that we see these drivers doing. I would not be surprised if that is indeed what we actually see playing itself out. So that could be a very crucial strategy that could come back to help.
Let's see what happened with Tom Carroll here in the number 10. He's going to be on the braking zone into turn 1. Too much speed. Hits the curb on the left-hand side. A very, very common mistake. We saw that earlier on with the E-Team Brit car. Again, the rear wheel's just touching that curb, and all it is that it just unsettles that car very, very slightly. But Kevin Fitterman into the lead of this race ahead of, as you said, sister car Delta V Racing 2. Now, this is coming up to the back of the battle here. Is that, let's have a look here who that is in front of them. I believe it's that Rail Racing Esports that's up in front. Indeed it is, and Delta Racing exit the pit lane here. So Kevin Fitterman in the lead of the race. However, FRS Cherry now just 5 seconds behind there, and have a look at Elite Racing Team BMW. They're just behind as well. However, and it's a big however, Delta V Racing 3 in the pound seats right now because they pitted later than everybody else outside of Nicholas Larsson for Blue Chip Racing, who's just come into the pit lane here.
Yeah, that's very, very true. They are going to be at that point here, and we're going to have to keep an eye on all of that as it continues to play. Fascinating battles here, and I've got to say that, yeah, Elite Racing Team BMW certainly looking strong. The gap is expanding up to about 1.2 seconds here, but we'll have to see exactly what they are able to do and how close that's going to be able to run here in the closing stages of this race. We watch right now your leader, Kevin Fitterman, up the front of the field. Delta V Racing 3 in that Porsche. Do they have a little bit of extra to run as there's a battle farther back in the field? That's the Aerokinetics Purple team and the PTX Racing team. Remember, we had talked about them quite a few times earlier on in this race that they were ones to keep an eye on. Is that a little bit of a scripted pass for the move, for the lead potentially? Yes, it is. That's Delta V Racing 2 up and on by. So maybe this is to try to just eke out a little bit more fuel saving. I wonder, as that looked pretty prescripted there for them, David.
Well, right, I'll be honest, that makes a lot of sense for me because obviously Kevin Fitterman pitted on lap 1, 2, 3, so they're 10 laps behind in terms of pace. The Delta Racing 3 car, so they're going to have to come into the pits in about let me work this one out, probably about another 14-15 laps time. So whatever they can do to the car in front in terms of like saving fuel and stuff, yeah, that's a very, very wise, bold move.
Yeah, I really like that strategy there for them to be able to do just that. The gaps are starting to come down here a little bit. We do have another taker down in pit lane, Rail Racing Esports. They're going to be a little bit short of that mark, it looks like, of that perfect 65-minute to an hour mark that they certainly want to be able to close down on here at this point in the race. So they're still going to have a little bit of time left to do. is it looks like that that fuel strategy potentially separating itself out just a little bit right now, as that is going to be in the middle there of Finement and Plumet. That's going to be onto Graf right in the middle, and so that's going to change things up a little bit here for these drivers, as now it looks like they are going to be able to get by and they'll get right back into that fuel-saving game.
Awesome, awesome stuff. However, I get the feeling that things are away to get very, very spicy in the next half an hour as well, because have a look at FRS Cherry and Elite Racing Team BMW there, as that was a big moment there for PTX Racing Teams. Pedro Arnott coming out of that corner there. You saw the tail end coming out through the hairpin, wiggling about there as they got past Aerokinetics Purple right now. And well, it's been a difficult day out for Aerokinetics Purple. Here is FRS Cherry just ahead of Elite Racing Team BMW, and yeah, this one I think is going to get very, very hot under the collar indeed, because these two are a very similar strategy, pit stop wise, fuel wise, and oh, this is. I don't know if you saw that, DJ, but I'd be absolutely raging right now if I was in that FRS Cherry car in the 331 of Mateus Pentia, because just up in front of that FRS Cherry racing machine, that is going to be, is that De Graaf that is holding up that car just behind him there in the DSRT RJB Solutions car, I think that might be.
Actually, I think that's the Digital Autosport of Ukraine.
Oh, that's the 32, yeah. That's Andrei Bondar.
Yeah, that's who it is there, and held up that FRS Cherry machine, and now it may be in time to hold up the Elite Racing Team BMW machine here at this point, as it looks like they try to be able to work their way down into Spoon. The car's going to get sideways. That's one way to have the path clear in front of you. That was a very scary moment, though I have to imagine if you're Sembara, that is not a moment you want to see repeated.
That was a scary moment for me. That was certainly just watching it and hearing your voice go through the roof there. Goodness me. Yeah, listen, that is not a fun point to have. We've said it all the time. You know, when you get moments like that, you cannot do anything with that car. It's unsavable. So yeah, we'll certainly see. However, that seemed like a huge burst of speed that the Elite Racing Team BMW had on FRS Cherry, did it not? I mean, look at this. Is it a different engine map mode for FRS Cherry?
Maybe it is. Maybe they recognize they can hit the fuel numbers here at this point, and then you can start pushing ahead, but they are fighting tooth and nail. I think they know what is on here for the battle of this race, for the lead of the race here at this point, as they certainly try to push their way up ahead, climbing up through the S's right now, trying to see what they are able to do. They are putting all kinds of pressure here to the back of those cars, trying to see if they're able to get anything. My goodness gracious, as they continue to go right now. Pressure starting to be big here if you are behind the hot seat of that FRS Cherry machine with Matthias Pentilla there behind the wheel of the car.
Awesome stuff, man. I'm absolutely loving it. And I did say, you know, it was going to get spicy in the next 20 minutes. It looks like I've not been proved wrong here, thankfully. But it is only going to get even more intense, as I say, with these pit stops coming in. Look at how much earlier Nathan Sambert is able to get that car pulled into the corner there. It did look like that FRS Cherry machine was a little bit lax going into that corner. But yeah, what a 6 hours we've had here of Suzuka, and we've got an absolutely cracking final hour coming up.
Yeah, we most certainly do. I'm very, very excited to see how this last hour and 7 minutes are going to play themselves out here as they run. Oh, getting bad news for fans of the Sous Chef Academy team. It looks like they have been given a black flag, so that team is going to find themselves falling farther back down through the order. Heartbreak for one of the fan favorites out there, David.
Yeah, that is not the best. However, what I would say is, remember Delta V Racing 2 got a black flag and they're now leading the race. So, stranger things can happen. If you are able to do some mad, crazy strategies, then possibly you can keep it going. But yeah, that's going to be an F for them for sure.
Yeah, they're not going to be happy with that at all, but we are going to keep our eyes focused here on the battle for P3, the final podium positions. We're not entirely sure how everything is going to be sorted itself out here at this point. Plenty of battles still left to go, particularly this one with FRS Cherry and Elite Racing Team BMW, as they try to be able to keep up the pressure here and be able to hold off as much as possible. This attack certainly looking like it could be a little bit of something. The question's going to be is when are we going to see that outright pace from the Elite Racing Team BMW machine, the one that we really saw them come alive with earlier on in the running. Are they going to be able to fight back here and really get themselves going? Looks like they're falling back a little bit. That FRS Cherry machine with Pentia behind the wheel of the car, just better on the binders, able to escape out of the corners a little bit better and keep everything at bay.
Yeah, and again, it's just been the story of this race so far. Is consistency has been so important, not just for the cars, but for both of the drivers in these teams right now. That's been the main. It's almost a little bit boring to talk about consistency and you know that the real sort of ridiculously metronomic laps that these drivers are able to put in, but that's exactly what these races all boil down to. That's what they're won and lost by, is, you know, just these ability to just crack in these amazing lap after lap after lap after lap.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that's what separates the best from the absolute greatest, is that ability to be consistent and to be consistently quick the entire time array on the circuit. As we take a look there at those lap time comparisons, it does look like Pentilla was able to get a little bit of a better gap there on that last lap, last 2 laps indeed, growing the gap ever so slightly, setting down a personal best there on the last lap indeed, so that's a very good run there for him. He'll be pretty pleased with that, I think, as they continue to try to see what they have here. Closing down in behind that Elite Racing Team BMW continues to look like it is got some speed here up through the S's as they continue to run. Waiting to see if that is going to fire itself off. Maybe Elite Racing Team BMW is just going to put themselves in a position to do a little bit of fuel saving. We are in that spot as of right now where we are less than 65 minutes left to go in this race. Suzuka tends to be a little bit of a fuel-happy circuit, so they can close down a little bit on that gap, but we anticipate the 1 hour to go, or 65 minutes to go mark is about the time for that. We've had a little bit of an off here for FRS Orange. Looks like in front of them that was the Ryu Racing Team having a little bit of a problem, at FRS Orange going to be able to keep that car gathered up back underneath them and keep going, but a little bit of a hair-raising moment there for them.
It's never the best, is it, when you see a car in front of you just for no reason whatsoever just goes straight off and you're like, oh, right, okay then. And sometimes it does happen where you're honestly so distracted by thinking, what the hell? That you end up missing your own breaking point, and bad things can and have gone wrong in the past here. However, here's a little battle again. Hello, Elite Racing Team BMW, right onto the back of FRS Cherry. This is a battle that we thought was easing up a little bit, but that is right over the final curbs. Here we go, ding dong, round 2 for FRS Cherry against Elite Racing Team BMW. And DJ, I just have such a bad feeling about this.
I don't know if this is going to end in blows or end in what, but there you see the move and up into the inside. Whoa. That was a committed move there from Elite Racing Team BMW. Nathan Sombera absolutely chucking the car in.
That was absolutely disrespectful from Nathan Sombera. Just, I mean, how do you live with yourself if you're FRS Cherry after that absolute Chad move up the inside of turn 1 from Nathan Sombera? That car looked like it had at least 25 miles an hour closing speed on that car in front. That was absurd. I mean, obviously you could see that the move was coming for many, many laps to come, but my God, that is how you assert authority.
Yes, it is. That is your way of saying I am tired of waiting around and I want to be able to put myself up into a better position. Fantastic stuff there from Sombera. Absolutely remarkable to be able to get that done. Matthias Pentia, though, has to focus in here. He doesn't want to make any mistakes. He doesn't want to let any of that anger get to his head. He just needs to continue to drive the race he's continued to drive. He should find himself in relatively good position here. We still have to wait a few minutes to exactly figure out where this is going to play and how this is going to play, because remember, we still have that last round of pit stops. We don't know how long those pit stops are going to be for these drivers, and we don't really know when they're going to be taking them.
Yeah, it's a fascinating little thing that's all unfolding here. Although, can you believe now we're actually almost into the final hour of this 6-hour race? It only seems like, just 10 minutes ago I was gracefully punting Zach out of the commentary box and coming and jumping in and saying hello. It just has gone by so quickly.
Well, time flies when you're having fun with good company, and that's indeed what it has been up here in the commentary booth, at least from my perspective, David. It's always a pleasure to be able to share commentary duties with you.
Oh, 100% my pleasure, mate. It's such a treat to be in the commentary booth when you're on board, because it just, we said this earlier on, right? You get these races, and sometimes it can pan out and there's no gaps, there's no fights going on, and it's just like, it's very difficult. But DJ, when we're commentating together, you get so excited, and for myself, I once got described by an old boss of mine's as an excitable puppy, which I took as a rather big compliment, because I think it is. It's that's exactly how I see it, and that's exactly what I love being able to do with sim racing. I love to get excited about races, get enthusiastic, and get overly carried away, and that's exactly what working with you, DJ, allows us to do, because I think we kind of feed off of each other in the excitement levels.
Oh, we certainly do, and I'll tell you, it's an absolute treat to be able to be doing that for myself as well. We take a look here, though, at Jens Kaiser, Sous Chef Academy. Not looking like they had the run that they were hoping for here today. They started off in third position. It looked like they were going to be maybe potentially fighting up for those top three a little bit later on in the race, but I think here at this point it is a little bit unfortunate for them, because it looks like that they are probably going to be out of podium contention here, as it does look like FRS Cherry and Elite Racing Team BMW both have the fuel to be able to make this onto the end of the pit stop, and they will be able to make it with one more stop, as will the majority of the field here. So this is ostensibly going to play itself out just kind of as we think it will, and it's going to be a question of who can close down the gaps here at this point.
Are my eyes deceiving me, or if we have a look at the back of the Sous Chef Academy car, is that car absolutely mangled at the back there? Or no, it is just my eyes there. It's the Doritos logo at the back there, because it's carved. I hadn't actually paid attention to that before now, so we'll just ignore that point whatsoever. Thank you very much, though, for our production team being able to switch to that car so blazingly fast there. Well,
it is certainly a slightly strange-looking rear end of the car there, so I'm not entirely surprised that we got confused. It certainly is a livery unto itself, let's call it.
It reminds me back in the day with the Xbox 360, the Doritos, the Mountain Dew, the true gamer fuel. That was how you knew that you were I mean, the only other thing that car needs to have is an advert for Modern Warfare 2.
Yeah, I think that's really all it's missing here at this point, and it brings me back to my halcyon days of college. And so might as well throw a university logo on there just to make it good. And
Xbox Live, the memories of getting racially abused by 10-year-olds. That's really bringing it back.
Exactly. Sitting in a dorm room till way too early in the morning playing Modern Warfare 2. Which shows my age, but nevertheless, as they continue to work their way around right now, this is one of the closest battles we do have out on track. Blue Chip Racing and Sous Chef Academy right on board right now with Tim Carroll, though, in the number 10 right now, a couple of laps down for the DSRT SimX Pro machine as he separates out that battle a little bit.
Fascinating to watch, though, as so FRS Cherry then first to blink in the pit lane, and I mean, I think they might get away with that. I think 55 minutes could be done. We'll certainly see, because I'll do the maths in just a second there. But either way, that now does show that Nathan Sambert and Elite Racing Team BMW, very, very strong position for them. But Julien Plumet, I just don't understand, because that car, the pit stop time was 30 seconds. So I'm trying to see how that's going to happen, because that's got to have been, I mean, I think 45 seconds is average for maybe like a fast stop. 30 seconds surely has to be a drive-through penalty, because that's the time it takes to roll down pit lane.
Yeah, I think that's right, and that is very, very unfortunate there for them. As they are going to come out. Oh my goodness, I can't believe that is coming back to bite them. Potentially a drive-through penalty, we believe, sending them around. My goodness gracious. Oh man, that is just brutal here at this point.
Oh man, that is yeah, that's gutting to hear. Also, just having a look here, so FRS Cherry, I think they're borderline whether they can make it. It'll be interesting to see. I think they can. We know that Elite Racing Team, they definitely can make it off of the one pit stop. Now, what that does mean is that means that Stephen Hatter for Blue Chip Racing and Sous Chef Academy as well, that means surely they're going to be relegated to the positions that they've got, because, you know, unless they can make a position up on track. Yen Kaiser, to be fair, is just behind Stephen Hatter right now. But again, if it's not for that, then it's going to have to be underfueling the car or trying to do something strategy-wise, because you've got to think that all three of those cars that are in that potential, they're going to be just taking tyres and trying to stretch out to the end.
Yeah, I would have to think that's right here at this point, and it's probably going to be a little bit of a back and forth to see who is going to take tires. If you're able to double stint here at this point, and track conditions continue to cool around this track, so you don't have to worry necessarily about blistering temperatures and overheating the tires. It is dropping down to about 75 degrees Fahrenheit as of right now. If that is the case and you are able to make that work, then potentially we could see drivers attempting to double, maybe even triple stint the tires at the last end of the race here to just try to save some of that precious time in pit lane and not have to do too much of an attacking motion when you are in that position.
Well, the thing with that as well is that from my point of view, I've never been in that position, because I'm a fairly slow sim racing driver, so I've never been in the position where I can get the luxury of choosing to have to attack or choosing to have to defend. It's usually a case of trying to defend and just trying not to put the car into the wall. But for a lot of these drivers, and this comes back to, again, something I was saying earlier about the importance of having a good support network around you, about having teammates that can help you make those calls, because at the end of the day, the driver just wants to be out there driving. They don't want to be having to think about, oh well, what about if I do if I pit stop now, then I'll be able to do an undercut on XYZ, or if I can just drag this stint out a little bit longer, I might be able to hold on to this position. No, they want to be just focusing on driving. They want to be focusing on the cars around them and their immediate circumstances. So a lot of these teams, you'll have drivers that, and this is the bit trying to explain to people at home watching who have maybe not taken part in an endurance race, as we see Elite Team Racing BMW into the pit lane. When the drivers get out the pit stop, it's not like they don't go away and go and watch Netflix or go and play another game or something like that. 9 times out of 10, they're back on voice chat on Discord, they're spotting for their teammate, and they're watching the rest of the race around them, because mentally they've vested their interest. They've got an emotional interest in this race, so they want to support the team and they want to support the other drivers.
Yeah, exactly. It is a full-time affair for all of these drivers, whether you're running into a 6-hour endurance race or whether you're running into a 24-hour endurance race. It is going to be very, very time-intensive for all of these drivers. and they continue to get themselves around right now. FRS Cherry that we focus on our screen, plenty of spotting there in the rest of the family right now as they continue to try to work their way around. Because, and I say family because when you do race in these teams, it often does become a family affair. You get to know your co-drivers very, very well, and you get to share that bond, and you win and lose as a family together. We do call it the motorsports family. David, you mentioned a little bit earlier about the tributes that we saw in the Lotus 49 community. Now, obviously nothing like that, but you really have a deeply, deeply intense bond with everyone that you race, and it certainly shows itself out as many times as possible.
Well, the thing is that, and again, this brings on to another point, is the fact that when you're racing the same drivers week in, week out, we know each other. As commentators, DJ, me and you, we know a large chunk of the sim racing names that we see time and time again. And while we might not particularly get on well with them, or we may not speak to them, or we may not know them at all, but we still have this kind of fondness, this implied knowledge of them because of the amount of time that we spend around them. So, just like if you were to spend time hanging about with a work colleague or something like that, you get to know these people, and it does build up that friendship and that relationship, and more importantly, I think it builds up that respect as well. As we see, into the pit lane comes Sous Chef Academy.
Yep, they're going to bring it all on into pit lane here at this point. The latest team to make their final pit stop. It also looks like Broken Wings is coming down into the pits as well. So that is going to be multiple pit stops here being taken out. And now I have to think, for some of the drivers later on in the race, there could be a chance here to maybe jump around a little bit if you're able to extend here at this point. That's certainly what I would be looking at and thinking about here at this point, is it also looks like Team TSRC is going to be coming down into the pits as well. Those fuel tanks, we don't know at this point, frankly, if they are completely empty or if they are coming on in just because they want to fill out the fuel as much as possible. It's going to be an interesting call here for these drivers to see when they will opt to come on into pit lane.
Well, I think now that it's safe to assume that we're into the final stage of the race here now, because we're into the final stage of the pit stops here. I think it's safe to say that all of these drivers, given that we're doing nearly 2 minutes of a lap here, and we're getting about 28 laps out of the fuel there, that means you're going to be looking at about 56 minutes. So we're well and truly within the window of safety for the strategy. But the thing is that if you've got fuel left in the pit stop or fuel left in the tank here, DJ, you're going to want to keep that in. You're not going to want to go and just brim it just for the sake of brimming it. You want to take as little fuel on and spend as little time in the pits as you possibly can. So still plenty of moves can be made here. We're waiting for the top 3 to jump into the pits, but as it stands, I think the big losers out of all of this have been Sous Chef Academy down there, currently in P7. But I think they will. They're really not going to be able to gain as much as they maybe would have liked to, with the likes of Mateus Pentea in the 331 FRS Cherry taking a 42-second pit stop.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there on that. I don't think they're going to be able to make that much of a gain. And again, I think we'll see those pit stop times falling down a little bit the closer and closer we get to the end of the race. As there we watch the number 5 Sous Chef Academy team working their way around a little bit farther back in the field. Digital Autosport of Ukraine starting to close in a little bit on Red Kite Motorsport as they begin to run here. Just a few ticks under 45 minutes left to go in this race. Still waiting for pit stops from the majority of the front of the field here, but this is our closest battle out on track here at this moment. Letting the car run a little bit wide. Porsche versus Porsche battle. Digital Autosport of Ukraine have definitely been in the wars here today. They found themselves a little bit of trouble, and there's some more contact there for them.
Oofed. That is a moment and a half. And Digital Autosport of Ukraine, it's safe to say that they have not been the shy ones in terms of getting themselves into some rather difficult and tricky positions there. They keep themselves on the black stuff here, but that number 32 car certainly pushing to within an inch of the car's ability right there, and Red Kite Motorsports there. I'm going to say that this is a done deal. I mean, looking at the pace difference between Digital Autosport of Ukraine and the fact they're right onto the back of that Porsche in front here, yeah, I'm liking this. This is spicy, but you know, I can't see anything too wrong with this little fight here.
No, neither can I. I mean, this is a fight for position here, and I think for Digital Autosport Ukraine, they want to try to push their way up ahead as much as possible and try to gain into that position. You know, we are talking about positions back down farther in the field, but when you get into it this far, it certainly is bragging rights that you want to start dealing with. Blue Chip Racing, by the way, in the 006 is into the pits out of third place right now as they now bring their way on in, and there you can see them taking their stall. I'm not sure. I think that's SLR FGE Team B in front of them with the smoking engine in front. But we continue to ride on board here with the number 32, trying to close down a little bit, taking a little bit of a better line there. It has to be said through Spoon, a little bit more of the traditional line that you would expect, and I think that's going to give them a great amount of power here coming down the back straightaway into 130R. Indeed, doing a little bit of dancing as Red Kite Motorsport. I think they know that this move is all but sold.
Here we go then, side by side through 130R. What could possibly go wrong? Round the outside. Are you kidding me? Are you actually kidding me? Balls of steel from Andre Bondar round the outside like that car wasn't even a thing. Red Kite Motorsport sent back down to P23 with a tail between the legs. Digital Autosport of Ukraine. That, DJ, was just a supreme move.
Yes, indeed it was. Absolutely fantastic stuff there from them to be able to hold on to that as they are able to make that move. Call Fernando Alonso because he wants his move back on that one. But by the way, I can tell you the Blue Chip Racing has come out in 6th place overall, about 1 minute and 37 seconds behind your 2 leaders here at this point. Taylor Bradley behind the wheel of the car as of right now, and that will be who will be taking us through the final 45 minutes of this race for these drivers. So they are continuing themselves around here. Bradley putting themselves in a little bit of the catbird seat here to maybe be able to pounce come race end.
Yeah, I just noticed as well, Pedro Arnaud had shall we say, a big bit of a moment coming out of the corner there in that number 28 car. Keeps it on, but lost about 10 seconds of time in his little fight that he's got going on. So he's down in P16. That car now 15 seconds behind Seung Sik Kim in that number 60 FRS orange right now. But here we go then. The final 45 minutes of this race. Stephen Hatter in 6th position, as you mentioned there, for Blue Chip Racing. Now let's have a look at who we still got to get into the pits here. I think we're about to see imminently Delta V Racing 3 into the pit lane very shortly. I also think we're going to have Julien Plumet into the pits as well. Now it does say he was in on lap 133. I think that is erroneous in terms of that it wasn't when he was last into the pits to stop. That was when he last went through pits for a drive-through penalty. So I'm positive we will see Julien Plumet into the pits very, very shortly as well. Now the question is, with Nicholas Larsson for Blue Chip Academy Racing being what's that, about a minute behind, he's going to have to come into the pits as well in approximately 8 laps time. Or maybe a little bit more than that, actually. 28 laps, that's probably going to be 162. So 12 laps time, certainly with it before the end of the race here. The question then is, as there we go, Kevin Fatemont for Delta V Racing into the pits. Where is FRS Cherry going to come out here? I think they might have a better chance than we actually imagine right now.
Yeah, I think you could be right about that. FRS Cherry sitting in 4th place right now. We anticipate that being maybe promoted up into 3rd place by the time the pit stop is done for Blue Chip Racing Academy. But we will have to see here at this point, as we continue to watch Stephen Hatter in the 006, working his way around right now, only about 2 seconds off of Elite Racing Team BMW there in front of him, so not all that much space to be able to close in. And there you can actually see that black BMW just in the front of your screen. FRS Cherry, though, out in front of these two. FRS Cherry, oh...
What a pit stop from Kevin Fatemont in Delta V Racing 3. 27.83 seconds for that pit stop. It looks like they're going to be coming out there, DJ. That again, just a perfect example of how this sort of pitting towards the end of the race can cut your pit stop down. Also, just very quickly to clarify something. That pit stop that Julien Plumet did absolutely was a pit stop. It was a pit stop for fuel because Richard Gordon did a 7.75 second stop, so that would signify that that's what happens when you go for a drive-through penalty. Now, I'm seeing that there. Also, as Delta V Racing coming out of the pits there, so Blue Chip Racing are a little bit closer, but again, you're seeing how quickly that they're able to make headway here, DJ.
Yeah, they certainly are able to make that headway, cutting down about 6-7 tenths of a second there on the last corner or the last lap as they run. Very, very close running there for Blue Chip Racing. It's now down to about a second, so they are closing in like a train with a full head of steam here. Taylor Bradley doing everything he can do to try to keep Stephen Hatter at bay. Now, I'm not sure how much longer he's going to be able to do that. Did lose a little bit of time there through the corners as they came back up. It looks like that gap coming back up to about 1.3 seconds, so able to gain it in just a little bit, but this is going to be a very, very close battle to see and to see how it shakes out. Now, the question I'm going to have here is for that 161 Audi Delta V Racing 2, just how short of a pit stop they're able to take here, because if it is that quick, just as quick as we saw Delta V Racing 3, well, that's going to change everything around.
Isn't it just? And I'm watching this develop very, very nicely. The other thing that we haven't considered at all in this whatsoever, DJ, is that dreaded two words that nobody wants to hear: safety car, because that is a distinct possibility. However, it does kind of also show, because we've only had 2 safety cars, if I'm right in saying, DJ.
I believe we had 3. We had 2 early on, and then the one you were here for. So that's the way that they shook themselves out there. So we have only had 3 on the day, but certainly enough to at least draw some of the consternation of the fans, certainly, as they want to see as much green flag running as humanly possible. Battle now on for 5th place right now. Blue Chip Racing closing in behind Elite Racing Team BMW. The gap down to about 0.6 of a second.
Oh, let's get going then. P5 versus P6 and pit stop times. Taylor Brady is so slow compared to Blue Chip Racing just behind as well. And pit stops now, they're fairly similar here. So I wonder if Elite Team Racing, or Elite Racing Team rather, are maybe trying to double stint or triple stint these tyres, because certainly they're losing so much time to that car in front here. That's the only possible explanation that I think they can possibly have here.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. That's about the only thing I can think of as well for these drivers as they go. The gap does look like it expands a little bit here as they come up and over the S's. It looks like that continues to expand ever so slightly. That looks to be the part of the track here where Taylor Brady is able to escape a little bit back from the clutches of Stephen Hatter. But again, once we move on out of the hairpin, it starts to close back down once again and change back down once again, as now they work their way down through the left-handed hairpin here. Let's see what it is on the exit of the corner. Down to about 0.5 of a second. That is going to be Stephen Hatter coming on strong.
Let's go with this. This is fascinating as well, because, 35 minutes left to go here. I was expecting, quite honestly, for there to be 10-15 seconds gap between all of the cars here. And while that is true for some of them, I think with all these pit stops that are about to unfold here, this is going to be a lot closer, because remember, some of these cars are still most definitely going to have to pit here. That's going to throw them right into the lion's den with some of these other cars here. So it's all up in the air, but I think Julien Plumet could potentially hold on to this, as we see right up to the back there of Elite Racing Team BMW of Taylor Brady. I think this might be a done deal.
Yeah, I think I've got to agree with you there, David. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when this move gets done. As Stephen Hatter closing in again, the gap coming down under 0.2 of a second as they work their way into the setting sun here at Suzuka. It is just about 4:25 virtual standard time here at this historic circuit, and only about 35 minutes left to go in this race. Track temperature down to about 24 degrees Celsius, call that 75 degrees Fahrenheit. Wind continues to gust around here about 12 kilometers per hour, 8 miles per hour. We've seen it upwards of about 12 miles per hour earlier on in this race, but we ride on board right now with Stephen Hatter as he continues to try to close in behind, waiting to see if he is going to be able to close this gap down, waiting for the opportune moment as your leader is down into pit lane.
Yep, in goes Julien Plumet then. He's already in the pits and he's going to be coming out in the next couple of seconds here, but I think it's going to be too little too late, because that means that Kevin Fetterman is going to be into the lead of the race. This is bad for Julien Plumet. I don't know what is going on with the car, but he's in for a lot longer than Kevin Fetterman. Fetterman was in for about 28 seconds. Plumet was in for 36, and there we go. So Plumet comes out and they're side by side. Goodness me, so Delta V Racing 3 will take the lead of the race, but that is as close as you like. Well, goodness me, DJ. I think that obviously they'll be happy to just keep it that way, but Nicholas Larsson 13 seconds behind here, and what a run, what a performance for Delta V Racing.
Absolutely pixel perfect for them out there in the lead. I love to see it, and I love to see this kind of battle playing itself out here this late on in the running as they continue to try to work their way around. Looks like Stephen Hatter doing everything he can do here at this point to try to be able to get back by that elite racing team BMW piloted by Taylor Brady as we tick over 35 minutes on the nose left to go, and time starting to run out to be able to make this move, David.
Yeah, and again, this is now the race has kind of fizzled out for a lot of the teams now. They've rolled their dice and a lot of them have come up snake eyes right now. FRS Cherry though are ones that are deciding to try and make a move here. They're catching up to the back of Blue Chip Racing Academy and pushing very, very hard indeed. That was until FRS Cherry have gone off track. They've had a big moment. I believe that might have been into Degner, but they've now gone from being 5 seconds behind to being 10 seconds behind, and Mateus Pentia here for FRS Cherry there. Again, getting away with it there. Let's have a look here. Is it into Degner? Oh my, I got something right, DJ. I am taking it by. That's it. I'll see you later, guys. Have a great night.
And that's going to be David leaving me to do the final 30 minutes of this race. But yeah, just getting a little bit of the curbing there coming out through the Degner 1, and that being enough to throw him around and off. That's still going to be good enough for them here at this point. It looks like they will be in position to hold on to 4th place. I'm not sure what the situation is for Blue Chip Racing Academy. They may owe us a pit stop here at some point in time. I think relatively soon here, as we are working about 20 laps into that stint, so they may have to pit before this race is over, and that could mean that they're going to bring themselves back around.
DJ, what is going on with the lead? Why is Delta Racing 2 catching right back up to Kevin Fetterman? This is not what I expected at all. That gap was 1.2 seconds. It's now down to 0.6 of a second here. Have we got an actual fight for the lead? I would love it very much if that was the case. However, we keep our eye on Blue Chip Racing with the elite racing team BMW tucking in behind for the tow. Now, this is the thing. If Blue Chip Racing don't make a move right now, don't worry. Don't think too much into it, because it could be that Blue Chip Racing are marginal for the fuel and they maybe just want to save as much fuel as they possibly can until about 10 minutes left to go, and then they'll feel comfortable doing so. That might explain why Elite Racing Team are backed off a little bit. Either they maybe didn't take tyres, or they're just trying to push that fuel as long as it can possibly go here. But DJ, I'm looking at that gap with Delta V Racing 3, and I'm thinking back to Kevin Fetterman taking a very, very short stop compared to Julien Plumet. I wonder if they've maybe got their timings wrong on that, because that car is looking very, very close to getting caught from Delta V Racing 2.
I wonder if that's what's going on there, that they're maybe trying to get themselves back in a position to maybe save a little bit of fuel behind their teammate, if there's some conversations happening between the two of them as they start to have that conversation back and forth, or maybe this is just a position where they're in a little bit of formation flying. but one way or the other, this battle is certainly on for the lead of the race. I wonder, though, if we're going to have a little bit of Roger Penske rules here, which is you do not fight until the last 10 minutes of the race. You play the team game, and then all gloves come off.
I hope so. I mean, you would think it'd be the other way around. You'd think that maybe you could fight until the last 10 minutes, and then it's kind of done and dusted, but we'll wait and see. I don't know, because the thing is that the clever thing for the number 3 racing to do, if it was short on fuel, is to tuck behind the number 2, and that's right onto the back end. A little bit of contact then between Elite Racing Team BMW and Blue Chip Racing there. There's contact between the two of them. Tom Carroll from 11th place DSRT Simex Pro into pit lane. Now, he had contact last time round. I saw that he was off track a couple of times round there, so I think a little bit of damage for that number 10 there. As we see going wide there is this fight for Taylor Brady and Stephen Hatter right now, as Taylor Brady again gets the better going into turn 1 here, DJ. And just when we thought things were starting to calm down now, it's all starting to kick off in this final half hour.
Yeah, it certainly is. Just when you thought they were out, just when we thought we were out, they pull us back into the action. That is just what can happen here in Coach Dave as 6 hours of Suzuka. Absolutely remarkable stuff here for all of them. Takes a big hop over the curbs right now, coming down into Degner 2. We continue to ride on board with Stephen Hatter in the 006 machine as he tries to be able to see if there's any way by that Elite Racing Team BMW up in front of him. Seeing what he can do here down through the hairpin. Looks like he's going to be able to keep that gap tight, under 0.3 of a second. I think he's got to start getting a little bit creative here at this point, David. He has got to try to find an overtake. He has got to try to find that way by at a place that you wouldn't normally think of doing it.
Yeah, that's... again, though, the problem is that I think this race, DJ, has kind of thrown everything that we've seen so far in terms of endurance racing well and truly out the window. It's broken certainly all of the stereotypes that we've seen here. And again, I honestly think that Blue Chip Racing here, for this battle here, I think they're just waiting patiently. They're just holding firm behind the Elite Racing Team. They could make the move if they want, but I think they're just making sure they've got enough fuel in the tank with half an hour left to go. I am honestly more interested in that fight up front with Delta V Racing, because that gap keeps coming down, and that means for me that the pace of Delta V Racing 3 just isn't there.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that they are potentially in a situation here where they're running out of fuel and they're trying to conserve a little bit. That would be the only thing that I can really think of here at this point in the running, is that they are just running out of fuel and not having the pace to be able to go full bore here. Maybe they've turned down the engine a little bit. You can adjust the engine modes in these cars. I wonder if they're lifting and coasting quite a bit. That could be another thing that they are doing here at this point if they are worried about that fuel number.
And again, there's so many variables in this, and what looks good on paper might not actually turn out on the racetrack. So again, going back to the conversation that we had about the strategy, about the team helping out with the numbers and stuff like that, you better believe that it's literally somebody on an Excel spreadsheet just firing in lap times and fuel consumption numbers and trying to work it out backwards from there. And if you're trying to cut it down as close as you possibly can, sometimes you get that a little bit wrong here. But have a look, right in the toe here is that second place car here. This is fascinating stuff.
Yeah, this is very, very fascinating to see what is going to happen. Delta V Racing 2 definitely getting the benefit of the draft here as they continue to work their way through. It's getting a big toe, and I wonder here if this is a little bit about a wait and watch situation here for these drivers, that they are just putting themselves in a position where they're trying to be in the running here as everything plays itself out. They're trying to be in contention as the race ends itself out. If that's where they want to be, and it's not about making the pass right now, it's more about trying to just set yourself up, but that's not going to be helpful. Delta V Racing 2 there, Plumet having a little bit of an off there coming out of the second Degner.
Yeah, just also keeping an eye with YouTube chat as well. A huge shout out to Renault Florian and to Back Row as well. Renault Florian is saying that they decided to split the fuel for the two in the last fuel stop, and this is actually just a battle. Back row saying that obviously they, like we said, they pitted just a couple of laps ago and saying that they're fine for fuel. And what we were questioning is, did they get those calculations wrong here? Because the pace, certainly, that Delta V Racing 2 seem to have over their sister V Racing 3 car, that's what's making us ask the question. But if that's the case, if they're fine for fuel and this is a straight up fight for the race, then there's only going to be so long that Delta V Racing 3 are going to be able to hold that car off, because the pace that Julien Plumet has got right now, yeah, this is getting quite sketchy.
Yeah, it's getting quite sketchy. These drivers really and truly trying to push themselves as much as possible. And when you start to get into that push territory, that is when you start to run into a little bit of problems here. You don't want to over push the car. You don't want to get yourself into a position where you're running into problems. You want to be calm, cool, and collected, particularly in the last 25 minutes of this race. That is certainly what you want to be doing. They're going to have to be careful, though, here. We continue to keep our eyes focused on the battle right now. Elite Racing Team BMW holding station over Blue Chip Racing. 0.7 of a second separating them now as they run, trying to see if anything's going to close here in the final moments of this race. It doesn't look like it here at this point. It certainly does look like the battle is ripe for the taking if Stephen Hatter is able to bring the thunder.
Oh, and Hugo Oliveira for the number 4 machine down in at 9th position, Delta Racing. He had a bit of a moment there. He's got himself back on track there, but yeah, a little bit of a wobble there. Also noticing that gap between the two leaders, very much extending there. Okay, I maybe oversold that one, DJ. That was not so much of a dramatic moment, but it's still going to be a fairly depressing moment when you're trying to drive in a straight line. Your car's just doing sideways things like this. Here's another battle going on, though. This is the battle, though, for what looks like P19 and 20. That's Aerokinetics Purple and Straight Line Racing False Groups Esports Team. DJ, I want you to say that name fast.
I don't think I can. I'll be very honest. I've been on this broadcast for 6 hours. I'm not sure my brain is functioning well enough to be able to do that, but we do ride on board with Straight Line Racing False Group Esports Team. Yes, I got to focus on it to do it. As they go through, also looks like Sausage Dodger Racing Team coming down into pit lane here, taking their final stop as well. But this is another battle that could play itself out here. Porsche versus BMW, as opposed to some of the battles that we've seen farther up in the field with the same manufacturer, it does get a little bit easier to be able to play out that battle when you're racing on a different manufacturer. You're racing different makes and models of cars here for them. That can make it a little bit easier to try to get by at certain points on the track.
It does, and again, without being too generic here, each of these cars has its own, flaws and strengths. They have their parts of the track where they excel at, where like the Porsches have got wicked straight line speeds, and the likes of the Mercs, they do okay during the corners, as we see. This is not going to be. Again, my heart goes in my mouth when I see this, thinking about two corners going side by side through 130. Thankfully it's not going to happen. But look, the different cars have their own strengths and their own weaknesses, and they have their own strengths and weaknesses at the different points of their strategy. And that's into the pits for Tom Carroll, and that is almost certainly going to be out the top 15 there.
Yeah, I think it is there, unfortunately, just finding himself falling back down through the order as we follow here the MBG2 Esports Yellow Machine trying to close in on Rio Esports, Rio Racing Esports up ahead of them. That car behind is not on the same lap as of right now. So this is the battle that you see plenty of coming together here in the final 20 minutes or so of this race. We've got 3 battles that are really starting to percolate, as it looks like we've got DSR-T Cimex Pro coming out of pit lane there. There you can see them. This is a little bit of a battle farther back in the back. That Straight Line Racing False Group Esports Team able to get the move done on Aerokinetics.
Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful stuff there, and we're watching Raiden Samerville here for Royal Racing Esports. Bit of a mixed bag of fortune for Rail right now. They had a good start to the race, but they seem to be getting caught leaps and bounds now. They've got a bit of a train going on behind them. MPG2 Esports Yellow behind them with DSRT SimX Pro just coming out of pit lane, so that is stacking up very, very nicely. Felix Mantonado and Tom Carroll in the cars there. And this is just a very, very interesting little fight. It's certainly not a position, DJ, I'd want to be with just 20 odd minutes left to go in the position of poor Raiden Samerville here, as he's got two cars who are quite literally wanting to assault him out of the way.
Yeah, they are going to be very, very eager to get by that yellow, black, and purple Mercedes here at this point in the race. But those drivers behind them trying to close in here as much as possible. Tom Carroll and Manzanato is trying to see what they are able to do. Looks like a little bit of a narrow line there from Carroll, just trying to see if he can maybe roll a little bit more speed through the corner. That third car in line, by the way, that is not for position. That is going to be Bruce Jackson back down in 19th position. Aerokinetics machine. Looks like we had a little bit of an off there for one of the drivers in front. A little bit of thinking about side by side going down into 130R. That's not going to play itself out as we split screen the positions out on track right now, showing you the battle up for P5 as well.
Right, two things to bring you up to speed on. Julian Plumet in second place has had a bit of an off. He's lost another 2 seconds to Kevin Fittermont, so that might be starting to edge out that little battle for the lead that we were hoping to have there. And also Artur Skibier had a scary moment coming through the end of the last lap there. Had contact with the wall and has ended up bringing that car into the pit lane there. Now, interestingly as well, we were hearing from our sources in YouTube chat that Julian is actually on the older tyres than Kevin right now. So I'm wondering if he's double stinted those tyres and maybe just kind of went past the best of them.
Yeah, that could be the case here. If that information is true, what we're hearing from, thank you, YouTube chat, for bringing that on in. And we talked about that, of maybe drivers trying to take a little bit less time in pit lane to just only take one set of tires, or not take a set of tires in that last pit stop cycle. And it clearly coming back to bite here, potentially Plumet, at this point in the race, just not having that fresh rubber and not really being able to attack nearly as well as he'd like to.
Oh, it's heartbreaking, isn't it? However, more good news, as DSRT RGB Solutions are onto the back of Sausage Dodgers Racing, and so are Blue Chip Racing right onto the back, and Blue Chip Racing almost getting the position. You can see it side by side there. Blue Chip Racing getting ahead of Elite Racing Team BMW, gets the move done. This is not over yet. 19 minutes left to go. I get the feeling there are going to be tears before bedtime, side by side, down the main straight into turn one then, as the ERT sent to the back then, and that is going to be for 6th position. That is that's fairly aggressive there from Blue Chip Racing.
Yeah, it is, but I think the frustration just starting to really bubble over there for that machine. They certainly wanted to be able to get themselves up ahead, and they had been stuck behind that car for so long, but ERT certainly starting to try to close it back in a little bit as they try to be able to get themselves up ahead. That Elite Racing Team BMW, I don't think they're going to be sitting around here. They certainly know they've got the speed to be able to keep up with them as they run, and they're going to be trying to put themselves into position as much as possible.
Yeah, just to confirm, I think that is the lead battle done and dusted, because that gap now up to 5 seconds between first and second position. That's a lunge from last week from Elite Racing Team's BMW. That was never going to happen, but thankfully got that car stopped just in time coming into that hairpin there. Also seeing it in that picture there, I believe that is Rail Racing Esports with MBG2 Esports Yellow and DSRT SimX Pro in there as well. Oh, and Blue Chip Racing Academy having to go into pit lane with just 15 or 18 minutes left to go here. Is that going to be for fuel? Seems a bit early if that is then. So surely that's going to hand third place then to FRS Cherry.
Oh, and they missed their box as well. They definitely blew past the box there, and that is going to throw them off. FRS Cherry does indeed move their way back on to the podium positions here at this point. Blue Chip Racing Academy still stationary in pit lane. How is this going to shake out between Blue Chip Racing and ERT, as it looks like Blue Chip Racing Academy is going to be coming back out of pit lane right here, but they're going to be behind this battle, and that means they are going to lose out on a potential top 5.
Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it, but it is what it is. They have to just dust themselves down. We could get anything. We could get an unknown finish to this race. Side by side, Felix Mantonado has to do a little bit of defence there, because that is going to be the number 10 DSRT Sim X Pro of Tom Carroll, trying to make a move on that, but again the two of them get tripped up over themselves here. Broken Wings are fancying having a go here as well. They're just behind Delta Racing. Sean Kane though has had an off there for the 15th place FRS Orange. He is in trouble. He is in strife right now, and that car is going backwards at a rate of knots. In fact, I think that is just managed to get himself back out onto track just now.
Yes, indeed, and it looks like there that was a big problem once again coming through 130R, so that corner coming back to bite yet again here today. We keep our eyes focused on Felix Manzanato as he tries to be able to close down on that Rio Racing esports team up ahead of him. Delta Racing, the latest drivers to have to peel down pit lane. It looks like their pit stop strategy not exactly playing out to the way that they would like to, and they're going to have to come down into the pits.
Yeah, for sure. It's, oh man, so frustrating to see. Into pit lane then, so Delta Racing hands over that 9th position to Broken Wings, and DJ 15 minutes left to go. Oh my good lord, that was a move and a half from MBG to Esports Yellow. I don't think he even meant to do that there. We've got a car off in the background there. Is that FRS Orange again that's gone off there? It's not, but I don't think he even planned to do that, did MBG2 Racing. And oh wow, where do we go with this now?
I mean, if there is an opportunity, you have got to take it here, especially in the closing 15 minutes of a 6-hour endurance race such as that. But my goodness gracious, as you said, David, that was the move to end all moves, but I don't think it's done here quite yet. Let's look on board. I don't know if that was planned or if that wasn't planned, but it was close either one way or the other. But I don't think this is done yet, as it certainly looked there like Rio Racing was going to try to close down and close that gap, but they've got to worry about DSRT coming up behind them as well.
Fascinating end to this race. This is riveting stuff. Blue Chip Racing holding off Elite Racing Team BMW right now, as we've got a 3-car fight for 12th position right now. It's just riveting stuff, because you've got Felix Manzanato, you've got Ryden Samerville and Tom Carroll all fighting it out here. And if I'm honest, I feel like Ryden Samerville really feels aggrieved by that incident. And Digital Autosport of Ukraine, Andrei Bondar having another moment there, gets the car back onto the black stuff there, but it's been a very difficult race. And have a look here then, as Bruce Jackson for Aerokinetic Purple, what's going to go on here? This is on the lead up. Oh, this is going to be a boop, isn't it? Yep, there's a boop. Ah, dear.
Yep, that's what it is there for that Digital Autosport of Ukraine team as they continue to get their way around. We watched the number 32 working his way back through. You can see a little bit of damage on the rear wing of that Porsche here at this point as they continue to try to go and try to get themselves back around. That was the little spin that you saw, as we've got a little bit more consternation farther back in the field.
Oh, do you remember all that time ago when I said it was a quiet, eventful free race? Boxed in, a little bit of contact there. They're still side by side, 3 wide in the corner. Calm yourselves down, boys. That's never going to work. That is going to be, though, it surely is going to be DSRT SimX Pro round the outside again. A little bit of contact shoved onto the grass there. Oh, that is a little bit of red mist, shall we say, is going to be descending in the cockpit of Tom Carroll right now in the number 10 DSRT Sim X Pro, now a second behind Rail Racing Esports. And if I was in the number 24 of Ryden Samerville, I would be driving a little bit faster now, because I'm not wanting to be anywhere near that car that's behind. Julian Plumet has another instant, and that car is just hemorrhaging time now.
Yeah, it certainly is. I would want to try to get up and on by as quickly as I could. As there you see everybody sort of working their way around right now. Flash of the headlights there, trying to let them on by and let everybody know exactly what the situation is going to be as they dive down into turn one. DSRT certainly trying to keep up the pressure as much as possible here at this stage in the race. They've got to try to get by Andrew Pike, who is 8th place for Team TSRC. That is the car that is splitting them as of right now, and they continue to run. But what is going to happen here in these final 12 minutes in this race? Let's see what it is. Ooh, David, this continues to be a very spicy race as everything continues to go along.
Yeah, I've got the popcorn in the microwave here, DJ. This is going to be an absolute fiery one. Goodness me. You can tell from the little niggles that are going in here and there, the little elbows out, the little punches and the jabs that are being traded by these cars. Listen, this is exactly what we want. We want a proper barnstormer finish right now, and this is exactly what we're getting here. Team TSRC and Andrew Pike, I can't say, are going to be particularly pleased that they're not able to get past this rail racing esports car that's in front of them, but at the end of the day, blue flags are advisory. It's not a case of the car has to move over. Have a look at that number 10. That is opportunistic, to say the very, very least. And I am absolutely guaranteeing you one of these cars is going to end up in the fence and having to return to the garage. This is not going to end pleasantly. So for those of a nervous disposition, you're probably going to want to look away now.
Yeah, here they come side by side down into the corner. It looks like DSRT is going to be able to get it done, but runs wide and clips the curb. And David, you called it, the number 10 off and into the barriers.
Yeah, not like that though. Goodness me, I didn't expect that at all. Tom, what are you doing? You've done the hard work. You've got past the car and then you've killed yourself. That's a novel strategy there, DJ.
Is a little bit novel there, but oh my goodness, absolute heartbreak there. And that is going to bring that DSRT SimX Pro machine down into pit lane here at this point. Massive, massive damage. I got to think this is going to be for a spare car. I think they'll still be able to get out with some room to spare here. But that car clearly damaged. And there you see it popping back into place. Yes, indeed, the spare car being taken there for that number 10 machine. But that is not the way they wanted to see this day end.
Oh, that is just... I mean, look, I've been right like 3 times today, so I'm just going to quit while I'm ahead. But, I mean, you never want to see that. That was... And the problem was that you just saw it coming. You saw the aggression. You saw how hard they were pushing that car. And it could have easily been Raiden Somerville that had that moment as well. Let's not take anything away from that situation there. It's a simple case of... the rear tyres going out too wide, pushing the car too hard, and you end up losing control of the car. Absolutely horrible to see. But realistically, I mean, he's only lost a couple of positions. He's still going to finish in the top 15, hopefully, because he's got. I think he's safely going to navigate Seung Kim. So there might be a position or two to gain, but either way, I mean, that was. That's what we like to call in the industry snatching defeat from the jaws of victory, I think.
Yes, it most certainly is. Here's Seung Kim in that number 60 FRS orange machine. You can see a little bit of damage there on the rear wing of that Porsche as well. It does look like here at this point that they will be able to continue on here. Tom Carroll in that DSRT SimX Pro number 10 with that spare car being popped back into place. It looks like that car will be able to continue on. I think they're going to have a hard reign to try to make up here. 27 seconds up to Ryo Racing Esports. In the number 24 up ahead of them, but I don't think Seung Kim, as you said earlier, is going to be too much of a thorn in their side here at this point. I think they will be able to continue on and just keep going, but we only have 8 minutes left to go in this race. David, where has the time gone?
I'm looking under the desk. I can't find it. It's certainly gone somewhere. I mean, I've been on obviously for I can't even remember how long I've been on. God knows how you're feeling, DJ. You've done it all 6 hours of this race here, but yeah, it's just flown by, and we've said this time and time again. Yes, it's calmed itself down, and there's no real fights now going on. Everybody's over a second, and it's fine. But we can take a deep breath. We can regroup. We can think about what on earth has just happened in front of us here, and in all intents and purposes, we can actually concentrate on giving a little bit of kudos to Delta V Racing for an incredible performance that sees them taking the top 2 steps of the podium right now.
Yeah, very, very impressive running there for both of these cars. And let's not forget that this Audi in particular, the 261, Julian Plumet behind the wheel of the car right now, they were involved in that incident at the first lap of the race, had to come back in, get a spare car, and get themselves back out into position. And to see them be able to fight back like this, it is nothing short of remarkable. It is one of the crowning achievements that I have really seen here in the last couple of runnings for them. Really, really, really impressive stuff for this Audi machine. They are about 9 seconds off of the lead, but just the fact that they're up into the podium contention is enough to be able to certainly not shake a stick at.
Oh, absolutely. You can't not be happy with it. So, yeah, great stuff to see. Let's hope we're going to see more of this from them, but yeah, nothing can take anything away from them. And it's great now that we get a little bit of sort of peace and quiet now that we can, like I say, appreciate what a fantastic effort that they've done.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a fantastic drive back up through the field, and there you see Digital Autosport Ukraine getting out of the way there for them, making their last 6 minutes a little bit easier around here. Lap times are about 2 minutes here in these GT3 machines, so we anticipate probably about 2 to 3 more laps here for these drivers as your leader out on track right now. Kevin Finemel leading the way, coming up through the S's right now. There is your third place machine, FRS Cherry. Matthias Pantilla there doing a fantastic job to be able to keep everything pointed the right way and just keeping that car nice and straight and narrow.
And this is the difficult thing. We when I started doing the commentary on this race here, one of the first things we saw and that I spoke about was how difficult these points in the race can be when you're all by yourself and you've not got anybody that you're fighting directly in front of you or behind you, and you're just putting these laps in. How easy it is to make a lapse in concentration. So again, you know, I don't want viewers at home watching this and thinking, "Oh, this is boring." You know, this is easy for the drivers. This is for me. This is the hardest part for these drivers is stopping that brain going into autopilot, stopping the brain going into that. You know, you're not focusing 100%. You're not paying attention 100% because when that creeps in, that's it. You're into the barrier. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point, and it's very, very difficult for these drivers in this stage to be able to keep themselves 120% focused, as you really need to be able to maximize your lap times, to be able to maximize the running, because as you said, just that one little errant mistake, how many times have we seen it coming through the Degners, coming out of 180R, coming out of 130R, how many times have we seen those little mistakes come back to bite these drivers? By the way, bad news here for fans of the number 24 iRacing esports machine, as it does look like that they have had to take their pit stop here and they are going to be down into pit lane.
Yeah, but taking an awful long stop for a little bit of fuel, although they get back out. So maybe a little bit of the last laugh for Tom Carroll, who does get ahead of that car there. But yeah.
Yeah, maybe just making sure that they were going to be nice and safe there. Tom Carroll there as we follow here. He obviously had that big shunt coming through 130R, had to get the car repaired and be able to regain his position back into right now 13th place as he runs. Not going to be, I think, entirely pleased with being in that position necessarily. I think they would have been hoping for a lot more here today, but sometimes you've just got to take what comes at you, and maybe being a little bit too greedy with that overtake down into 130R and just touching that outside curb just enough to be able to throw him around.
Yeah, it's the whole shoulda, woulda, coulda, isn't it? You know, hindsight's a wonderful thing, but we we never get to experience it during when those things actually matter. God knows I suffer from that an awful lot, usually when I'm shouting and swearing after I've done something wrong. But 3 minutes left to go. Michael Hamlet back in the car for Sous Chef Academy. What a topsy-turvy day they've had. They could have had a podium position if it was to believed 2 hours ago, and it's kind of went south for them.
Yeah, it's sort of gone sideways here for the drivers in the Sous Chef Academy number 5 machine. Just a little bit of incidents and accidents, a little bit of being taken out there and being at the wrong place at the wrong time. We jump back to check out a replay here as it looks like they got themselves in a little bit of trouble here coming through the Degners, not able to slow the car down through the kitty litter, and that's going to be some more compounding incidents for them on the day. Some damage there to the left-hand side of the car. By the way, I can tell you that our leader right now, the Delta V Racing 3 driver of Kevin Fittema, has crossed over the line, and it looks like Barney the Flagman has given him 2 to go. 2 laps to go here for the Coach Dave Academy, 6 hours of Suzuka.
Barney Flagman, he's such a machine, is he? You know, good old reliable Barney can always be counted upon.
Yeah, he certainly can. He's the only man that works harder than you and I do, David. I'm convinced of that.
He certainly puts the hours in, does he? I mean, you know, he does it all very well.
Also, as I'm being reminded, Jack Maloney, our director, also putting in the hours as.
Oh, is that who that was? I wondered who this ominous voice in the background just was there from our production gallery.
And I'll argue, worked harder than you. He's been on the whole broadcast with me here, David. You got to pop in halfway through and enjoy yourself.
It's fine. It's fine. I was just, you know, chilling. But nah, Jack does put in some shift. But you know, I still say Barney gives him a run for his money, though.
Yeah, most certainly. But I'll tell you what, these drivers are going to be looking to Barney here in the closing stages of this race as they cross over, getting that 2 to go mark here. Your leader exiting out of Spoon Curve right now, Taylor Bradley, finally being able to hold on to that position. P6, P5 just slipping away from him with Blue Chip Academy and Blue Chip Racing able to get out in front of him, and he is not going to be happy to see that, I'm sure, but he is going to be happy to see the end of this day as he has put in a fantastic run here, and P6 nothing to shake a stick at.
Oh, you've got to be happy with that. I mean, that's the thing on these events like this. You have to. Finishing is its own reward in itself. I mean, it's a fantastic achievement just to cross the line. But yeah, like you can't not be happy with that. And we're on to the final lap now with Kevin Fittman and Delta V Racing 3.
Yes, we are. The white flag is in the air, folks. White flag is in the air for Delta V Racing 3. Kevin Fittema, your leader at the front of the field, has been able to take it there. We'll show you a little bit of a split screen as we work our way back down through the field here. Andrew Pike in the number 13 for Team TSRC as he pilots his way around in 8th place. Got a big, nice gap on either side of him. Just about trying to be able to keep themselves up and into the right position here at this point.
So, DJ, with us on the final lap here, is this race, has it panned out how you thought it would?
I'm not gonna lie. I thought we were gonna have a little bit more of a clear picture in terms of some of the pit stop strategy. It really kept me guessing up until about the last hour of the race to see where everybody was gonna shake out. Those early safety cars really threw things around. I was anticipating a little bit more of a straight run through the field. Not that many safety cars throwing things off. So definitely a little bit of a change there from what I was expecting, but that's in a good way. Any race that keeps me guessing is a very good race.
Yeah, I have to absolutely agree with you. We're already into the final half of the lap then, as Kevin Fittman, 5.2 seconds. Now what's going on? That gap's coming down to 4.8, 4.7, 4.6. Oh, it'll be a photo finish, that's why. I just, for the life of me, I was like, oh, why is he slowing down? What is going on there? But then I've realised, yeah, they'll be wanting to get that photo finish there.
Yeah, you had me scared a little bit there as I jumped on board with him, making sure that he wasn't running out of fuel. But yeah, there it is. He's going to pick up the pace right now. They're going to be going for that photo finish. So a little bit of Ford at Le Mans or Toyota at Le Mans or whoever winners you want to have there at that famous circuit as they bring their way down into the final corners right now. It is going to be Kevin Fittema at the line, leading the way here over his teammate Julien Plumet as they will cross crossover, a 1-2 for Delta V Racing, a well-earned victory here at Suzuka.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. They're going to be absolutely over the moon. 45 seconds ahead of Matheus Pentia and the rest of the FRS Cherry Racing team, who are just coming through the final couple of corners just now. A brilliant performance as well by Blue Chip Racing after we saw that earlier incident halfway through the race there to finish P4 and P5 as well, DJ. They're going to be fairly delighted with this one. And remember as well, a lot of these teams that are already have going to cross the line essentially by being a lap down, but FRS Cherry taking that final step on the podium.
Yeah, they're going to be very pleased with that. I would have to think Matheus Pentilla there, going to be very pleased to be able to do that and get himself up ahead. And his teammate Khalid Ramadan will be hopefully talking to them here in just a few moments' time as we watch Michael Hamlet here for Sous Chef Academy, the next driver to cross over the line. He's going to be bringing that car now down through 130R for the final time, having to nurse it around here just a little bit with the damage onto the car, obviously, as you can imagine, but they're going to bring down into the braking zone here for the number 5 machine, as that Mercedes AMG GT3 will bring that car down out of the Casio Triangle, and they will come to the checkered flag to take P7.
Fantastic stuff. I think Michael Hamlet and the rest of the team, they'll be fairly thrilled with that. So yeah, what a race we've had. Andrew Pike coming across for Team TSRC. Broken Wings already across the line. And that is... Oh, no. Have they already... They've not finished and they're out of fuel. I do not believe it. However, they can't be beaten, so they've still got their position, I think, don't they?
Yes, I believe they do, as the only other drivers that we're waiting to finish here are Aerokinetic Purple, as they come across the line right now, and they will finish down in 19th position. Bruce Jackson able to secure a top 20 position, and yeah, MBG2 Esports Yellow.
Oh, no. I'm just thinking on that, actually, because if they're on lap 171, that'll put them back to the start of that. They're going to lose out 4 positions.
Oh.
They're gonna be put back to P16, surely.
Oh, I absolutely hate...
Or do they even finish? Because they're out of the race. Because they haven't finished. They haven't crossed the line. Oh no.
Oh, we'll have to see what the final finishing order is for those drivers. It looks like, at least officially on my markings right now, that should leave them in P12 as they run, but I'm not entirely sure if that is going to stay on through. As there you see your winners of the race, Delta V Racing 3 and Delta V Racing 2, taking their customary parade lap around, and they will bring that car around there, having a little bit of fun coming through the first corner, trying to get those rear tires to spin up a little bit with the traction control on, but having a little bit of problem. They're going to have to go to the grass, I think, to be pulling some good donuts.
Beautiful stuff. DJ, what a race we've had tonight, and what a fantastic finish out of this race. I think they're all going to be very happy. Confirmation then, Kevin Fittmont taking the race win ahead of Julian Plumont. And DJ, why don't you take us through the finishing order?
It was FRS Cherry. They're able to take P3, followed by Blue Chip Racing and Blue Chip Academy, rounding out your top 5. Then it was Elite Racing, Team BMW, followed by Sous Chef Academy and Team TSRC, the last drivers to finish on the lead lap. Broken Wings came home in P9, a good race for them. Delta Racing as well, often in the wars out there today. They came home in P10. P11 was West Sim Team, followed by MBG2 Esports Yellow, finishing 2 laps down. They will be categorized as P12 despite running out of fuel on that last lap. Then it was DSRT Simex Pro, 2 laps down. FRS Orange Rio Racing Esports, 2 laps down as well. PTX Racing Team was 3 laps down, followed by DSRT RJB Solutions, and then Sausage Dodgers Racing also finishing 3 laps down. Then after Sausage Dodgers, it was Aerokinetics Purple, 4 laps down, followed by Straight Line Racing False Group. Then E-Team Brit finishing 4 laps down. We now get into some of the drivers that had a rough run of it out there today. Red Kite Motorsports, Slow Boys Racing, Digital Autosport of Ukraine, MBG2 Esports, Quantum Racing Team, MBG Esports Blue, and then Elite Racing Team Porsche. Then we really get into some of the drivers that had problems out there today. FRS Line Lime, who looked very good early on. SLR FGE Team B, Team Red X SimSport Green, followed by Sausage Dodgers Racing 66, FRS Lime, Elite Racing Team HBID, and then Leipert Esports Academy Red, rounding out your 35 car finishing order here today. And David, 35 cars out there, action really all and up and down through the field. You really can't ask for a better endurance race than this.
Well, listen, it delivered, didn't it? It just, everything that it said it was going to do. It's what makes me so happy about doing these events here at SimGrid and with Coach Dave Academy is the fact that, you know, you're always guaranteed these cracking, drama-filled events, these brilliant races where you just never know until the final part what exactly is going to happen. So, yeah, I really enjoyed myself today. It's been a fantastic day here at the races, and you know, many more in the pipeline. I've got no doubt, DJ.
I'm sure they are as well, but unfortunately here for today, and indeed for this season for Coach Dave Academy, this is our final endurance race of the year. But I have to tell you, on behalf of myself, DJ Clark, David Christie, Zach Sweeney, and our amazing director and producer behind the scenes, Jack Maloney, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the racing action here today from the 6 hours of Suzuka. And until we see you on the track, thanks for watching.